be used to react to triggered abilities or spells. Reactions are super fast and can lead to lots of exciting interactions, as they resolve before all other spells. For example, if you have a Stupefy in your hand and your opponent activates a spell that really bothers you, you can use Stupefy as a reaction and draw a card before your opponent's spell is resolved. This might allow you to draw another reaction that saves you from the situation, like a Defy. Another exciting example is dealing damage to a unit with a spell before combat. If you go into combat with a unit that's already damaged, you should make sure you win the fight, otherwise the units will heal after the combat. Let's say you have dealt 6 damage to your opponent's Mind Splitter with Falling Star, and you go into combat against it with your Watchful Sentry. Your opponent might want to activate an action in response, such as Grim Resolve to generate extra might and win the combat. You can still respond to that with a Stupefy. You reduce the Mind Splitter's might to 6, and because it still has 6 damage counters on it, it will die before the Grim Resolve can save it. Which one is your favorite reaction card in Riftbound? Let us know.
We are here at the Riftbound Regional Qualifiers in Sydney. I'm here with Matt and Nick. How are you feeling about the weekend so far?
Oh, amazing. Are you actually? I honestly lost a little bit of hope today playing a bit of LeBlanc, but then I think going into a couple of side events playing Vex, I feel a lot more confident. So I think tomorrow we'll be running probably the Vex going into it.
Interesting. And what about you? Who are you running?
I'm running Ari.
Interesting. Have you got much experience playing Ari?
Yes. He loves Ari. Always back home, it's nothing but Ari, so I can vouch for him. He's very good. So all the other Ari players out there, watch out. We might have our best of for the weekend.
Interesting. Those are confident words. Are you feeling as confident as he's making you out to be?
Yeah, well, I named my deck the best of already, so if I don't get best of, my deck list would be inaccurate, so...
We shall see. We'll see how it unfolds in the next couple of days, and good luck. We are here at the Riftbound Regional Qualifiers in Sydney. I am joined by Courtney. How is your weekend looking ahead?
Very busy, but I'm super excited. I'm actually hosting trivia on all 3 days of the week, and I've got a bunch of packs and prizes to give out. I'm very excited to see the community and hope they can answer all of my really tricky questions.
Ooh, how tricky are we talking? Like 10 out of 10 tricky?
10 out of 10. All right, picture this. I've zoomed in on a picture of Kha'Zix, who is a bug. Could you tell me that it is Kha'Zix?
I feel like I could probably do it. I feel reasonably confident.
I don't believe you. I'll see you at trivia. Okay.
I will try. I will be there and I will do my best. We are here down at the Riftbound Regional Qualifiers in Sydney. I am joined by Morgan. How is your weekend looking so far?
Wonderful so far. I'm amazed by the turnout, and we just found out that there's 1,600 plus players for main event tomorrow.
Are you competing? Are you excited?
I'm indeed. I'm going for best of Vex, but we'll see how we go.
And you're feeling confident?
As confident as I can be.
Well, that's something. And have you been practicing? Have you been running it a lot in the lead up?
A lot of online practice, but then flipping and flopping on my list the last couple of days, practicing with these two.
I feel like you're not alone with that. A lot of people kind of analysing, oh, what should I be running, what should I do? Especially because of the release of Unleashed so recently.
So many variables around.
And have you changed things because of any Unleashed cards?
A couple of changes, but funnily enough, most of the changes are pulling in Origins cards.
Interesting. So we'll see how that goes for you over the coming days. Fingers crossed, and good luck.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Welcome back to Regional Qualifiers Sydney. It's so fantastic to hear what our attendees are thinking and how they're feeling about the day so far. And we had a bit of insight into everything, Logan.
We have so much insight to all of the things here, Icy, that we can talk about it all day long. But Unleashed so far is proving to be very, very dynamic, very, very meta shifting. LeBlanc is the literal #1 most represented deck here at the Regional Qualifiers in Sydney.
We had a little bit of insight earlier with Bolan, one of the EDG players that has flown over from China to compete here in Sydney, about how the meta in China does have quite a lot of Master Yi and Irelia as well, and we can see that also reflected in the top 3. Of course, LeBlanc leads the pack, and then we have Master Yi being the second most represented and Irelia the third. I have to see that graphic again to double check, but I think that's correct from memory.
We have great representation
you.
as per the graphic. The timing here, LeBlanc, the number one here with a 7% share. But I want to point out how healthy this meta is.
Yes.
There's no one overwhelming favorite here, Ricey. They're all in with a chance.
Yeah, we can see like even Vex with 50 is only like 30 difference between LeBlanc and Vex, and even Fiora has 36, 3%. 7% feels like when we're versing out in the field, it might be like, oh, there's so many LeBlancs, but when it comes down to it, that's only 7%.
Yeah, absolutely. That MF being Aurora as well, doubtlessly. So all that sort of discussion around how oppressive it could be, only 44 being registered here, I see. I don't think that many players are actually going to come across Auroras.
We do have to wonder how many Master Yis are running Aurora or mid-year as well, but I totally agree. Like after all the discussion, there actually isn't that many Aurora.
Yeah, no, definitely. A lot less than expected here, as we do also see Aurelia still being strong even with the Unleashed meta, but Diana, another Unleashed superstar, as is Vex. So I'm really loving the adaptability we're seeing from the players here. They're willing to forego previous legends to give it a shot on these new ones.
Yes, you mentioned, some of these legends are brand new. Let's look at the most used gear. You look really excited about this, Logan. Let's break it down.
I love gear. Zhonya's Hourglass and Guardian Angel. I would imagine Aurelia is responsible for a lot of that, but also Yi.
Yeah, Master Yi as well. And I think there's a few other players that we've seen running these Zhonyas. Green, I love the Zhonyas. Guardian Angel as well. It has a pretty similar ability as well, where if they would die, you can kill the Guardian Angel and keep this unit alive, especially as well with that Irelia. Sprite Fountain, I'm not surprised as well either. I think it's in quite a few mind decks.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do take a look at the other ones. Last Rites in Chaos, Dazzling Aurora in Body, Boots of Swiftness, also Chaos, oftentimes coupled with those Aurelia decks. BF Sword in the Order domain. Heart of Dark Ice, though, also Calm, followed up by Brutalizer, and Trinity Force in that body. So a decent representation there. But unfortunate to see no Fury domain represented in the top end of the gear.
I mean, I think Fury love going for their spells, so I'm not too surprised about that, but there are so many Fury domain legends being played at the moment, so that is also a little bit surprising, but of course, most played spells, this is where we're starting to see some of that. Oh, so you said Fury, not Chaos. So my bad. This is where we're starting to see some of those Chaos spells come out, but you're right, there weren't many Fury gears.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see here with these most played spells, we were talking about this a little bit earlier, right? There's so much Calm, there's so much Chaos, and when you think about it, those two just don't go together in the real world, but here in Riftbound, they're a match made in heaven.
I kind of am really excited for the next set coming out of Vendetta. We don't know much about it, but it's that opposites coming through there. But right now, of course, we do have these opposites, but not in the same legend, just in the same tournament.
One that I do really want to point out, which is a superstar, and I think we all called this one coming, was Starcrossed.
Yeah.
The new, it's almost a cheap man's rebuke. It's 3 energy, 1 power instead of the 2 and 2, and it's it's double facing, right? You can bounce yours, you can bounce your oppositions, and it just has that sort of flexibility built into it. And Hidden Blade, though, is the superstar of that Order domain, just able to take out nearly every single unit in Riftbound.
Yeah, it's such a strong card to be able to do that. I mean, it's also great to see people actually use it against themselves too. When you think about Victor decks or other decks that have that capability to kind of sacrifice one of their units.
Yeah, LeBlanc loves that one as well. You can actually Hidden Blade the LeBlanc fragmented and get even more card draw out of her. So you really do love to see it. But let's take a look at the most played units, Ricey.
Thousand-Tailed Watcher from Origins is still the most used, and there is no surprise there. It is such a versatile card, but also it's a good closer, and I think Mind, which is one of the most common domains I think so far in this tournament, is gonna love this card.
It is the most powerful Mind closer that there is at this time, so it makes sense that everyone running the Mind domain will run that Thousand Tail Watcher to close these games out. However, a superstar riser from Unleashed is that Vex Apathetic. Everyone's been talking about it.
Everyone has been talking about it. I feel like I've been dreaming about it. Nightmare, in my opinion. With Vex Apathetic being such a strong card, once that Vex is on a battlefield, it's so hard to start playing. You can't use any ambush. You can't use any reaction speed thing. Or put any, accelerate any units either. It completely nullifies those sorts of abilities. Very strong. And then there's also Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, Scuttle Crab has definitely made an appearance. We did actually get to see one in an earlier game where the Scuttle Crab died and gave over full information to the opponent because that is part of its death knell. But Akshan, Mischievous, I have to imagine that sideboard tech into Aurora's Tide Turner, still a fantastic Chaos card to turn the tide of those fights there, Icy.
Disarming Rake, the same as Akshan, trying to get rid of all the Aurora or any other gear that they just want to get rid of from their opponents. Valmore is one of the new cards from Unleashed, and that's actually quite strong as well.
Very, very oppressive. As it reads, you cannot deal combat damage if you are a unit with less might than Vilmore, so prevents a lot of those showdowns combat damage wins. Lonely Poro also featured. Fantastic 2-drop to get you a little extra card draw.
Yeah.
And just pairs off nicely into those Aurelias, those Yees, those mid-range Yees especially.
Yeah, I love Lonely Power. This is literally me personally. I just love how cute and adorable he is, and I just want to give him a big hug. But in Riftbound, he is actually quite impressive. As you said, he's got that card draw when he does die, which unfortunately he might die because he's such a small 2-might unit.
Yeah, no, of course, but he is designed for that, right? We see the Lonely Poro and the other 2-drops going down. We also love the overnumbered, but I think I spy a Diwali, the regional qualifier winner from Houston, the very, very first regional qualifier, Icy. This is going to be a special match.
Very, very exciting. We are, I believe, this is our 5th round, right? So we're watching people who are 4-0. So these are some really experienced players coming in. We are going through 8 rounds today. And so we are sort of nearly halfway. Oh, past halfway.
Yeah,
Sorry,
if it's a good round, we've seen the first half. We're into the back half now, into that second half here. But both of these players are currently undefeated, which you love to see. Diwali, a veteran within the Riftbound scene, having taken that regional qualifier on the Annie. But here are the deck lists, and Diwali is on Diana. So many of the pros have made that switch over to Diana. She's in some of the most powerful domains with that mind and that chaos. And as we were talking about, that Thousand Tail Watcher, very heavily represented.
Of course, also Starcross, we've talked about that as well, is also here. Gust, one of the most common spells, is in this deck too. Sprite Fountain as well. We can see some of these decks are using these really powerful cards. We also see Plundering Polo, which I believe was on the bottom of our list for units as well, being used. 3, in fact. But we can't not talk about, of course, the important cards that Diana likes to use, like Moonfall.
Yeah, Moonfall being her new signature spell, very, very powerful. You can win combats out of nowhere with that. You're able to drag an enemy unit onto your location and then minus the might of every enemy unit at that location. So it's very much like her ultimate in League of Legends. It just drags everyone in and annihilates them. But we shout out those battlefields. Abandoned Hall.
Of course.
We're seeing it one more time here, Icy. We know what it can do. And I expect Diwali to put that to fantastic use here. As both of these players, they seem to be in good spirits. They've got some good energy there as they are vibing before they get into this game. And surely in their minds, they know that they're as good as each other right now because yesterday's results, they don't matter. It's what you do here and now.
That is so true. These players, they're both 4-0 currently. And of course, Abandoned Hole, we've seen this once, we've seen this twice, we've seen this probably many more times today as well. Now, Elle is going to be playing Leona. I'm very excited about this. We haven't seen a Leona yet today.
If you may, let me geek out about this one, right? So I love Leona so much. Shout out Gumi as well. Gumi is a Leona one-trick. And so many people that play Leona just love her, right? They don't care about the meta. They just love her style and her legends and her champions. But we do take a quick look at the deck here. A couple of Zenith Blades, but that new buy with that stun as well has shown up.
That's so true. That new Vi with the stun, very, very strong card. Being able to stun a unit when they attack, and of course with that ambush combination, it's going to be quite powerful. I also love the addition of a back off as well into Leona. I think there were quite a lot of stun cards that came out with Unleashed, and of course Leona loves stuns.
She also did get some support in Spirit Forge, but never kind of really rose to the top here. It's right now with that Nami as well that really assists, gets some card draw with that Stellarcorn Herder. We do have Sunken Temple, Monastery of Harana, and Arena's Greatest as those battlefields too. So if we do see that Arena's Greatest, we know that they want to win hard, fast, and early here, Icy, but they're not without removal, a Cull the Weak in their main board.
That's pretty exciting. I'm very curious to see how it's going to work against this Diana, of course, because, I mean, if you're able to get rid of those important units, it's going to be really good.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Diwali is going to be on Diana, and there was no Baron in that deck list, so everything will be able to be targeted by any removal that Elle wants to present on this Leona. Cull the Weak being such an important part of that removal, hopefully being able to hit that Thousand Tail Watcher finisher that Diwali would be looking to play down. But again, both of these players, they currently find themselves at 4-0-0. They are undefeated, which is part of the reason they're up here on these featured tables, to show off the best of what these decks can do, what these decks can offer.
I'm very excited about Leona. Leona was one of the decks that I was considering playing back when I first started in Origins, and I decided, no, I'm going to go for Master Yi instead. And now I'm just like, I kind of want to go back to her. She seems so fun to play with, all the stuns going on as well. And it's going to be really exciting to see how Elle is going to be playing Leona.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a very passionate community, a passionate crowd. The reason I love Leona so much is actually she's one of my mains in League of Legends as well. I'm a support main, shout out supports there. And I argue with my co-caster that the Zenith Blade is a hook. Others will doubt me for that one, but you know, she's a hook champ, and Zenith Blade proves it to me. So I'm personally invested. I'm personally passionate to see this Leona one here. And without a doubt, she actually has one of the most beautiful overnumbered cards in Riftbound, in my opinion. Just that contrast with that gold and the black, and chef's kiss to the artist for that one. But enough about the art of the cards. We are getting ready to jump into this game one between Diana Scorn of the Moon and that Leona Radiant Dawn. And shout out to the lore here as well. The lovers duo, the star-crossed lovers duo who are never meant to be.
And of course, we do have that star-crossed spell card in the deck of Diana as well. And that, you look at the card of the art of the card on star-crossed, you can see it's got the Leona symbol and Diana symbol. It really is just meant to be.
Yeah, fun fact, Diana Lunari speaks to her moon worship, the Lunari, and then Leona Solari. It's their sun, their worship, both of their sort of religions within League of Legends. So it's such a dynamic pairing. It's such a terrific duo. Whoever put these two up on the table must know their League of Legends lore.
For sure, for sure. It's one of the most really interesting stories and pairings, I think. It's one of my favorite. I can't wait to see more and hear more about it, because Diana and Leona are just kind of just a nice, sweet pair. But in this one, they're not going to be that sweet here.
No, they will not. No, they will not. But I do love to see Diwali has adopted some local culture here, wearing the Grimace bucket hat, doubtlessly from a sojourn to one of the fast food outlets here in Australia, mate. Look at that. Repping the local culture. You do love to see it. As we're just making sure these headsets are working, smiles all around. We are absolutely set for a wonderful game. I'm looking for Zenith Blade. Zenith Blade is such a powerful signature spell, and I'm looking for Elle to be able to use this effectively to shut down the Thousand Tail Watcher plays that Diwali's most likely looking to play, but she's going to have to move in to a deck that has counters.
Exactly, yeah, because there's so many spells that Diana loves doing. If Leona is in fact a calm deck that will definitely have a lot of counters like Defy, and I don't remember if I saw any not so fast in their main deck.
No, we haven't actually seen any not so fast presented in Elle's main deck. I can't imagine that she'll be looking to sideboard any of those into Diwali. There will be no Elder Dragons to ping with their abilities, so we've got to be happy with that. That Zenith Blade, obviously that signature spell of Leona's, at action speed stuns an enemy unit at a battlefield. and then you may move a friendly unit to that enemy unit's battlefield. So you basically stun over there and then move over there. So it just assures your victory.
It really definitely feels like what Zenith Blade does in the game of League of Legends as well. You stun them and you go towards them. And so I'm really excited to see, as you said, how this Zenith Blade is going to get played out here in this matchup. There are only 2 Zenith Blades in the main deck of L, so hopefully we draw into it and show it off.
Yeah, I think 2 is consistent enough to make sure that you're going to hit at least one of those in that game. But I do want to point out 3 Namis, actually. So Nami is one of those brand new Unleashed champions that have come out. And Nami reads, you may pay 1 recycled Calm Rune as an additional cost to play me. When you play me, if you paid the additional cost, stun an enemy unit. And when I hold the next time you play a unit this turn, ready it and buff it. But it's that stun that plays so nicely around Leona's legend ability, Ricey. As we have started game 1 of round 5's best of 3 series here between Diwali on Diana and L on Leona.
Diwali is going to choose Star-Tipped Peak for the battlefield. L is going to be running Monastery of Hirana. Of course, I'm actually curious to see if Diana is going to be running the Abandoned Hull in the second round here. In this one, they're going for the Star-Tipped Peak. Not sure who's going first just yet. Not sure if they've done the chosen and done the dice roll. So we'll find out in a little bit. But this is going to be a really exciting matchup between these 2, as we mentioned multiple times. I'm also really excited to see Leona because she's actually got a bit more representation, I think, in this regional qualifiers now with all these extra cards of stuns.
Yeah, with the support that she's got through Spirit Forge and from Unleashed, she's definitely climbing on that representation here. And so with L choosing that Monastery of Hirana, when you conquer here, you may spend a buff to draw 1. That also really synergizes quite nicely with that Nami when you pay that extra cost. And we do see them working out who's going first here. But Elle just looked at her straight down the camera. I swear Elle knows. She's like, oh, look at them down there having a chat about my deck. But the Monastery of Hirana, as we said, when you conquer here, you may spend a buff to draw 1. And Nami is a very strong enabler of that buffing, like we pointed out, which is why they run that 3 set, right?
Yeah.
To really make sure that when she holds, the next time you play a unit, it gets buffed.
Yeah, exactly. And so, of course, Elle wants to try and get that holding with Nami and get as many buff units as possible and then use those buffs and draw more cards.
Yeah, card advantage is key to winning these games here, I see. As we do see them shuffle up, they've got their battlefields presented and it looks like they're going to take a look at their 4. Ooh, we see a Leona in there. I think we saw one of the Poros on L's side of that table. Very, very keen. I think that was a Cull of the Week as well, so already has one of the stronger removal pieces in her hand.
Also drew into a Zenith Blade as well, so we do have that in the hand, so I'm very excited to see how it's going to go. But firstly, of course, Elle's going to go first. Does draw also a back off too, but Lonely Poro, sorry, not a Lonely Poro. The other Poro is going to be Stalwart Poro, is going to be the first one played.
We do love to see a good Stalwart Poro. Definitely not seen all too often. We did see it in the Ahri, and we are seeing it here again in that Leona because it is definitely more of a defensive unit, this one. And yeah, we see Diwali on that Diana Lunari champion, that 3 cost. Happy to go second because you're able to play that one straight out here. And it is a stronger response. It's going to allow for that card filtering and that synergy with the legend. Because the Diana Scorn of the Moon, when in the showdown, you can actually tap and get that 1 energy.
Elle's going to be contesting and conquering potentially Star-Tipped Peak here, where you hold 1... Sorry, when you hold, you get to channel 1 rune, which is, of course, very, very important for Diana. And, of course, Leona would love that too. So that is the battlefield that they are going for.
Yeah, I think that speaks to the game plan here. You obviously want to hold so that you can get more runes and ramp and play harder and faster. Diwali did play that stack deck, searching for the answers he needs into this Leona deck. Now, I will be surprised if he has a lot of practice into Leona, so I would have to imagine that there is some opportunity for L to surprise Diwali, but he did win that RQ in Houston on that Annie for a reason, so I don't think he's going to be caught too unawares. I think he will be able to play around it. That said, not many of us have seen much Leona, so yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that. And as you said, that Zenith Blade, that back off, that stun, that support piece that came through from Unleashed, very critical.
Dwali is going to go in with that Diana onto Monastery of Hirana. L is happy to let that through. Does have 4 runes up, but is not going to be using them for this conquest. So Dwali does go now onto 1 conquer point.
Yeah, so he moved on to that battlefield, started the showdown, which triggered the Diana Lunari, and he used the Diana Scorn of the Moon for that energy. So he had a look, he predicted, put that to the bottom of his deck, and then he revealed the card. It wasn't a spell, so he put it back on top, and then he conquered that Monastery of Hirana. So he's just looking to deny Elle that buffing that she probably wants to get rolling with her deck sooner rather than later, and it's followed up with a Hui.
Hui is in the base of Dwali. Now it's Elle's turn. It's going to be bringing back Lonely Paro and is considering what to do here. We do see that, of course, Leona, as you mentioned earlier. Is that the card that's going to be played? It will be.
That is Aurelia Fervent.
My bad. I was like, hang on. I was like, that's not right.
Yeah, that Plundering Poro was brought back to base, and Aurelia Fervent has been played onto the base of Elle here. Dwali just going, yep, that's an Aurelia Fervent. Has the deflect. When you choose Ready Minion's going to get that +1 might, and Dwali, he's ready. He's got his 6 runes, and he's looking to start his turn here, I see.
It's going to be exciting to see what Hui is going to be doing here, because Hui in the hands of Diana is quite scary. And he's such a versatile card with that 3 options when he discards and draws the cards.
Yeah, when I move, draw 1, then discard 1, and based on what he discards, he actually gets that option: spell for draw, gear for 2 runes, unit for 3 might. So he's very flexible, as you say. He could be a beat stick, he could get you that card advantage, or he could ready those runes very similar to Annie and enable more actions than your opponent would be expecting. But right now, these two have to be thinking about their next moves. Both players at 2 conquer points here as well.
Dwali, do they move into Star-Tipped Peak here? Not actually using those runes just yet. Still considering, still thinking. We don't quite see his cards yet, so we can't see his inner thoughts just yet.
I'd be worried if we could see his inner thoughts.
Okay, that's a good point.
I'd like to know general thoughts if we could get a look at his hand. But the beauty of not being able to see his hand is we get to practice and play around with those cards.
Hui goes in onto Star-Tipped Peak, is going to now draw the card and discard 1 and do one of the following. Spell. If it's a spell, gets to draw 1. If it's a gear, ready up 2 runes. If it's a unit, give them 3 might.
That's it. That's it. So he has moved, and we do see the 2 runes exhausted. Diana Lunari has also just been sitting here on that Monastery of Hirana as they're just discussing, I think, the sequencing there. Just trying to make sure we've done it all right. But like you said, we can't see the cards in Dwali's hand, and that leaves us to theorize. That leaves us to imagine what could possibly be there. Now, we know it isn't in Mind and Chaos, and we know that he has Thousand Tail Watches, Gust, Stupefies, so I have to imagine that he's got some control elements, but I'm also expecting a surprise. He does have Kha'Zix's Mutating Horror.
True. That could be quite surprising indeed. That is, an ambush unit. So that does mean that is definitely a surprise to be had. But, I mean, ambush units, they don't do necessarily too well into stun. Elle does have a lot of stunts with Leona.
Yeah, it doesn't have that Vex Apathetic, though, so you will still be able to play it out. You will still be able to get the benefit for assaulting that unit. Kha'Zix's Mutating Horror is an ambush, and when I attack or defend, if an enemy unit is alone here, give me 2 might this turn and gain 2 XP. So definitely not looking for the XP gain here. I didn't see too many XP-related cards, that new mechanic coming through for Unleashed, but he's definitely valuing that surprise 6 might unit in that Kha'Zix's Mutating Horror here, I see.
Yeah, Kha'Zix is one of those units that takes me by surprise a lot, and so I'm curious to see whether or not that's something that he is considering, but this so far has been really interesting. I love the fact that Leona did bring back that Stalwart Poro to protect and maybe go in for the next round.
Yeah, definitely. There's something to be said for hold decks and something to be said for conquer, and knowing when to do which. Obviously, protecting that Plundering Poro means that next time around, Elle will have even more units, more might present to be able to go back into a battlefield that they want to conquer, right? Obviously, Dwali's still in that building phase, has that Hui, has that Diana Lunari, but with the Hui on board, that's 8 might that could easily come out of nowhere and take these battlefields.
Yeah, exactly. There could be quite a lot of might on Hui indeed with that. +3 if he discards that unit. So when he moves onto the battlefield, we'll find out exactly what he decides to discard. But of course, he has to draw first. And do the entire sequence.
Yeah, no, exactly. We're waiting with bated breath to see what worked out. We're like, ooh, but we are getting back to it here. Diwali versus L. This is still the game 1 of the best of 3 match for round 5 here on our featured tables.
So Hui does move up. I don't believe we've had the discard happen just yet, so
Yeah, the trash does still only have that stack deck.
exactly, yep. So we'll just wait a little bit as, Elle is discussing how things have worked out.
Yeah, I think L is pointing out that you haven't discarded anything yet. Because he played the stack deck earlier, he's moved Hui. There still hasn't been a discard for the Hui move. So I think they're working out that actually you do need to discard.
Sorry, that's what I meant was like it was 6 with the way on the field.
I was talking about
Conversation.
We can hear them. I feel like I'm eavesdropping.
Yeah, it's like, player comms. You haven't discarded that one, mate. And there
it
is
is.
the Sprite Fountain discarded. The gear.
It is the gear, which does mean he gets to ready up 2 runes. So those 2 runes have now been readied. Pretty exciting to see Hui in action. And Diana is going to be falling back into base, into safety. But Vex is now on the board.
Yeah, that Vex apathetic, very, very oppressive. Almost a mandatory pickup here in these Chaos Domain decks. But interestingly, he readied those 2 runes and then has only exhausted 2 more runes now to pay for it because he floated them from earlier.
Exactly. I think that might have been what the discussion was about, because he did exhaust those 2 runes before he did the Hui thing and then readied them up with the gear. And so that's exactly what happened. It's very interesting tech that Diwali has used. And I actually really like how he's done that, because it really shows the versatility of Hui and, of course, the skills that Diwali has.
Yeah, the forethought that goes into it, right?
Exactly.
To get the most use out of these runes, because your runes are only cleaned up twice per turn. And so he knows that if he floats them now, does a couple of other things, they'll still be floating for when he comes back to what he actually wants to do.
Yes, indeed. Now it's L's turn. Diwali is sitting on 3 points, but L is going in for the conquer, getting themselves to 3 as well, going in with that Poro.
Yeah, that Plundering Poro has done some work. It is the Stalwart Poro. The Plundering is the Mind Poro, how dare I. But that Monastery of Harana, and here comes the Heart of Dark Ice. Diwali, having a look at that one. I believe you exhaust and give a unit 3 might this turn. There it is.
Quite a strong gear. I mean, it does cost 3 energy and 1 power, but now that Irelia is very strong, and of course, the combinations start happening.
Yeah, so Aurelia obviously being readied gave her that +1 might, and then gave 3 from the Heart of Darkness, and choosing Aurelia to get that 3 gave that additional, that total of +5 might. So that is a 9 might Aurelia right now.
I'm wondering whether Ella's considering the Zenith play, but I do see that back off as well. So we'll have to see what they end up playing, because right now, looking at our showdown graphic, they're both at 9 might.
Yeah, 9 might apiece here. L does have 5 runes up. Diwali has 4 runes up, and that free energy from that Diana Scorn of the Moon legend there. So probably just calculating what options, what opportunities L can do here. Has kicked off that showdown after moving in, but there is some discussion occurring. So it will be interesting to see how this one plays out. Looks like it's a question for the judges there, though.
It is. The judges are going to, of course, come and figure out how they can help. Of course, they are amazing, wonderful people, human beings, to help us out and make sure the games are going quite well for each other. As, Leona, with the Zenith Blade in hand, the back off, she has quite a few options at her disposal.
Yeah, a lot of stun, which funnily enough is exactly what Leona wants to do. I mean, it's like you drew exactly what you wanted to be able to synergize with your legend and stun your way to victory. That 9 might Aurelia Fervent is sitting on that battlefield into Diwali with his 9 might too. So we'll see what kind of responses they have here to answer the showdown.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what those answers are, because the stuns. I really want to see how they work together. I mean, there is that Vex on the board right now, and so of course you want to get rid of that Vex. That Vex is a little bit annoying, a little bit tricky.
Yeah, obviously, as we've said before, we'll say it a million times, that Vex Apathetic has risen in the meta very, very quickly. It is one of the most represented Chaos cards here at the Riftbound Regional Qualifiers in Sydney, and Diwali, you know, he's an expert. He's won that RQ. He will definitely be going for those min-max value units, and Vex Apathetic is simply one of them. For 4 power, having that deflect, having that stun, and being 4 might, it's just value town.
It is. I mean, so much value on that Vex, and I want to know if they're going to be using Zenith Blade. I feel like that would be my personal choice. Maybe could even bring over that Lonely Poro from the other battlefield.
Yeah, it could definitely stun into the Vex Apathetic, frankly. You could stun the Vex and then bring that Stalwart Poro over, and then increase your might, decrease Diwali's. That could be a play for sure. It is an action speed, so L would have to open the chain there with that Zenith Blade, and then that would leave Diwali open to respond with any reactions he may have, potentially having some counters, potentially a Star Cross, that kind of thing. But right now, it just looks like we're enjoying some snacks.
We are enjoying some snacks. We are looking and revising ourselves on the Star-Tipped Peak is the battlefield of choice for Diwali, and L has chosen the Monastery of Hirana, which do have quite a few benefits on themselves. Remember, Monastery of Hirana, L, if they go in, or anybody goes in with a unit that is buffed, they can use that buff to draw a card.
Yeah, definitely. It's a nice resource to have to get you that card advantage. That Star Tipped, if you hold it, you get to channel 1 rune Exhausted. So it just depends on the style that you want to play or what resources you need at the time. If you need the rune, you go in for Star Tipped. If you need the card, you go in for Monastery of Hirana. But this is definitely going to favor L more because she actually brought an engine to bring those buffs online, whereas Diwali hasn't.
Yeah, we're talking about that Nami. That Nami is able to buff your units, but we haven't really seen the Nami, I think, in the hand of L just yet. So that buff generator isn't quite available just yet.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to need to see the longer game on this one. Right now, there are a few conquer points apiece here. I believe it was 2 when we last left off. And I think we're just working out the kind of sequence of plays here that was occurring before we got into that 9 might Aurelia Fervent moving in to that battlefield. And I wonder if it's Diwali waiting to respond, if focus has passed over to Diwali, or if it is currently with L right now. But both of these players, they're 4-0. They've been playing out of their minds right now, Ricey, to even get to this point. And like you said at the top, right, it's 8 rounds today. We're past the halfway mark. Yeah.
That's why the snacks are coming out as well, to make sure you guys refuel, stay hydrated as well. It's very, very important for such a long day. I mean, it's 8 rounds, and each round is a minimum 1 hour, so it's probably like a 10-hour day for these people.
Yeah, they can't forget they need to stay hydrated. They need to be eating as many snacks as they possibly can too. But we do come back to life, and we see the buff and the Zenith Blade, as you call.
Yeah, there goes the Zenith Blade, and they're going to be, I don't know which unit that L chose to stun, but that they did bring over the Poro over.
Yeah.
And now I also see that 6 on the Hui.
Yeah, so that would be the total might of Hui, I have to imagine, or is that 11 might on Hui? Because we did see the spell be... There's no new discard here. Currently 5 might. I haven't seen anything in the trash that could bring Hui up to 6 might or change that. L has played the Zenith Blade.
Okay. That's just because I let it resolve, I thought.
I think they're discussing how this one's playing out here because I think with the Zenith Blade it can bring that Poro over, the Stalwart Poro over to that battlefield. Because it reads, right? Action speed. Stun an enemy out of battlefield. So that would change the might favor towards L.
Yeah.
You may move a friendly enemy unit, which is not location restricted, to that enemy unit's battlefield.
Yeah.
So the Stalwart Poro can absolutely do this. Okay. We're having some spirited discussion.
Yeah, spirited.
Yeah. We've got the might totals here as well down on the battlefield, which is nice.
Very nice.
Already showing 11 here as well, which explains the Stalwart Poro move in, but we still haven't got the explainer around what L has stunned, what might reduction Diwali will go through.
Yeah.
They're currently at 3 points apiece.
3 points apiece. If L does conquer this battlefield of star-tipped peak, they will go up to that 4, an even number, which does give the tempo, put the tempo in L's hand.
Yeah, definitely favored to be on those even number conquest points here. 'Cause this one's a slow burn. We need to slow down. We need to let this game simmer and cook because I feel like a banger is at the end of this period. And we see that Zenith Blade, and I think what L's doing here is just guiding us all through those steps again. It's just, yep, no worries. I stunned that unit at the battlefield, and then I moved my Stalwart Poro in, and this is my play. And so now I think with the judge and Diwali having a look at that, they're going to go, okay, that makes sense. And then hopefully the play will continue from there. But look at the packed crowds there. We love to see a full hall.
I love seeing the little Teemo hats out there in the crowd too. I think I've spotted 3. It kind of feels like a Find Wally kind of type event at the moment. So 3 Teemo hats. Do you see?
There's
4?
there's one there. Yeah, oh, that's a green beanie
That's
at the back.
a green beanie.
But there's this one in
So
the
that
mid.
was the 3rd one.
Yeah, I really want a Teemo hat myself. I
Yeah?
still haven't managed to get one.
Really?
Yeah, but have you seen the new ones that are out there that have got the squeezy flaps and the ears flap around?
They're really, really cute. I love
them.
Oh, jinx.
Yeah, but this is the Riftbound Regional Qualifiers here in Sydney 2026, and we are still just really getting started on this game 1 of this best of 3 match here between Diwali and L, Diana versus Leona, and we're just working those plays out, and I'm sure this will be a 3-game barnstormer.
Yes.
Yeah, I want to use barnstormer.
No, I'm very excited to see what goes on in this match because we don't really get to see many Leonas, and Leona is such a fun legend to play with all the stuns going on, and we can see, of course, Diwali is playing Diana, such a popular legend in this meta, especially with that Vex, Apathetic, especially with Thousand-Tailed Watcher, Gust, Starcrossed. These are some very, very powerful cards.
Yeah, and I really do appreciate this second look at Diwali's main board, if you're all right. So Stupefy, a little bit of card control. You know, you draw some, you reduce the might of your opponents. Ravenbloom Student, obviously there to benefit from all of these cheap spells. The Gust, the Ride the Wind, the Stack Decks, that kind of thing. We'll definitely get some work out of Eclipse, which is a new Unleashed card as well. Very similar to Smokescreen. It's reaction, give a unit -4 might this turn, but it also has Predict on it, Ricey.
Yeah, Predict, which is something that Diana loves doing. It's part of their champion unit as well. When a showdown begins, you may pay 1, and if you do, you may predict. Then reveal the top card of your main deck. If it's a spell, draw it. And the same thing with Eclipse. You look at the top deck of your main deck, and you may recycle it or leave it on top.
Yep, that's the one. And I'm also enjoying when they submit their deck lists that they've opted for the overnumbered Plundering Poros here.
Yeah.
I think we can all appreciate a really nice Plundering Poro.
How many overnumbered Poros have you got?
I've got 2 so far.
Whoa.
Yeah, I've got Mystic Poro and I've got Daring Poro.
I've got Plundering Poro.
Ooh.
I think I've also got Daring Poro.
Hey.
I think they're the only 2
Yeah.
I've got. I think I'm on 2 as well.
Yeah, my wife and I, we're hunting the playables. We want the Plunderings and the Lonelies. They'll go straight into our decks. But I do love that they do these special art treatments. But here at the regionals, what matters is the mechanics of those cards. And one of the most important is, as we've said before, that Vex Apathetic. It's such an impressive sort of board state controller that when you play it, you stun it. It can't be readied. So there's not much you can do. But I think it'll find minimal value here into Leona. Leona's not a very fast deck. She doesn't want to play the unit and immediately swing in. She's happy to sit there for that turn like a normal deck would, Ricey.
Yeah, it doesn't run in those ambush or accelerate, which is really, really weak against the Vex Apathetic. And so with this matchup, Vex was played, but I don't know how strong it's going to be into this. L, we're looking at their deck again. We can see the back-offs. We see the Nami. They also do stuns. Vi does stuns as well. And of course, the Zenith Blade.
Yeah, Zenith Blade is really good, but I spy with my little eye a card that saved someone from an unchecked power earlier, Emperor's Divide. There is only 1 copy of it, but it is so effective at what it does that I think it's worth the 1 drop in the chance that you hit it. Stellarcorn Herder, excellent for that card draw, but back off and Nami leaning into that stun sort of synergy with that legend, as you said, the Vi here too. And Scuttlecrab is just present. in every single Calm deck right now.
I love Scuttle Crab. I'm not surprised that Death Knell has such powerful abilities attached to it. When poor Scuttle Crab dies with only 0 might, you get to choose an opponent. They have to reveal their entire hand, and as well as a hidden card. And then you can also gain 1 experience. Doesn't really matter too much for Scuttle Crab, but for L at the moment with no experience units, but
Yeah.
you know, it exists.
It's nice to have. I get experience, I level up just because my deck doesn't. I mean, why not? But I do want to take a look at the champion unit here for that Leona. Leona Zealot is the green one, 6 power, 6 energy, 1 power. Oh my goodness, 6 power. Can you imagine that? If an opponent's score is within 3 points of the victory score, I enter ready. So we were just saying there's not much Vex will stop. Vex will stop Leona Zealot.
True.
Stunned enemy units here have -8 might to a minimum of 1.
Yeah.
So a fantastic tool to bring down the total power, might of your opponent's battlefields.
Yeah, I would love to see this Leona out in play. Not sure when Elle was going to be playing it. As you mentioned, that stunned from Vex Apathetic in this matchup at the moment, it does kind of diminishes Leona's enter ready benefit. So maybe Elle will want to play a bit earlier, but of course it is a very expensive unit. 6 energy and 1 power for a champion chosen unit.
Yeah, and I do want to highlight once again the actual synergy of Nami, right? Because you read the legend of Leona, when you stun 1 or more enemy units, buff a friendly unit.
Yeah.
Right? So Nami's got the stun, Nami's got the buff, Legend has the stun, Zenith Blade has the stun, and all these buffs can be used on Monastery of Hirana. So what first game Monastery of Hirana tells me is that Elle wants to win this hard and fast. She wants to get those buffs online, she wants to spend them to draw those cards, get the card advantage over Diwali on that Diana, and take this game 1. Get that momentum, get that mental edge over Diwali here.
Lots of combinations that Elle can use, as you mentioned, that buff, the stuns, and especially with that battlefield, the Monastery of Hirana. It's such a good combination, and I'm really excited to see how all of this stuff works. I mean, of course, we got the standard yellow cards like Cold of Glory, Cold of Week as well, and Fiora is also in this deck.
Not to be underestimated, that Fiora. The moment she goes mighty, which is very easy, all you need to do is put 1 buff on her, she becomes monstrous. I'm pretty sure she gets deflect, ganking, and tank or shield. I'll have to double check that one. But she becomes keyword monster there. As it looks like we might be headed back to our game. But Fiora, before we move on, while I'm mighty, I have deflect, ganking, and shield. So she becomes quite the menace, and it will become easy to bring her online because of all the buffs that Elle has brought to this field. But another unit in the main deck that has just made its way into every single deck that can run her is Aurelia Fervent, right?
Yeah, of course.
2 Aurelias in this Leona deck, so she can definitely win fights at showdowns as well.
Yeah, this Fervent Aurelia is super duper strong, and I want to say a little bit annoying as well, because the ability of this Aurelia is when you choose Already Me, give me +1 this turn, and when we run Calm decks, they have so many spells that you can use that you can target Aurelia with.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of things to target Aurelia with, we can see that in Elle's deck, there's also that discipline, that staple of that calm domain. That Call to Glory will also target, so that will increase whatever it is Aurelia Fervent has to bring. And then we also have Emperor's Divide to save, but Ricey, buffs. You do need to target the unit that you're going to apply the buff to.
I was wondering that, Logan, because of how many buffing with the legend existing, the Legend of Leona existing, the Dawn, you can then potentially buff Aurelia, and that will give that buff to Aurelia, and then potentially that +1 because you are choosing them. Nami exists as well, and when Nami holds, the next time you play a unit this turn, they'll also get buffed. So you could hold with Nami, play that Aurelia, target it, and then it becomes another +1.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime you can get additional might on that Aurelia Fervent, you're going to have a good time. It will help take you over the top, which is what Elle is trying to achieve here with this Aurelia Fervent. Currently sitting at that 9 might into that Starcrossed, with Diwali presenting 9 too. And I have to think these two, they're trying to work out how this is going to play out, the sequence of play, how we got here, the runes exhausted, the cards in the trash, the runes recycled, all manner of gameplay. And you can tell this one's pretty important right now because we're spending a little bit of time on it. But before we talk any more about those sorts of judge calls, and, you know, we have a lot of amazing judges here who are helping with these games, let's talk a little bit more about the regionals, Ricey.
Yeah.
It is, as you said, the first time in the Southern Hemisphere. We've been spoiled.
We are very, very spoiled. And also, one of the first regional qualifiers of the Western half, but now in the eastern half of the world, which means we have a bit of a clash of interesting communities coming through. We have, of course, our Australian player base here. We also have some people flying over from Europe and America to play in this regional qualifiers. And not only that, we've been even having some Chinese players come over to play as well.
Yeah, as you said, as we saw, we actually got one of the EDG gamers down here.
Yeah.
I think you had the honor of interviewing him.
Did.
He won his game, so that's fantastic to see. But it's that Eastern and Western sort of meta that is different, even though we're just geographically, you know, around the corner, so to speak. There's those different play styles, and it's great to see them coming together here in Sydney.
We do have a lot of local Chinese players as well, you know, as they were studying and everything like that. So they also probably are quite influenced by the Chinese play style over in China from all those Chinese regionals as well. And so as Bolan was talking about in that interview, he was talking about how in the meta over there's a lot more Master Yis now and a lot more Irelias. We see that here too. Not sure if this is a global thing or if it's a uniquely regional qualifier Sydney.
Look, I'm going to tell you right here, right now, there are smarter people than me all around the world. So it does not surprise me that the Western meta and the Eastern meta have kind of converged and reached the same conclusions of, hey, these decks are good. We should run these at the regionals, Ricey. Then, as we saw, Yi is one of the most represented decks here, Aurelia and LeBlanc. But it looks like we might be getting back into the action here. Diwali at 3, L at 3. And that, it looks like that Zenith Blade has resolved. It's in the trash. Stalwart Poro is over there on that second battlefield. But I'm wondering what unit was stunned.
Yeah, I would love to know which unit was stunned as well. If it was up to me, I'd probably stun Gray because he is on 5, while Vex is on 4. But I do not know the minds of L. They are better and greater players here on this table right now. They are both 4-0 here in the regional qualifiers.
I could never go 4-0 on Leona at a regional qualifier. This is just a phenomenal performance, especially coming from an underdog, right? There's so many players out here, like I've said before, that are one-tricks, and they become so good. They become so specialized and niched in their legend as Starcrossed.
Starcrossed does come out. We've talked about Starcrossed many times before, and now we're about to see it in action. Starcrossed, you bounce one of your enemy units and one of your own units. Presumably here, Duali could choose to bounce Quay here, or of course the Diana that's in base. Maybe the Vex as well. I wouldn't personally choose the Vex. You kind of like having a hold. But of course, if L's units, I would pick Irelia.
Oh, Aurelia makes sense. You will have to pay that deflect cost, though, so it will be a little bit more punishing than a normal Starcross would be in anyone else. And we do see that that rune has been recycled by Diwali, so he will be targeting that Irelia. And he has also bounced his... We're waiting for his unit bounce. His wave.
Right, yep.
He's looking to save that one. And as it stands right now, this combat will just be down between this Stalwart Poro and this Vex Apathetic. And Vex takes that every day of the week.
Yeah, I mean, poor Stalwart Poro is only on 2, not having that shield buff either. So Vex, with her full might, is easily going to take that. Now, Cull the Weak has been used by L, forcing Diwali to get rid of the Diana.
Yeah, Diana Lunari does go down, hits the dirt for that Cull the Weak. The 2-1 coming from L there. While she has no units on the board, that is a fantastic time to play it. But we're back to Diwali. He's readied up that Vex Apathetic. And we'll see what he has to offer here.
One thing I'd like to note is that that was a very expensive round for L, only having 4 runes left, while Diwali has... He's moving them while I'm trying to count them. Makes things a bit more difficult, but Quay has been played. That was 5 runes, so it still has 1 rune up still to do anything or maybe hold it for the next turn.
Yeah, definitely. Exhausting those 5 and that 1 for bringing that Hui back. So I would argue Diwali thinks that that was a decent play, obviously, that Starcross saving that Hui, because that would have been most likely the primary target here for L, because L could have just beat down Vex in combat there nice and tidily. But we do see Monastery of Harana is open. Star-Tipped Peak is open. No one is on any battlefields, and that Aurelia Fervent is back to base.
Yeah, I mean, in that Starcross only bounced Aurelia into L's hand, so of course L can play it right now and definitely chooses to. That's also a 5 energy unit, same like Hui, but doesn't have that power cost.
Yeah, exactly. 5 energy beats 5 energy and 1 power any day of the week, especially when you're trying to avoid de-ramping yourself. But everybody knows, everybody loves Aurelia Fervent. His 4 might, deflect, and when you choose or ready me, give me +1 might this turn, Ricey, and that is the entire turn, and sometimes people can forget that.
Yeah, exactly, the entire turn, because after showdowns end, the units do heal up, but those mites, those additional mites do stay for the entire turn. I also love the combination with the Heart of Dark Ice as well. It's a +3 with the gear, but with Aurelia Fervent's extra ability, I mean, she can go up in size quite quickly.
Yeah, it's a repeatable +4 might onto an Aurelia Fervent. When you exhaust that gear and you target her, you get the +3 and that +1, but Hui.
Hui moves in onto Monastery of Harana, does the drawing and discarding, chooses to discard the Stupefy, which is a spell, so he gets to draw 1 card.
Yeah, definitely valuing that card draw. I mean, a Stupefy for a card draw just makes sense, right? Because you're going to play that Stupefy to get a card draw, so why not discard it and get it anyway?
Yep.
So I really do like that play here. But Diwali currently in the driver's seat.
Going in for that 6th Conquer Point, bringing Vex onto Star-Tipped Peak, is going to be also using 3 energy here, using Diana as well. Very curious to see what this 3 energy card is going to be.
3 and 1 is Starcrossed. Oh, Moonfall, Diana's signature spell.
It is, in fact, Moonfall, Diana's signature spell. Choose a battlefield where you have units. You may move up to 1 enemy unit to that battlefield, which means Aurelia is gone.
Yeah, interesting. That's definitely a big play from Diwali there, removing the only unit L had here, I see. And we do take a quick look at those points. Diwali in a commanding position. He's at 6. He only needs 1 more turn. He's holding both battlefields. He has 6 runes up and has passed his turn here, I see.
He only needs to hold both battlefields and he will claim game 1. Now, L, though, we do know that they have quite a few abilities. I mean, I like that Vi in hand.
Yeah, Vi in hand, but not going to enter ready as she opts for the Leona-led champion unit here. And because it's within 3, it will enter ready. So this Leona can actually get something done this time.
We forget about Vex. Apathetic, though, even though that she enters ready, she cannot move. Which means, how does she get in there? She can't, which means that is game. Diwali does take this first game.
Elle forgot, I forgot. I'm so glad I'm human there. But yeah, Vex Apathetic literally clutching that one out, making sure that Leona not able to enter ready, is stunned, cannot do anything to get Diwali off of those 2 battlefields in what was a slow and, dare I say, tense game there, Ricey, while they were sort of negotiating those plays.
Exactly, yeah, it was quite a interesting game, and I really want to see more of these stuns come through. Vex, I thought Vex wouldn't be a super hard counter to Leona, but when Leona does enter ready on that less than 3, when it's 3 or more before victory, she will enter ready, which means with this game, Elle thought she could have done it, but cannot.
Yeah, no, we do take a look at it, right? So Vex is going to shut down that Leona Zealot champion.
Yeah.
Vex is also going to shut down that ambush Vi that wants to enter and stun. So it does have a little bit of tech here into that Leona deck that Elle has brought to bear. But it looks like we're actually getting ready for sideboards and shuffles, which is really nice. I do like the card sleeves that we've got going on here, but I would like to see this Leona sort of come online a little bit more here in game 2. I don't think we really got to see it shine in that game 1.
I think the other thing that Vex Apathetic does shut down is maybe a Zenith Blade combo as well. Like, because you can move a friendly unit onto the battlefield. If you play a unit, you could potentially bring that unit over straight to that battlefield and fight immediately. But with that Vex Apathetic, if you play it that turn, you still cannot use Zenith Blade to move that to the battlefield because that unit is still stunned and cannot deal any damage.
Yeah, so this replaces the move effect from the unit. So
Yeah, you can still move it,
Yeah.
but it'll still be stunned.
It's still stunned, yeah, which reduces the combat, the might, which is obviously a fantastic answer. But you are playing it into a stun deck, which will likely have a lot of stuns and then just zero it out. But I would have to imagine they're not going to play that Zenith Blade in that situation anyway.
Exactly, yeah.
It is their signature spell. It is very, very powerful and not to be wasted. A stun card, though, that we haven't spoken about, which is in Diwali's main board, is that Existential Dread. Right? So you can stun an enemy unit, and if it's already stunned, you can actually return it to hand if you pay the repeat. So it's almost like we're in a little bit of a stun off here too, because, you know, El can stun, Diwali can stun. But I really appreciated that game, and we do get to see this thorough shuffling now that sideboard tech has been introduced. And Diwali, taking that game one, finds himself at that advantageous position. He's the one with the mental edge. He's the one with the momentum here. And L is the one who has to find a way back into this.
Yeah, the pressure is on for L. You know, first game loss does mean you have to win 2 now in a row. Don't have that fallback of that extra game anymore. And they both 4-0 at the moment. So if L does lose here, they'll end up being 4-1 and Diwali will be 5-0, which 5-0 is a really good score here in this regional qualifiers.
Yeah, 4-1 still respectable, but as you say, 5-0, that is the outcome. That is the goal. That builds your story. That builds your legend. Every regional qualifier that you watch, every regional qualifier that you see, there's always one player towards the tippy top heading into that top 8 that is undefeated and all eyes are on them.
I can hear the card shuffling and it's such a beautiful sound. I don't know if stream broadcast can hear it too, but just hearing the card shuffling is just, I don't know, it's just something really nice to hear.
ASMR at regional qualifiers Sydney. But they're fresh sleeves, right? So they've got that extra crispy clickety-clack of the sleeve shuffling. However, we do take a quick look at those battlefields. We have the arena's greatest here for L on that Leona. They want a quick game, and we have Abandoned Hall from Diwali. He wants to boost his units up.
Abandoned Hall, I mentioned, we've seen this in their deck list, and I mentioned maybe Diwali wants to play this in that second round. Abandoned Hall is so strong for spell-heavy decks, such as Diana. If you use a spell, you get to you get to increase the might of 1 unit.
Yeah, that's it. When a player plays a spell, they may give a unit they control it +1 might this turn.
Exactly.
It's basically Aurelia Fervent's ability, just not on Aurelia Fervent herself.
Yeah.
And you can pick another unit, and we're already into it.
We are already into it. There comes out the Scuttle Crab on L's turn and Diana on Diwali's turn.
Yeah, turn 1, that Diana Lunari, always great. But turn 2, L moves in.
Moves in with that Scuttle Crab, gets themselves that first conquer point. And actually second one because of Arena's Greatest. I forgot about Arena's Greatest being the second battlefield for L. So now L is on 2 right now. And yeah, Diana is in play, so I'm very curious to see what L's going to do. They still have 4 runes up. Out comes that Lonely Paro.
Yeah, but they also have the Dark Heart of Ice as well. They've got the Charm. They've got the Zenith Blade, Aurelia Fervent. So L's hand is looking very, very healthy. But Diwali, he's not inclined to give any information out for free to any of us. Just has that old art Diana Lunari on the base at the moment and is looking to respond to whatever L can bring down here. We're just considering our options because that Heart of Dark Ice is that 3 energy, 1 power. So can't play it now. Only has 2 runes left open, but it works so beautifully with Aurelia, as we've said a few times now.
Do I see a Vex? Is that Vex on the right?
On the right?
I don't know. It's kind of bluish, purplish.
Do you mean in Diwali's hand?
In Diwali's hand,
Right,
yes,
oh my God,
yes.
on the right
No,
screen,
no,
we're
I
looking
don't
at
mean right on the screen. I mean right of his hand.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I can't see enough.
It is.
It's Vex Cheerless, though.
Oh.
Yeah, so that one is all about reducing the cost of energy and power when it's a cast with a spell there, and increases the cost for your opponents. So that's one of the older Vexes, actually.
Yeah.
It's really nice to see that. I actually personally run that one in my Aurelia decks as well.
Yeah, from Spirit Forge, Vex Cheerless, when I'm in combat, friendly spells cost 1 energy, 1 power less to a minimum of 1. And enemy spells cost 1 power and 1 energy more. That is such a very interesting card to be played, but it actually only happens while in combat.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so you want to be on the battlefield, you want to be in those showdowns, in that combat sort of showdown situation with his Vex Cheerless, but it's really going to hurt what Elle wants to do if she's trying to play around that Aurelia, as she uses Charm to drag Diana Lunari into a showdown.
Heart of Dark Eyes has been played and used on that Lonely Paro, and as you mentioned, Charm is being used to drag Diana into that showdown. Looking at Dwali, they don't have any runes up, but of course Diana's ability, Diana's legend does get used as well.
We did just see that there is another Vex Cheerless on the top of Dwali's deck there, but Elle, she wins that combat and she does find herself up at 4 conquest points here, Icy. So right now she's off to the races. She's definitely got an early lead, a stronger start here than what was in that game 1. And we see a Star-Crossed, we see Eclipsed as well, a Thousand Tail Watcher to close out that game when it gets to that late game stage, Ricey.
Yeah, that's going to be really exciting to see. If we get that, we might have a quick game like we did previously, and judging from what Elle is doing, currently on 4 conquer points, it could be a quick game. Now, Dwali's turn is considering the Vex Cheerless may be going to Abandon Hull, and instead is going to be contesting Arena's Greatest.
Yeah, definitely the stronger one here. I think they just both pass focus, judging by those hand signals. I have to imagine that Elle probably won't want to contest this too much. Dwali indicating I have 6 runes up, Elle indicating I have 2. You know, you're going to have to work for this.
It is a Lonely Paro though, so if Lonely Paro does unfortunately die in this combat, it does mean that you get that death knell, that extra draw.
Yeah, the card draw, which Elle has gone for. So they all both pass focus. No additional cards were cast. And so Lonely Poro dies, drawing 1 card for Elle. So now Dwali has conquered that Arena's Greatest battlefield, takes himself up to 2 conquer points here.
Is that
That's another Vex Cheerless. He's thinking about it. He hasn't committed the runes yet, but that could be so difficult for Elle to take that battlefield if there are 2 Vex Cheerlesses, because that effect does stack. You'd have to pay 2 energy and 2 power more for everything you wanted to do.
That sounds so gross. So very curious if that is what he's going to be playing. And he's looking at Star-Crossed in his hand as well. And that would mean if he is in a combat, Star-Crossed is going to be just 1 energy.
So we'll reduce it by 1 energy, 1 power. So it'll go down to 2 energy if there's only 1 Vex. But if there's 2, yes, only the 1. So that could be quite the turnaround here. He has opted for it.
He has opted for it, but not playing it in Arena's Greatest. Going to be playing it in the base, potentially looking towards the next turn. Now, Elle is going to be readying up all the units, of course, including the Scuttle Crab. Very curious to see whether or not that Scuttle Crab is going to go back onto Abandoned Hull, or what she's going to do.
I have to imagine that this Scuttle Crab will move in for Abandoned Hall.
That's what I'm imagining too.
It's a free battlefield. You get a conquer point. You make Dwali work for it. Maybe hold up some runes, right? But we do see the Zenith Blade. I think we saw the Nami. The Nami is there. Heart of Dark Ice.
Yes. Now at 3 might, this chunky little Scuttle Crab is going to go on to Abandoned Hull. Now we did see the Charm as well, and I think we saw, he said Zenith Blade, so there are a couple of options for Elle here if, you know, if she wants to potentially maybe go for that Vex on Arena's Greatest.
Dark Ice is an Aurelia Fervent, a Charm, as you said.
And the Nami.
Yeah, and an Emperor's Divide. A couple of options available, but not great spell slinging, if I'm honest.
Oh, I thought I saw a Zenith Blade. Was I wrong? No, I do see the Zenith Blade. There is. Could swing down onto Arena's Greatest.
Yeah, Elle has had that in hand since the opening, so a great card to have there. But weighing up those options with those 6 runes, there's only so much that Elle can do here, and opts for Aurelia.
I think playing a little bit safer, bringing out the Aurelia, looking towards the next turn. Currently on 5 conquer points. Aurelia, we know her, we love her, we love to hate her. It is Aurelia when you choose or ready me, give Aurelia +1 this turn.
The problem is, if Vex Cheerless gets into combat, Aurelia is a prime Star-Crossed target. Because of that stacking cost reduction, you'll be able to just pay the deflect, but it makes it just the normal cost of the Star-Crossed, right? So you're not punished for it, it just net neutrals with that 1 Vex.
Exactly.
So that's definitely good. Dwali moves in.
Moves in. Dwali is not going to be using Star-Crossed here in that combat or any other ability. Not going to be using the Vex Cheerless. And now, of course, shows his hand because of the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, the Death Knell on that Scuttle Crab, just exposing your opponent's hand for that free information is such a boon here. Elle taking the time on that notepad to write everything down. So Elle has full information, a full read on everything in Diwali's hand, and is better placed to be able to play around it right now, I see, as Elle just looks around, thinking of her options. What can she do here? But the play is on Diwali.
The play still is in the hands of Diwali, who's considering Ravenbloom's student at the moment, wondering, should I play it in the base? Should I play it on Arena's Greatest? Lots of options, but you want to make the right choice.
Yeah, definitely. Ravenbloom Student is such a strong mind domain unit here. Can be pumped to massive proportions, pays those 2 runes, exhausts the 2, and Ravenbloom Student, oh, quick change of mind. Doesn't change anything of the game state, so that's okay. Plays out Ravenbloom Student in the base, and then passes the turn with 5 runes up and a fistful of cards.
5 runes, and of course Diana Legend. Don't want to forget Diana Legend, because I know I often forget Diana Legend existing in my games, which is really frustrating when you're trying to do the maths. Now, Heart of Dark Eyes is going to be the one used, which of course Irelia gets ready, was on 1, now Dark Eyes being used, adds 3, was chosen, now 5.
Yeah, the problem is this Aurelia has to run into a Vex Cheerless. It's going to cost reduce for Diwali. It's going to cost increase for Elle. So Elle's going to try, I have to believe, and get everything out now. And there is that Nami that we've been talking about.
Nami on play will stun any unit, choosing, I believe, the Vex on Arena's Greatest. So that might be the target. And also, you are able to buff when you stun because of the Legend.
Yeah, absolutely. You paid that additional cost, get that stun, get that buff. So now Aurelia is even bigger. The buff chose Aurelia, gave her that extra 1 might, and the buff itself gives that extra might as well there, Icy. It's becoming quite a big Aurelia.
Very, very big. If we can do quick maths, that is 511. You agree?
Looks to be. I was worried about the Diana being tapped, getting that energy. We see Diwali. He's also tapped another rune.
And only costs 2 and 1 recycle because of their Vex Cheerless. And it has to pay, also for the targeting of Irelia. Will, in fact, get Star-Crossed. I don't think Elle has any counters for that.
Yeah, so obviously being in Calm, you would have Defy, but if you don't have Defy in hand, you can't stop it. And unfortunately, I don't think Elle has the answer to that one. It would have been quite the turn of play if she was able to rip out Defy right there, right then, Ricey. But unfortunate, just hadn't found it yet.
Has to play Irelia again. It feels like we just did this 2 turns ago. As, yeah, once again, Irelia is bounced back to hand, and Elle has to end the turn by playing her.
And Diwali finds himself on 6 points. He's 1 turn away from winning. Same situation as game 1. If he holds both of these battlefields and gets both those conquer points, he goes to 8 and takes this game 2. So right now, Elle is up against it. 5 points for herself here, but she has to do something to prevent Diwali holding both battlefields.
Exactly. And interestingly, Diwali has chosen to bring Vex back, I think going for the conquer points later on rather than the hold. Out comes Ravenbloom Student. Out comes Hui as well. Building up that army in a base. And now it's over to Elle's turn, passing over the priority.
That's it. That's it. We do see the focus return to Elle. She's on the play. Only presenting that Aurelia Fervent and that Nami. Going in to get that conquer on the Arena's Greatest. But we have to see how she's going to respond to Diwali here, because I have to imagine that Hui is going to discard that card, the unit, to give it 3 might, to make it even stronger and try and go over the top. Get that double conquer, like you said.
Exactly, and with those Vex Cheerless existing, 2 of them, going into these fights, Elle will be forced to be spending a lot of energy.
There it is.
To play abilities, but Charm is being used. It's going to be used on one of the Vex.
Yep, Abandoned Hall, buffing Aurelia.
Of course.
And then because you chose Aurelia.
Yep, exactly. I'm now on +3 and bringing in this Vex.
That's it. Aurelia, 7 might right now. As Elle is reminding Diwali of the text of Abandoned Hall and targeting Aurelia.
He has that face that I have when Oh, really? When Baden-Hold targets Aurelia, that counts as a target, so it gets another one.
That's
It's such a frustrating tech, but that makes Aurelia so strong.
So dangerous and takes out that Vex Cheerless. It is on that battlefield there. I think focus has been passed. We'll see if Diwali has any options, any answers here, because the showdown has begun. It's been dragged onto the battlefield.
I believe he has exhausted the legend and exhausted one rune, and because of the Vex ability as well, the Eclipse only costs the 2 energy. Now being used is, of course, going to be targeting Aurelia.
Yep, we'll see how this one plays out, because now Aurelia Fervent is down to 3 might, and Vex currently up to 6 because he was able to turn Abandon Hall on for Vex Cheerless as well. Eldo, full hand, there it is, Zenith Blade.
Zenith Blade does come out. It's going to be theoretically stunning, yes, the Vex, and will mean that L can bring back up in the hands of Nami.
Yeah, Nami will scoot across from the Arena's Greatest to support her top laner, Aurelia Fervent here, just to make sure she does not go down in the face of that mid laner, Vex Cheerless.
Exactly, and Nami being a support does need to do this ganking, go to the top and support everything. And so I'm excited to see how this is going to be played out here. Of course, has to pay the cost and the extra cost of Vex Cheerless. That is why there was another exhaust and recycle.
Yeah, good reminder there from Diwali. So that Zenith Blade cost 4 and 3 power. So that is an expensive Zenith Blade. Surely L hopes that this one pays off here. Is buffed.
Yep. Does get buffed.
For Nami to come across.
Buffed because of the Legend of Leona, the Radiant Dawn. When you stun an enemy unit, you can buff a unit of your own, and that is, of course, going to be Aurelia.
Vex Cheerless is stunned. Zenith Blade being hovered, it goes to the trash. Vex Cheerless binned.
And then
Nami
combat.
Back on the Arena's Greatest.
I believe maybe L chose not to bring Nami over. I don't think you have to move a friendly unit. I think it's you may move a friendly unit. So decided to leave Nami there instead.
You are absolutely correct. You may move a friendly unit. So yeah, you don't need to move her over. So obviously initially decided to possibly do that and then against it.
Fiora comes out as well. We talked about Fiora a little bit in the break earlier, where if Fiora is mighty, and it's so easy to make her mighty, you just need one buff, and with that Legend Radiant Dawn, it's quite easy to buff Fiora, and she'll be, as you said, a monster.
That's it. But L now in the driver's seat. L finds herself at that 7 victory points there, 1 point away from winning this game too. But that said, Diwali not out of this by a long shot, as it's 6 conquest points himself here, and does have 3 units present. That Vex Cheerless, that Ravenloom Student, and that Hui Brooding Painter. And we all know Hui can be boosted up to at least 8 very, very easily here, I see. That is a table full of runes as well. There's 9 up.
9 is quite a lot of runes, especially when you also consider this Vex Cheerless considering to bring that in first to try and get that extra ability of making all the spells cheaper. And they're going to be contesting Nami on Arena's Greatest. I'm very curious to see what that hidden card is. Looking at the deck list that they have, I'm sure it could be a few options.
One thing that I do love here that I want to point out is that this Vex Cheerless is sideboard tech. In the main board, Diwali had those Vex Apathetics, and then after game 1, there it is, presents the win. 1000 Tail Watcher. Diwali takes game 2 in a clean 2-game series here, I see.
2-0 for Diwali. We know why he's so good and what he previously achieved in other regional qualifiers. We can see still in this meta in Unleashed, he's incredibly strong.
That's it. Diwali now goes to 5 wins, 0 losses, 0 draws here at the Riftbound Regional Qualifiers Sydney 2026, piloting, dare I say, a favoured Diana Scorn of the Moon against, I'll say, a community favourite of Leona.
It was fun to see the Leona, though, in play. We don't really see as many Leonas, of course, as Diana, so it's great to see how Diana fights up against the Leona. Yes, these two lovers, the star-crossed lovers, are fighting here. And now it's going to be Diana taking the victory.
That's it. Diana wins out. You heard it here first, folks. Leona loses to Diana every single time. No more questions. That case has been closed. But that was round 5 of today's 8 rounds here at the Riftbound Regional Qualifiers in Sydney. We've still got 3 more ahead of us here as well, Ricey. So some quality Riftbound gameplay, as we've said before, from previous regional winners, just like Diwali, to aspiring regional winners, just like Elle.
Exactly, and it's great to see these multiple communities coming together here in the regional qualifier Sydney. We've got many people coming over from Europe and America, as well as from China. It's really a exciting event here where we get to see all these different playstyles, all these different communities come together and show us some fantastic Riftbound.
Yeah, and speaking of playstyles, like we were talking about in that game too, right? That Vex change-up. We were all expecting Vex Apathetic to be there in that game too.
Yeah.
But it appears like Diwali actually sideboard teched out all of the Vex Apathetics and put in all of the Vex Cheerlesses from Spirit Forge, which was, I want to say, a heads-up play. It had the exact same impact like it did in Spirit Forge. It forced Elle to spend a lot more power, a lot more energy than she wanted to, and it reduced those costs. Like you called that Star-Crossed, so much cheaper.
Much cheaper, and also much more expensive for Elle. And I think, especially considering Elle's deck of being Order and Calm, those Calm cards, which are usually really important to keep your Irelia alive, keep your whoever else you want to keep alive as well, maybe Nami as well, and you just won't be able to use those abilities, those defies and everything. I mean, you could use them, but they're just so much more expensive.
You're so right, Ricey. But enough from us. We're going to throw over to the interview with the winner, Diwali.
Hello, we are here with Diwali. How are you feeling after that match? We had the sun and moon here at this stage of the day. How are you feeling?
Feeling good, honestly. That was my first time playing against Leona, but I asked about the Sig spell. My friend Vero recently has been raving about Leona, so I've read like the cards in the deck and everything, and it helped, and I'm feeling good. I forgot it's like sun versus moon. That was cool. But yeah, it's feeling great. Yeah.
Absolutely. And obviously you are no stranger to winning. You had a great run in Houston way back when. How has your approach differed when you come here to Sydney?
That's a good question. I talk to Alan a lot, actually, and Priz. And, you know, I spiked Houston, but Alan and Prisma have had continued top 8s. Now, obviously, I've gone close. I got like 10th in Atlanta, and I've top 64 in a bunch. And, you know, I asked them, you know, I talked to them about deck building, about how to approach a tournament like this, and their guidance has really helped. And yeah, that's kind of my mindset for this one. I want to be back in top 8, and I'm going to try my best to do that. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, so that was obviously with Annie. You've got Diana today, but you did share online that it came down to the wire between a couple of decks.
Oh, yeah.
What led you to actually making the decision to go Diana?
That's a good question. So my 3 options were Azir, Diana, and of course Annie. Like, those are the 3 I was considering. I think Annie and Azir are both also strong choices. What changed my decision at the end was talking to Alan, first of all. He's also playing Diana. His list is very good. And I realized Diana can actually beat Aurora, which I thought wasn't really likely, but it can. And Moonfall's broken, so.
Absolutely brilliant card. So when it comes down to it, obviously, as you said, Alan is also playing Diana. There's a best of at stake. How are you feeling about that?
I mean, it's never great to contest him, I'll be honest, you know. But I have to fight I want to win the tournament, so if I want to win the tournament, I'm going to have to fight against good players to do it. And if it's got to be Alan, it's got to be Alan. He's one of the best players, and him and Priz, so we'll see, you know?
All right. I would be remiss if I did not say it is very Australian of you to be snacking down on those shapes. But there was definitely some chatter of people being like, wow, interesting. So do you think they helped or hindered?
Helped.
Yeah?
Definitely helped.
Sustenance?
Yes. I'm staying with my friend in Sydney, and I've been, you know, getting into the Australian culture, and I'm feeling good. He gave me the bucket hat. Oh, it was the wrong way this whole time. But yeah, feeling great.
Absolutely stylish. We've had a couple of interesting hats here today. Who knows what we'll see coming on. Thank you so much, and congratulations again. We'll see how you go for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you so much.
Throw them back.
Thank you so much, Steph and Dwali. The bucket hat, we were talking about it a little bit earlier in the game. We love seeing the Australian culture being presented to Dwali and all our other international guests. Love the bucket hat, love the shapes. I didn't realize it was eating shapes. It just looked so normal to me.
I saw the shapes, but they missed the one question. What's his favourite flavour? It's chicken crimpy or nothing, Dwali.
No, I'm a big barbecue and pizza fan personally. You know, we'll have to debate this off broadcast, of course, but fantastic insight coming from Dwali about all the legends that he was choosing.
Yeah, and not only that insight, but also the respect, obviously. He knows he has to play into fantastic players, but he needs to win, and he needs to win against these fantastic players, and he was talking to all of them very respectfully, and I think he's quite humble in his position right now. But enough about the past, Rosie? We're looking forward to our Game 3 of our second featured matchup.
Yeah, Game 3 of our second feature matchup. I believe there must be 1-1 currently. So we're going straight into it. We are mid-game. Actually, it is actually, I think, early days. Nobody has any points right now. It's actually Game 2. Disco Jesus has got one win, and Linus Segalara has nothing at the moment.
That's it. We do have Poppy the Legend with Linus Allegra versus Set the Boss with Disco Jesus, and God, I love that name. That is such a fantastic name. Both of these players here in this Game 2 of our Best of 3 series. And 4-0, we do see that Rift Herald, that new Unleashed unit though, has hit the base.
I do wonder what kind of Poppy this is. I am assuming it's going to be an Aurora Poppy, but it's also good to see the set. I don't think there are many set players out there, but the sets that are there, I feel like they're kind of really strong.
I have to think that Colin really inspired a lot of the set players, right? Colin, best of set at Atlanta, so very recent memory. Sabotage.
Sabotage, such a strong card. I used it a lot in Origins and is being used still today. Choose an opponent, they reveal their hand, choose a non-unit card from it, and recycle that card.
I honestly didn't even get to see what was recycled because it was the quickest decision I've seen from Disco Jesus. He's like, that's the one I want.
He knows exactly what he wants to get rid of. I really want to know too, maybe it was an Aurora. I got no idea, but set. When I'm played and when I conquer buff me, spend my buff for +4 this turn. This set can be quite frustrating to verse because of this extra buff and that extra potential to go an extra +4. Rift Herald is going to go and conquer Sunken Temple, giving Linus Allegra potentially their first point on the board.
Yeah, what I do love about that Rift Herald though is when it moves to a battlefield, you get to look at the top 3 cards of your main deck. You may reveal a unit from among them and draw it, recycling the rest. And then the death knell is you can basically play that unit from your hand to your base, ignoring its energy cost.
Yeah.
But you still have to pay that power, so very versatile, strong unit.
Very versatile indeed. Outcomes as well, the recruit and a hidden card. I wasn't able to catch that either, but Lynn is now on 1 point, but Disco Jesus is still sitting on 4. Has brought all of their units back into base, back into safety as well, and is probably looking to potentially conquer at least one. Poppy is also out in play as well by Lynn, and Poppy has that deflectability, and when they play, if an opponent score is within 3 points of victory score, ready me and gain 3 experience. That is not the case, of course. 4 is more than 3.
Yeah, no, 4 is 4.
4 is 4.
4 is 4 away from victory points, so not within that 3-point threshold from Poppy Paragon there, as we do see the alt art version on the base of Linus Allegra here. But we see both of these players considering their options. Disco Jesus, 7 runes up right now. Oh, I can't believe doesn't have a full spread of alt art runes. What is this normal body rune doing in Disco Jesus? Someone get that man an alt art rune.
That is a good point, but those alt runes that have been released with Unleashed look absolutely incredible. Out comes that pit rookie aspiring onto Aspirant's Climb.
Yeah, Aspirant's Climb really loves to increase the points of these games, taking it to 9 conquest points.
That was the one thing I was double checking as well. That means that we want to be on the odd numbers, so that 5 is really important.
Yeah, 5, 7, and 9 with Aspirant's Climb increasing the win con up to that 9 points here. So Disco Jesus looking to conquer that, get that hold going, but this is set moving in onto the top battlefield.
Hidden Blade gets revealed, and Lynn is going to be hidden blading the recruit instead, being able to draw 2 off of that recruit. Now, of course, Rift Herald is still there on the point, which is quite a mighty unit, and actually will, in fact, go to the trash, will be taken out, which does mean, as you said, that Death Knell is going to trigger.
We do love a good Death Knell here. Death Knell has definitely risen as a mechanic in Unleashed. Obviously, Lemblot being one of those ones that really leans quite heavily into it. But that set brawler, big and nasty, 8 might unit sitting there on that Sunken Temple battlefield. So we do see Challenge come out.
Going to be targeting the Poppy, which does mean that Poppy is now in the trash. Challenge, when you target, you choose a friendly unit and an enemy unit, and they deal equal damage to their might to each other. So that does mean that Poppy is now in the trash, and out comes that set.
Yeah, but he did have to pay that deflect cost as well, so that was an expensive challenge, but I would say it is still a high value challenge, removing that unit from Lin's board there, and Lin currently struggling to develop. There it is, Dazzling Aurora.
There is the Dazzling Aurora that Lin needs. I wonder how many turns he had to go through to find that in his hand, because this feels like it's a little bit quite late game, later than probably Lin is wanting. Dazzling Aurora, of course, at the end of your turn, reveal cards from the top of your main deck until you reveal a unit. Play it ignoring its cost. We all know what Dazzling Aurora is, and now maybe Lin can come back from it, but is it too little too late?
Yeah, definitely. He's just hard slammed, and there's the Elder Dragon, Ricey.
Elder Dragon, when you play, you get to deal, you basically get to execute a unit on every location.
Yeah, when you play me, choose up to 1 enemy unit at each location, dealing 1 to them. But critically, any amount of your damage is enough to kill enemy units. So it is a great sort of minor, I want to say like a small board clear here.
Yep.
He did ping 2 of those units down. It will be up to Disco Jesus. How does he respond to this? He is in body and order. He does have salvages, which could still hit it. And there it is.
It completely nullifies that Aurora salvage. You may kill a gear and you get to draw 1. So Disco Jesus still in the, I guess, playing seat right now.
Yeah, he's absolutely still in the driver's seat. Yes, that is an Elder Dragon on the board, but he's currently at 6 points to Lin's 1. This is a 9-point game. As a reminder, that Aspirin's Climb likes to drag these games out just a little bit longer. Disco Jesus finding himself at that 7, moves in that first mate, going to 8. He hasn't won it just yet.
Yes, sitting on 8. Now all he needs to do is just hold one of these battlefields. So Lin has to try and get him off both of these battlefields. So Disco now just building up his defenses, or potentially looking to close it out in the next turn again.
Yeah, that Elder Dragon, though, nothing to sort of shake your tail feather at, if you will. It is a 10 might unit that any amount of damage it deals, or any amount of damage any of your things deal, just kill your enemy's units. That sort of sea monkey there being played to the Elder, moving in.
Elder moves in completely, of course, gets rid of that first mate, and that means that Lin is now on 2 points, but that's such a long climb to go. So, I mean, 2 to 8, that's a 6-point difference.
Yeah, but Aurora decks have been here before. They love the late game, and we're looking at a hard cast of a big unit, judging by how many runes Lena's Allegra was just counting up there.
Oh, it's going to be the Armory, which is a gear. You can use it, and you can bring yourself out more recruits.
That's it, and hitting that Sunken Temple would have been great. Pay that 1 energy to draw that card too there, RC. And all he has to do is swing these recruits in, because 1 point of damage is enough to kill whatever's there.
That Elder Dragon ability is so strong, especially with these recruits. Maybe that is why they're running this Vanguard Armory. And out come these recruits. Got to put 1 in base, 1 next to the Elder Dragon. Wondering where the third one's going to go. It's just going to go back into the base again.
That's it. Just building up that base, building up those units, send them to wherever he needs to send them to. Keep clearing Disco Jesus off of these battlefields.
Ooh, Cull the Weak is out now. Disco Jesus is forced to, of course, cull one of the units, and Lin theoretically is going to be culling their recruit. I wouldn't cull the Elder Dragon personally.
Yeah, I'm like, theoretically, theoretically. Can you imagine?
Imagine.
But like, obviously in like Chaos and Body, they have like Last Rites, they have Morbid Return.
Yeah.
They have all sorts of ways to bring it back from the trash, but not so here in a Body and Order style Aurora that is Poppy.
Don't also forget Disco Jesus set the boss's legend ability as well. You can save some units with exhausting that legend. I believe that might be what Set did just that. As the legend is exhausted.
Yeah, so Set Brawler moves in towards that Aspirin's Climb. Just looking to get that card draw there, I see.
Looking for that card draw. Of course, once you're 1 point away from winning, you're not able to win with a conquer alone. You have to conquer both battlefields or hold. So getting that extra card draw is pretty exciting. And
that was very sportsmanlike conduct.
Yeah, looks like Set was not exhausted. The boss is still in play. When a buff unit you control would die, you may pay 1 power and exhaust me to spend his buff and recall it exhausted instead.
Yeah, but the sportsmanlike conduct I want to point out is Linus Allegra actually reached over and untapped Disco Jesus' Set, saying, hey, you forgot that, mate. You've got to make sure you untap. You love to see it. Absolutely sportsmanship at its finest there, because that is a significant legend ability, Ricey.
It really is. It's such a strong save, a life-saving ability, in fact. And now Set, the Brawler, has been buffed by removing the buff. And out comes another challenge. Going to be targeting,
Yep.
I think, the Elder Dragon.
He did.
And so now comes the sacrifice.
Yeah, targeting the Elder.
It's targeting the Elder Dragon.
Yeah, so you can target it with that sacrifice before that challenge resolves.
Yeah.
You can actually get resources off of that Elder. So sacrifice at reaction speed as an additional cost to play this. Kill a friendly mighty unit, which an Elder absolutely is. Draw 2, channel 1 rune exhausted.
This might be game using that hidden blade to take down the final recruit. That will mean Disco Jesus goes and takes over Sunken Temple, claiming both battlefields and claiming this match in a 2-0 fashion.
That's it. Game 2 goes over to Disco Jesus, as did Game 1. Wins a 2-0 sweep here in the round 5 featured matchup, Set versus Poppy. That was a very body, very order fight there, and it was great to see in our first sort of dazzling Aurora deck of the day.
I feel like that's something most Aurora players do. Like, where was my other Aurora? Where was it? I could just see him looking, trying to find it through the deck. But of course, it was, in fact, not the Aurora that won, it was the Set. But we have more Riftbound for you guys later. Make sure you guys stay tuned after this break.
Welcome to Riftbound Basics. This time we are talking about legends, chosen champions and signature spells. The heart of your deck is your legend. This determines which domains you are allowed to play in your deck. Let's take Kai'Sa, Daughter of the Void, as an example. With her as your legend, you can play cards from the Fury and Mind domains and consequently Fury and Mind runes. You also have the option to play a chosen champion unit, Kai'Sa Survivor or Kai'Sa Evolutionary. At the start of the game, you can take this unit from your main deck and place it in the chosen champion unit zone right next to your legend. You can play this card from this zone at any time as if it were a normal card from your hand. If it dies, it does not return to the zone but goes to the trash. Another important factor in deciding which legend to play is the signature card. Even if the domains match, you can only play this card in the main deck of the corresponding legend. For Kai'Sa, this would be Icathian Reign, which you couldn't play in a Rumble deck even though it's also Fury and Mind. Which legend do you like best, and is there one you only play because their signature spell is so good? Let us know in the comments.
Welcome back, everyone, to coverage of Regional Qualifier Sydney. We are getting through the rounds at this point. I'm Julian Pastry-Tomkar. That is still Steph Panicasio. Round 6 is where we find ourselves now.
Round 6. It feels, again, like everything is happening so quickly and yet so slow. And here we are, round 6, basically at the tail end of the day, getting closer to the end now. But everything has been so exciting that I still have a lot of energy. Hopefully so do you.
Last I checked, we had 12 undefeated players going into that last round. Obviously, you're going to have fewer now. Starting to narrow down the field, but some pretty big names still towards the top. I saw Alan still undefeated after last round. I saw Colin Kaiser still undefeated last round. And of course, we know Diwali, who was on stream just a round ago, still undefeated. And of course, some local heroes in and amongst it as well. So still some pretty curious diversity, actually, among the legends that are there. So lots to look out for.
It was also really nice to see Leona.
Yeah.
Late in the day.
I'm not even on the... Yeah.
There you go.
Fine. It's fine. I'm not mad.
You're very chill about it.
I'm not mad, yeah.
So
very
chill
normal
about it, actually.
Yeah, you know what? Leona did get some tools in set 3, so perhaps we'll see Leona make it through today too for the deck that was cursed for a very long time. But we're going to settle in on our upcoming matchup because I believe this is something that you're quite familiar with.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look, I am an Aurora defender.
That's fine.
I am,
Good
and
deck.
I will stand for it, and I'm very excited to see, because as we were discussing earlier in the day, there has been a very, very high representation of Aurora in day 1. Very, very excited to see how it's shaping up at this stage of the day.
Not sure how it will convert, but I guess we'll find out. We'll certainly have some players with that strategy looking good, but when we have the deck list, we'll bring them up for you and just have a squeeze at what we are going to be playing this round. I will say, you know, there's lots of interesting legends. There was an undefeated teamer from the last round. Still, there's a lot of little critters running around, but we're going to have the big units this time around. Oh, not for now. It's set to kick things off. SW 2588, yet another undefeated set.
Look, I mean, I didn't expect to see this many, but I'm very, very impressed.
Yep, Sacrifice certainly one of the big additions to Order in general, and obviously Set and Fiora both like making units pretty big, make them mighty even. And when you do that, you can sacrifice them and potentially draw some cards to get some resources. So pretty good stuff. As we are going to be on the other side, this is where you wanted to start. Rambo's Leg, our MF Aurora player. And if you haven't heard already, every single MF deck in the field is also an Aurora deck.
Understandable, and we're seeing a lot of completely understandable things here. Obviously, we have our mobilizers, our stack decks, getting that Aurora out as soon as possible. Bullet time. I'm very excited to see how this goes.
What do you think of that unit split? 3 Elder, 1 Baron. Not the split I would expect.
Yeah, look, I mean, I can understand why fewer Barons. I think it's fair enough. I run 1 in my deck.
Okay.
3 Elders, though. Interesting.
Yeah, kind of all in, but can't argue with progress, I suppose, because Rambo is 5-0 going into this round. And oh my goodness, someone is actually playing Valley of Idols. When you play a unit here, you may pay 1 when you do buff that unit. And yes, I know what that does because I was looking at it for Leona, I'm pretty sure.
Well,
Mobilize, going to kick things off though for Miss Fortune, which is kind of where you want to be on turn number 1.
Absolutely.
Get yourself an extra rune.
Yeah, look, if you were going to use Valley of Idols anytime, Set seems like a good time to do
Yep.
it.
Don't worry about the other things you could potentially do to buff your units. Yeah, just a little Valley action. And of course, Set, pretty resilient. We actually just saw Set at the tail end of round 5 blitz through a Poppy Aurora player, so it certainly is possible, but these Chaos Aurora decks can be pretty tricky, and 5 runes is usually the sweet spot to play. Catalyst, don't see it in hand though.
No, interesting. All right, we've got a stack deck, seeing what we can get there. Okay.
Having a
Not
peeky.
necessarily what you'd want.
Yeah, not going to be able to slam the Aurora on turn 3. That's kind of the dream for a lot of these decks.
Absolutely.
But having a peek, picking a Gust, I believe, which seems like a pretty sensible card early on, trying to stave off your opponent's point gain. Notably, is also an Aspirant's Climb game. Got so excited to read the Valley of Idols text from memory that it is going to be a climb game, which makes sense for a deck that does want to trigger Aurora a number of times. Basically, the more times you trigger Aurora, usually the better spot your deck is in. So playing to 9 does make a lot of sense when you do want some extra time to kind of get set up.
It's also good to see the Scryer's Bloom from Unleashed. Good to see that happening in here.
Alrighty, in we go. Sea Monkey going to make it happen. That Shepherd's Heirloom turning off the Gust, actually. Obviously, SW doesn't know that that was there, but does do a pretty good job as first making a reset, re-ready, and effectively move the Sea Monkey back. Bit of shortcutting happening there, but all well that ends well, as looks like, remember, it's just trying to make sure that exactly what happened there.
Yep.
They do get a window, though. Actually, it's a reaction, so you do get a window with the first mate trigger. Wouldn't get an action window, but happy to basically discard and draw a couple more. That Gust no longer needed. So Luna Boon, discard 1, draw 2. Something we actually I expected to see a bit more in Diana, but I don't think any of the lists are really playing it. But in a deck that wants to dig for kind of a pretty small subset of cards makes a lot of sense.
Definitely makes a lot of sense in Aurora as well. Really trying to get it out as soon as possible.
Alrighty, Scryer's Bloom. This is another one where these Chaos Aurora decks were pretty happy to have another card that just filters through the top of your deck and tries to draw a card. Again, the name of the game is Draw Aurora and put the Elder Dragons on the bottom, and that is one of the cards I can see that is being predicted.
Yes.
So those are going to go on the bottom, I have to imagine. Unless you want a Catalyst, there is one that's going to be kept. So recycle 1, put 1 on the top, and then maybe draw 1. You effectively get to draw the card if you leave it on top. It's not exactly how it works, but that's basically what happens at the end of it.
Yeah.
get an XP as well, which I don't think is very relevant, but it's fun to remember. Is Catalyst. So going to commit, going to have the runes for certain.
Yep, there we go.
But missing the other half of the equation, we can say.
Yes.
Haven't seen an Aurora just yet.
Look, it happens sometimes. Unfortunately, luck of the draw really does get those Aurora players, I can say from experience. But yeah, look, it is what it is on these ones. You really want to hope that you can get it that early, but there are other ways to adapt. We will see.
Pretty confident that Set does have a point as well. Don't think that's currently marked on our overlay, but did get ready by first man and retreat, and now back to the Valley for what I believe is point number 2 in this game. So again, Aurora, the kind of deck where you're kind of on the clock, right? They're big scary units, those Elder Dragons. Those Barons are pretty tough to contend with, even if it's just Dead Blooms and Mind Splitters. That's also quite tricky. So want to get your points early and often if you can, and it is an Aspirant's Climb game, so looking for odd point totals. And I believe Set is now up to 3 after using that first mate and wandering on down to the climb. Now going to reinforce with Poppy from the hand.
Interesting.
So carrying a little bit of out XP. But doesn't have that much to play with here. Right now it's just basically a big unit with Deflect, which is good enough sometimes in Set.
Absolutely. Look, I mean, they're getting a decent presence on the board and still no Aurora. It's a good position to be in by now.
And again, all the little spells that kind of interact early, things like Gust, obviously can't hit units that are this big. You challenge sometimes in Aurora list as a way to fight off with other units and win combats, but obviously you need units to do that. And I have to imagine those decks have maybe eschewed that card with Elder Dragon being added.
A lot of them definitely have, yeah. Look, I mean, to have nothing on board at this point in time, not ideal. There is still plenty of hope. There is still a lot to see how this rocks out, but having that kind of presence is not easy when you have not landed that Aurora yet.
It's almost all the runes. There's 11 on the table. 6 body, 5 chaos, which is hilariously not enough to actually cast an Elder Dragon. So Mobilize going to get the final one here.
Let's hope.
And Mobilize again.
Oh, yeah.
Draw a card instead.
See what happens.
Surprise Bloom again. Another way to look, but that one comes in exhausted. Gonna have to wait another turn. So how do you navigate the non-Aurora games in Aurora then?
Look, I mean, I navigate them with grace, obviously, first of all. I'm very, very calm and collected. Look, I mean, it's frustrating. It's not going to be something that I think... Well, look, a lot of players are coming into this knowing that almost everybody has Gear Hate in hand to be able to handle this, because we did know that Aurora would be such a dominant presence. There are still ways around it. I don't know that necessarily having 3 Elder Dragons would have been my choice for this. I think I probably would have opted to diversify my units a little bit more and try and figure out another way in there. I do think I would probably still run the exact same amount Mobilize. I like Scryer's Bloom. It is frustrating to have that waiting period for it, but you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, I think Elder Dragon just natty, let's say, wouldn't be so bad on this board. Although Set does complicate it a little bit, usually good at saving at least one unit with a buff. And Elder Dragon's a big unit, but it's not the biggest ever. As challenge going to be used here to fight that poor misfortune that just got played from the Chosen Champ zone, because, you know, wasn't anything else to do, and the only unit Aurora had is now going to the rubbish bin.
This is not a good place to be in as an Aurora player. I can see that there is definitely some consternation on the face there of Rambo Slag, but we shall see.
Double checking points as well. Here's Fey Dragon. This is an absolute banger. Promo Fey Dragon as well. Very nice looking card. This one is a buff up to 4 friendly units when you play me. It's a 7 energy, 1 power unit with 7 might. But, you know, not bad for the cost in a deck that wants a bunch of buffs. Also, when you spend a buff, you play a Gold Gear token exhausted. I'm going to be honest with you, I did not know that was text on this card, because it's never been relevant in a set game I've commentated.
That's fair. Yeah, look, I mean, if it comes down to it, you've got that in pocket, but yeah, usually really just line 1.
So even so even an Elder at this point, right? If Rambo just wanted to play one, if he did draw one, he could. It would kill 0 units. It would deal 1 damage to one of those 4 units, and then Set would save them.
All right, there we go.
Pack of Wonders. Treasure Trove, a little Wombo combo, as the kids say.
Wombo combo indeed. Hoping for the best there.
Really good for drawing a card this time around. Doesn't need the ramp. Has, again, all the runes from the rune deck.
Stack deck again.
1, 2, 3. Looking for one thing and one thing only, and that is still... Ooh, maybe one? No.
Nope, there's bullet time.
Yep, last rights and a catalyst.
Goodness. Yeah, this is super unlucky on the draw for an Aurora player. Rambo's leg gotta be feeling a little tense right now.
I will say, like, little things impress me here. Like, I like set retreating all the units, right? Even though it's not threatening a win, because 7 is not 2 points away from 9, which is the point total we're playing towards this game. But I think just retreating your units in case there's an Elder Dragon, whether it's from hand or from Aurora, just protecting your units, making sure units are stacked in a location when you do have a points lead that is this big. Feels like one of those little things, but I think a play pattern that players have probably started to adjust to, given that Elder has been kind of running around quite a lot as Catalyst. Going to be good for a couple draws here.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, it's usually not what you play the card for.
Yeah. Look, this is not particularly heartening for Aurora. It's not nice to have to play an Elder Dragon natural. It's just a bit rough.
I mean, I think on this board especially.
Yeah.
I think on your average board, if it killed 2 or 3 units, you might be okay.
Look, you
on
can
a set
take
board,
a win there. This one, a little bit more complicated.
all right, Fey Dragon moving in onto the climb for a point. Set going to move on in up top lane as well. Poppy's going to move in for a point. And then I'm curious what happens next. Because I feel like some wisdom says you want to leave your units in 2 locations. Or 1 against Elder Dragon. You don't really want to leave them in 3. And that's exactly what SW does.
Yeah.
Hold the units stuck on the battlefield and say, you know what? If I hold from here, I win. What do you have? Because Elder Dragon isn't even good enough here.
Yeah, look, at this point, you've got to be feeling pretty confident.
Sometimes you do get some non-games, as it were, on Aurora, and certainly navigating these tricky games when you don't have access to that very powerful piece of gear is valuable.
Look, that's one of the reasons I maintain my status as an Aurora defender. It doesn't always end up going your way with the card draw, and when it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out a lot of the time. You really have to have those strategies to be able to work around it when something like this happens, and it's just unfortunately not
Found one.
seeming. Oh, there we go. This late in the piece, not ideal.
Unfortunately, I think Elder Dragon's going to kill 1 unit thanks to Set's ability. There's at least 2 units on both these battlefields, and unless you can clear one fully, going to hold for a win here. And honestly, even the recalled unit is going to threaten to reconquer even if you do clear a single battlefield. So mathematically, I don't think there is a way for Elder Dragon to get the job done here. And that's if you hit the Elder, by the way, because if you hit the Baron, it is comically bad in this situation.
Yeah, look, here we
go.
Here we go. What's it going to be?
You know there's 1 Elder on the bottom, so it's slightly more likely, it's closer to 2 versus 1. There's the Elder.
There we go.
But again, you just...
It's just not going to be enough at this point.
All right, we'll see what they want to target. We'll go through the motions, as it were. I don't know if there's anything else in Rambo's hand that could maybe help here, but again, Set in particular, such a tough legend to kick things off battlefields with. There's a Sea Monkey hiding under that Shepherd's Helm. There's a Poppy hiding under those buffs. And there's a Fey Dragon and a First Mate. Everyone's buffed, by the way, including that Set that just magically snuck himself there onto the battlefield that I didn't notice last turn. But just having a look, having a point. Sea Monkey, and oh no, is there more? How is there more? Sacrifice. Oh, that's just rude.
At this point.
That's really just rude, just drawing a couple cards. It's like, which one are you targeting? I'm going to sacrifice it. Sacrifice this thing, draw a couple cards. Ooh, Flurry of Blades. That is very good.
Interesting.
So this one, we'll probably bring it up, because you don't see this one too often, although certainly something that Elder Dragon did kind of bring to the forefront. This one, I believe, is deal 1 damage to all units at battlefields, if I recall correctly.
Yep.
And this one, when Elder Dragon's in play, is real punishing.
Oh, yeah.
So Set, we're kind of deciding when we get to choose Set. Both of these are reactions, hilariously. Flurry's going to happen again. So it looks like that is... Oh, interesting.
That makes for a very interesting
think that prevents Set from saving a unit, because the unit's going to get recalled back to base. So I don't think Double Flurry kills a unit here. You don't lose, because your opponent only has 1 unit at the end of this. They get to choose which one they save. You can pick which buff you want to spend on Set, as it were. So I imagine Fey Dragon is going to lose its buff but keep its life. But that will prevent Rambo from losing this next turn.
Look, it's an admirable attempt. definitely a little bit of discussion over how this is going to resolve.
I believe Rambo was just asking basically when does set happen, and I believe the answer is set is basically in effect you get to pick when.
Place it as you see fit.
Did SW try and save the... No, the Sea Monkey's in the bin, so he didn't try and save the sacrifice unit.
No.
I don't even think you can do that, actually. So we're just going to go through Flurry here. Flurry plus Elder, very powerful. This is one of the reasons to not stack the battlefields, by the way. By trying to avoid Elder, by moving units to the minimum number of locations you could use to win, which in this case was both battlefields, you do open yourself up to Flurry. So definitely an exchange that you could play differently, but you can't play around everything. And I think Set's choice made a lot of sense to me, as the players are going to resolve their judge call by the looks of things.
Yeah, look, I think this would have played out very differently were it not up against Set. But, I mean, as far as ways around not hitting the Aurora until this late, I mean, it might be enough. We'll see.
At least it wasn't the Baron.
Oh,
Baron would have ended the game on the spot.
That would have been rough.
And not in a good way.
That is almost 100% the reason why I've only got one, and even then, who's to say? I think a lot of people are just running the one at the moment, if at all. I think people are opting for more of the Mind Splitters, but it's interesting to see. Again, earlier today, we've seen a lot of unconventional brews and seeing how people are making their decks a little bit more difficult to predict in this qualifier. So maybe there will be somebody out there who does it a little differently.
Yeah, Aurora definitely a deck that benefits a lot from you kind of successfully solving the deck building puzzle for the metagame. I know Ali, who's over from the States, managed to find a way to come to RQ Sydney after winning the best of Civ in Atlanta on, of course, Aurora. This was before Unleashed, the deck that Ali's been playing pretty much since Origins.
Yeah, pretty much.
Had a lot of words about which unit composition you should play in a deck like Aurora. And it is a real choice. And certainly when you expect a decent amount of the mirror, certainly when you expect players to be prepared for your strategy.
Absolutely.
Which units you use, which units you play. I know we had a chat yesterday to Billionaire, one of the talented TCG boys, who's a big Volibear Aurora fan.
Yes.
And I'm pretty confident one of the reasons he likes Volibear more is that Volibear is just also a ramp deck by nature.
Yeah.
And you can just play a lot of your units if you don't hit Aurora.
And you might as well at that point. It's going to be putting you in a very, very different position to where you're at here. But, I mean, look, I feel like because everybody knows, all of the Aurora players probably know that people are strategizing specifically for this type. It's one of those things where if you aren't prepared to be able to address the fact that people will be targeting it, then really it's on you, you know?
Have a quick read of Set in just a moment, but I'm pretty confident I know roughly what the legend text does, and I believe our Set player SW here is capable of picking which unit effective they want to save, because they're all going to take lethal damage in effect from this Flurry of Blades. I don't think the second Flurry does anything, and it looks like the players have resolved whatever question they had to the judges. So sacrifice is happening. Fade Dragon, as I expected, did get saved.
Makes sense.
And we are kind of back in business as the turn is passed back over. A game's not going to end on board as it is right now. Fade Dragon can get point number 8, but we are climbing up to 9 this game. Let's see a showstopper. See a first mate. No way to give the Fade Dragon ganking, but there is a Fiora lurking around. And when she gets mighty, boy oh boy.
Boy oh boy indeed. It is still a little hard to see the cards in hand for Rambo's leg. I mean, keeping them close to the chest, understandable, but there's a little peek.
Here's Showstopper, Set's signature spell. Buff, move on over. That makes Fiora mighty, turns on all her abilities as Bullet Time.
Bullet Time.
Again, trying to get the Elder Dragon train rolling. Pretty much has to play a bunch of reactions constantly to try and keep SW from scoring enough at this point. But that again is going to just basically recycle a rune and have Fiora lose her buff. So paying 1, I have to assume he would Bullet Time. Cost 1 energy, but you pay basically power equal to how much damage you want to deal. You can think of it actually quite a lot like Blade Flurry, which we just saw, but it only works at one battlefield.
I mean, when there's only one that has units at it right now, that's all that matters.
Certainly is. You can, of course, scale the damage by spending more power, but not something the Elder Dragon deck is really that
Not so
interested in
much.
doing.
No.
As Set is basically going to permanently stay exhausted. I think didn't quite get awakened to
Not
start
so
the turn,
much.
but we all know it's ready to go. So a little shortcutting there as buff comes off, Fiora gets saved. But the showstopper, which would have been game ending alongside the first mate that we know is in hand, is going to have to wait a while. Maybe wait another turn to try and turn this game around. And the eighth point doesn't feel that valuable, as Fiora is going to get ready. Going to basically make the play we wanted to make earlier, but no way to regank over. Actually cannot buff on Valley. That one's only on play. All right, so looking for point number 8. Why not? Make him have one more spell, perhaps.
Looking very... Yep, that's going to resolve.
Oh, okay. Just actually reset Set.
Interesting.
No way to buff a unit right now, though. Just going to pass it on back, and we know the card in hand, which I think it was correct not to play. Not very helpful. Just a Warmog's armor.
All right, let's see.
Big dragon.
Big dragon.
Can hit the classic Pack of Wonders. Going to pick up the Elder and replay it, just for a little extra board clear action. Don't know if I recommend it, but it is a play you're allowed to make.
I don't know that I would necessarily be doing that right now.
You don't think you want to pay 4 orange power and recycle another rune?
Not so much.
Deflect? Actually,
No.
Fiora doesn't have deflect right now, so you wouldn't actually have to pay that cost. I thought maybe
But
Shepherd's
still-
Heirloom would get re-equipped.
Still just on the little bit too expensive side for me.
Could be. Treasure Trove. Looks like Pack of Wonders is going to do the other thing, which is draw a card and channel another rune exhausted whenever it leaves the battlefield. You're supposed to recycle a rune, exhaust it, and then kill it in order to get that effect. But if you just pick it up with the pack, you get much the same effect.
Now, what is going to result here?
I mean, Aurora is going to happen again. Again, it's now a 50-50 between Baron and Elder Dragon, and Rambo will know that because he knew when Elder went to the bottom in the mulligan.
Absolutely.
So
Here
Pack
we
of Wonders
go.
again, Treasure Trove again. More card draw. Gotta be careful, you don't want to draw your units.
Yeah, look, it's not ideal to be at this point, but I mean, credit to Rambo Slag for being able to adapt as much as possible given the circumstances. We get another Scry's Bloom.
Have to imagine there's one more spell in hand that's relevant here,
You would think.
just with the way we're playing. Otherwise, I would imagine trying to hold onto a battlefield a little bit more. I mean, face up, if you can't, actually, even if you do push Fiora off this battlefield, still going to lose
There we go.
to double conquer. So now Elder Dragon's going to push off Fiora, win that combat pretty effortlessly.
Yeah, look, that one's not really a surprise there.
And at least put some might on that battlefield. Again,
Some,
yeah, 10.
just some.
Just some. But if there's more... Again, everyone reading Valley of Idols for the first time, perhaps? Certainly, I can't imagine MF has run into it too many times. So pass Aurora trigger. Is it going to be Elder Dragon the second, or is it going to be Baron Nashor the first? There's
And
Baron.
it's Baron. Ah,
Time to make the pit. That's a point.
that is a point. Interesting.
So this does actually create a pretty interesting wrinkle, because now SW can no longer win by conquering 2 battlefields.
Yes,
You have to
exactly.
conquer
Have to get all
3.
3. It does make it a little bit more contentious now. Look, as I said earlier, I don't necessarily feel that Baron is always the most useful. At the moment, this isn't that bad.
I mean, I don't know how easy it would have been for Set to push this Elder Dragon off the Valley, but certainly if you're trying to basically lock your opponent out of the final point for the whole game, which is actually what you have to do at this point, I actually think making a 3rd battlefield and effectively turning off conquering as a win condition does feel pretty good here. So first mate going to conquer, but that point cannot win, so instead it will draw a card. And I think at this point, SW is like, I have to hold to win this game.
100%. And look, I mean, when you're 8-1, you would normally be feeling a lot more confident. You probably still are, but it is an interesting arrangement that we've got up here at the moment.
I spy, finally, MF player's hand, by the way, and there is an Elder Dragon in
There
that hand.
is. Interesting.
Also,
Not ideal for the Aurora, but
one more in the deck as well we can get, but
but
again,
that's right at the bottom, isn't it?
yeah,
So-
it is. I mean, it's fine. You'll find it.
You'll find
It's
it.
in there.
It'll take a minute, but
Okay, so interestingly, not overstacking the climb. Not even putting a second unit there. Although I guess Pure getting played to base doesn't preclude Fey Dragon from moving over, but looks like the turn has been, nope, not passed back just yet. Shepherd's Heirloom getting considered here, and look to equip the Fey Dragon, it looks like. Is Fey Dragon trying to pick a fight? Yes, it is.
oh my goodness.
8, 9, 10, 11. Has that been enough?
I don't think. Look, I'm not great at maths, but that doesn't seem like enough to me.
More than 10. Oh, but +2 from Baron. Oh no, did we forget? Oh no, I think we forgot the Baron gave +2. The die is on the units.
Oh my gosh, of course. Yeah, that's not good.
It's late in the day, folks. Round 6.
Goodbye to that Fey Dragon.
Playing still to keep your record unblemished to the Swiss, and it is grueling. Little clerical error in the math there from our set player, and Elder Dragon gets to eat a Fey Dragon for free.
Yum, yum, yum.
4 points now for our Aurora player. This Elder Dragon is coming through.
Elder Dragon.
2 more units are going to go by the wayside. Set's going to save one of them, but it's just a lowly first mate.
Oh, this is turning around very quickly.
Elder Dragon also reinforced that battlefield. And that other friendly units text on Baron Nashor proving to be quite potent as Baron shifts on over to the Aspirant's Climb to make it 5 points. And all of a sudden, at 3 points a turn, looking like quite a quick clip to try and end this game. And this Elder is going to finally kill this first mate.
And there we go.
Reinforce, send on over. Warmog's going to stay there, and I think there might have been a window to try and win this game, but I think that door has been closed.
Absolutely. I mean, look, if nothing else, it just goes to show that even when you do have that delayed Aurora, it can turn around. And having those Elder Dragons, it's just, oh, look, they are very strong. There's no way around that. There's still plenty of options. And in this situation, having Baron did actually make a difference.
Yeah, so a couple of things maybe worth noting there. For one, obviously players don't know each other's deck lists right now. You can make some assumptions about what is in the deck, as Rambo's Lake does take game 1. Pretty dramatic comeback down literally with no points left to give back. And did manage to find the win there. Players actually just scooping up despite not technically losing on the following turn. Would have been nigh impossible to crack through those battlefields. So saving some time, shuffling up for game number 2 instead. You might need it, given how that game went.
Yeah, look, I mean, given that it did take that extra time to get there, I do think that it does come down to the draw a lot of the time, but being able to adapt, oof.
But again, you don't know the monster mix, so maybe you could reasonably assume that it is 3 Elders and a Baron after seeing 1 Baron and 2 Elders.
It makes sense. It makes sense. I think you are far more likely to assume at that point, yeah, there's going to more likely be the 3rd Elder. I don't think that many people are running multiple Barons.
I think especially after the first flip, you know, there's at least probably all the Elders in this, in for game 1 at least. So if you're at that point, if you're at that junction, you know you need 1 point to win. It does feel like stacking 1 battlefield with at least 2 units and trying to win by holding would make sense. Obviously, if they only have an Elder, that is something you can win pretty comfortably.
Yeah.
Although Baron, have to double check. Does Baron have ganking? Because he did make his way over to the climb somehow, and that means he has to leave the pit. Baron's got a lot of text on it, folks. I don't know if you've ever read that card.
Well, the thing is, misfortune
Gives
make
ganking.
it very possible.
One of the reasons to play MF as your legend is, of course, the ganking that misfortune grants. Sorry, I forgot there was a legend that was relevant. That happens sometimes with Aurora decks. You can just ignore all the other text because they're so focused around their singular gear, but not so. There was a reason to choose misfortune over Siva, just as an example.
I do feel that Baron does sit far more comfortably in the MF decks for that exact reason.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense. So that would mean that actually you would need enough units to survive the Baron and to be able to survive the Elder. So it does seem tough to hold a battlefield. I don't know if there's another reasonable route at that point in the game once it was Baron that was flipped up, because it is just so hard to actually conquer enough battlefields when there is an extra one that you now have to get that is being occupied by something whose minimum might is 10.
Exactly. It's just such an extra challenge when you're already contending with the Elder Dragons as it is, and you anticipate more to come. It's definitely changing the tides.
All right, well, players going to laugh it off, and we are going to shuffle up for game number 2. Certainly feels like Set has the sauce in this matchup.
Oh, for sure. And again, as we've discussed, it does come down to draw a lot of the time for that Aurora. And now that we know what's there, it'll be interesting to see what gets sideboarded in.
Yeah, I think the other thing, and the thing I was going to actually say partway through that first game was that, ooh, that's a very good mulligan. There's an Aurora and a Baron and an Elder in that hand. So the two units go to the bottom, and we'll keep the card we always want to play as often as we can. But that does mean that the Gear Hate, if it wasn't in the main, certainly going to be in the board. We can spy a salvage already
there.
in SW's hand.
Look, you got to do it.
I like the little eyebrow raise there from Rambo, but no 2-drop.
No?
Interesting. Wonder what you kept.
So we've got Monastery of Harana and Vilemore's Lair this time around.
Monastery, obviously, kind of a mainstay of Set.
Makes sense.
One of the best, arguably his best battlefield. Whenever you conquer here, it may spend a buff. If you do, draw a card. Not a lot of buffs running around, although a few more now since Unleashed got added. But certainly not a battlefield that Aurora is going to be able to find any card draw on. So kind of just something that only Set and Set alone gets to use in this matchup, as Double Scry's Bloom gets deployed after the stack deck. A very neat little curve as SW passes back. No units to play right now. Big Rengar in hand in the middle.
And then the Vilemore's Lair obviously also making it so Set cannot move back, retreating to base. It does make it so that you do have to go up against those real big boys.
Certainly do. Stuck in a deck that has a decent amount of movement in it. Can be a bit frustrating. Also, obviously, Aurora is just really wanting to park their units at the battlefields for the most part.
Absolutely.
So don't really mind that you can't move. Wasn't really planning on moving anyway.
Get a nice seat. Enjoy the view. Why not?
A quick read of Vilemore's as well. Can you gank with MF from Vilemore's?
Well, I believe it's just you can't
Move to
retreat to base. So I think you can still.
Units can't move from here to base. That is true. So you can gank. So Misfortune, once again, that legend text being relevant.
Coming in clutch. It does make a difference.
Alrighty, so Set Brawl are going to be the first unit deployed by either side as SW finally gets something on the board. Pretty good unit in a scrap. But let me tell you, the Aurora units are a bit bigger, and there are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 runes now after that Catalyst, and that may just be exactly how many Aurora cost to play.
Just exactly. No big deal.
Big deal. And it's a Mind Splitter actually played from hand, so the unit composition has changed somewhat.
Interesting.
Looking for that Gearhead and is going to find it. Very heads-up play here from Rambo.
Makes a lot of sense. You know that it was going to be coming.
Don't mind delaying your Aurora by a turn. Put a unit on the board that is good in a fight, and also to get some information on your opponent's hand. And you see there's a salvage in hand, and I don't think it's going to be in hand for much longer. Mind Splitter says, when you play and you choose an opponent, they reveal their hand, you choose a card from it, and they discard that card.
Get information and get rid of the Gear Hate. Not bad.
Alrighty then.
We've also got that Fey Dragon there still in here.
I love me some Fey Dragon, but it's no salvage here in this matchup. Alright, so party started. Pass it on back. Pick up your hand. I have the information written down diligently by MF as believe passed it on back. Nope, never mind. Not just yet. Picked up the hand. Scryer's Bloom. Have a little look.
See what's coming through. Looks like a Luna Boon and a Bullet Time.
Bullet Time seemed actually pretty decent in the last game. Although, again, Set's buff and Set's legend text can make it a bit annoying at times.
Yeah.
Even if you kill multiple units at once, they get to pick which one they want to save. Alright, so pass it back. Set's going to awaken. Runes are going to go right side up. And we're going to probably get some points on the board, I have to imagine. It's a scoreless game so far.
You would think so.
Through 4 turns or so. But Set's going to change that. Spend a buff. Make it bigger. Move on over. Because you do get the buff back when you conquer.
So he's at 8 then.
Decided not to spend on Monastery, curiously. You can no longer stack the triggers the old way, which is where you congregate your buff and then spend the buff, because Monastery is that you now have to meet the condition when you wanted to use the effect, but I believe you can still conquer afterwards. And I think the reason this will happen is that I wanted to make sure you issue a challenge to this Mind Splitter. And now Ash Focus, that is incredibly good timing. We talk about cards being good.
That'd do it.
And Ash Focus, I think one of the reasons these order decks feel a bit comfier against Aurora, when you play me, choose an opponent, they reveal their hand. This text is very similar to Mind Splitter, you might notice. Choose a card revealed this way and banish it. When they hold, return it to their hand. Now, I don't know if you've realized this, but Aurora, not the best deck at holding. You know what they are good at, though? Drawing the second one off the top of the deck.
Ugh, that'd do it.
Knew it wasn't there, literally just saw your hand, literally banished your only copy of Aurora, and sometimes it just does not matter. Off the top it goes. There's the third one lurking around as Elder Dragon, going to make yet another appearance. Ash going to go by the wayside, second to lose his buff. Again, Ash going away does not mean the card comes back. Have to actually hold to get the Aurora back, but I think the damage has been done at this point.
Look, you say that Aurora's not necessarily great at holding. Elder Dragon, though, presents a pretty hefty presence.
Oh, I think it's good at holding when it has a unit it can hold with.
Oh, yeah.
Getting a unit you can hold with
That's the harder part.
It's usually the hard part. Unfortunately, it's much easier when you find another Aurora.
Yeah. That'd do it. 100%.
That's got to be a tilter for our set player. Seeing the Aurora with the Ash, had all the tech line up,
it's
and
rough.
now we have to contend with Elder Dragon once again. Already lost our salvage to the Mind Splitter. So what is next? You can see a bunch of units mostly in that hand by the looks. I think I see a showstopper as well. None of that is helpful right this moment.
Not so much.
Punch first, not a bad trick. Set can get pretty big. So trading with an Elder Dragon is possible somewhere down the line.
Even still.
I didn't say it was easy.
That's true. It is possible, like you said. Is it probable?
There will be a trade as well, because of course Elder Dragon's text.
Exactly.
Any amount of your damage is enough to kill enemy units. How very one-sided of Elder Dragon. Wonder what we're asking here, because we are should be at the end of MF's turn. Aurora's already clearly resolved, so not too sure what we're trying to puzzle through here at the table. A judge question, perhaps?
There's some smiles and laughs there, though. So
I would smile too if I top decked an Aurora after my opponent played Ash Focus and took my Aurora.
Oh, absolutely. Cannot complain with that.
Well, one side's going to complain about that.
Yeah. But again, as an Aurora player and defender, I would not be complaining at all.
Look, when you draw your good card, that is oh, okay. Is it didn't randomize the cards from Aurora? Is that what happened here? I'm not an expert at Riftbound table charades, but that appears to be what the players might be asking the judges. You do, so for anyone who doesn't know, whenever you recycle cards in Riftbound, assuming you recycle more than one, so a number greater than 2, which is almost all of the time, with basically Vi being the exception, you do actually have to randomize the cards that you recycle. This actually includes your mulligan, by the way. You'll see players pretty often when they mulligan too, just give their cards a little shuffle, present them to your opponent, because you're supposed to present your shuffled pile anytime, whether it's your deck or your little pile of recycled cards to your opponent. I don't think I've ever seen a player voluntarily cut the 2 mulligan cards, but it is something you can offer to your opponents. But I think we failed to randomize our deck, so I think we're trying to figure out what we're supposed to do here. Because if those cards are on the bottom of the deck already, tough to figure out which ones you're supposed to shuffle. But there is a relatively big pile of cards just left of the deck, and there's a pile left of the Aurora, and that presumably is the Aurora player's hand.
You would think.
So I can't imagine the pile is very far away. It looks like a judge is at the table, having a chit-chat to the players.
A little bit of back and forth. Seeing more of those.
So production. A little bit of information as it travels throughout. Did successfully randomize a pile of cards.
Yep.
Pile of cards they randomized was their deck.
Yeah, not ideal.
Sometimes when piles of sleeved cards are face down or sleeved in the same card, which they, of course, they have to be, sometimes you pick up the wrong pile and shuffle it. And sometimes the pile you're supposed to shuffle, which is the pile of cards you're recycling, is actually your deck that shouldn't be randomized because it's already been randomized at the start of the game.
Yeah, look. I mean, it happens. It's not ideal.
I imagine there is reasonable policy to cover this.
You would think so. It feels necessary.
But I imagine the player maybe also got a warning.
Yeah.
So no speculation from us, but judges looks like they're wrapping up the situation nice and swiftly. And as we resume play about the looks of things, because I just saw the set player draw a card at the top of the deck, wouldn't you believe the card they drew is salvage number 2.
They do still have that showstopper. Is that, yep, coming through?
Looks like top decks cut both ways perhaps, but we already have to deal with one Elder Dragon. That's going to get buffed. Move on in, because that's all the text on the card. Spend the buff, draw from Monastery. Reconquer, get a buff. So doing the thing that I said you could do. Makes a lot of sense. Yep, and player's just confirming. Yep, that's how it works. Double checking with the table judge.
Little back and forth.
Looks like there's some very minor clarity things being talked about by the players. I don't think doesn't feel particularly relevant, but that's fine. I get a little shortcutting happening at the table. I think everyone knows what's going on.
Yeah.
But always good to be safe versus sorry when you're announcing your triggers. Salvage, though, is going to draw yet another card. Was the card off the top for the turn. And now Set's going to retreat using that Awakened State. His showstopper is just a move. It does not exhaust the unit. Move on back after grabbing point number 2. And we're kind of back to, I don't want to say parity, but back to maybe a more manageable place for Set.
Slightly more, yes.
Maybe.
We shall see.
So kind of the funny thing is, well, we did see one other roll, and now I don't know where it is, because I'm assuming the deck got re-randomized.
True.
After everything that happened.
One would hope.
But we did see one go by in the last Aurora pile. So in theory, it's not that close. And there is one in Banish, but you can only get it if you hold. And that means the Elder Dragon has to go kind of make itself vulnerable on the front lines, if it were.
I mean, look, even still with buffs, Set, I don't think can match up numbers-wise. So it might be worth a try.
I don't know if you ever tried to punch an Elder Dragon in the face, but Body is very good at making units extremely big.
You're right.
Even Set on his own, if you can buff him twice, you can spend that buff to get 4 might.
True.
That will be enough to contend with the dragon. So I wonder what the options will be. It's MF Accelerated, going to be played from the champ zone. This is another way to try and force a hold out of your opponent. There's a point over. Maybe trying to bait Set in here again. Can be a little bit tricky to navigate at times, but it does at least threaten a hold while protecting your Elder Dragon and keeping it in the back line. But we know there are challenges in this set deck. We've seen one already. Actually saw one last game, if I recall correctly. So we'll see if the problem can be solved, because now it's just an Elder Dragon and a Misfortune instead of an Elder Dragon, a Misfortune, and an Aurora.
Aurora. Can you see a little bit about what's going on in SW's hand there?
Spend the buff. Make my monster bigger. My monster is a shirtless man that wants to brawl. In we go. On to MF. That's 8 might versus 5. Bullet time.
Bullet time.
Did pass and showdown. Little way there that didn't necessarily happen, but that's all right. Now you pay the energy once the spell resolves, and is going to pay 1. And again, deal 1 damage, which is enough to be lethal at this point. And all of a sudden... Oh, we're asking the judge a question about ambush. I believe, the unit will take damage, so don't want to play the ambush unit there. You'll just get it bullet timed. But you can, obviously Rengar can go where enemies are. Has Omega Ambush, as it were. And this Rengar is pretty big, so we're going to have to force another spell. It is bullet time number 2.
Bullet time. Ugh.
So that hold is going to complete, which means Aurora's going to come back, and I think that was the play Set was hoping would tip the scales, but instead it is Aurora holding on to their battlefield and getting back their signature enchantment.
Yeah, look, I mean, having that Elder Dragon in play really does make bullet time just that incredibly
more effective.
And you can see, like, Rambo's build of Aurora is very Elder Dragon
Oh,
centric.
yeah.
Like,
100%.
multiple bullet times, multiple flurry of blades in the main deck in game number 1. So clearly expecting to have an Elder Dragon in play and then play the game from there, which is even more feast or famine. You can certainly, you know, pull the levers a little bit on Aurora and try and have your deck exist in a place when you don't have your signature piece of gear, but this version, no, very much dedicated to the life of the Aurora player. By the way, couldn't actually play the Aurora they got back from Banish because some runes had been recycled, didn't have enough, but Last Rites
A little
going to
shovel.
cause some issues, perhaps. Start recycling those units, recycle that Mind Splitter, perhaps, that we know is in the bin.
Ooh.
Not going to equip just yet, considering it all. Thumbing that Chaos Rune, considering if it wants to be thrown under the rune deck, but no, not now. Just pass it back. And again, set can make units big, but no units to start with, and tough to break through right now.
Absolutely. I think at this point, when you're 2-3, you can be a little bit more patient with it. Obviously not ideal for set at the moment, given that there are no units, but now we have a Fey Dragon, so it's something.
Just going to make a unit, pass, and then try again next turn. So 2 points for Aurora from 3 up to 5. This is a regulation game, so playing to 8. As runes get channeled, and we know, in fact everyone knows, that there is an Aurora that could come down. 9 runes at the ready. We'll see if that is the line that Rambo wants to take.
Like it was a Lunar Boon, but in hand, obviously, still.
When in Sydney, play Aurora, perhaps?
Perhaps. When in Sydney, why not? I certainly do. There it is.
Not quite north. Not quite south enough for the Aurora, but hey.
You would think that,
Did every
but
now and then.
a couple months ago,
There you go.
we did get a little Southern Aurora.
Wow, and then a few months later we get this. Love that. Aurora number 2 technically, but there's one we've seen before. Going to be activated in a moment because the shovel is being bestowed on Siva. And a unit is going to get recycled. There's 1, there's 2. Hey, that Aurora's coming back as well, just in case. Just in case I need it back. Oh, never mind. Maybe you don't even want the Mind Splitter. Poor guy.
Oh, okay.
All right, little recycle again. We're going to recycle your little pile very carefully. Didn't
We're
pick
all
up the
paying
deck.
attention.
And now we go again. Time to spin the wheels. To find a Mind Splitter. You have more than one in the deck. Reinforcing the Monastery? Somewhere. Reinforcing
Yeah.
Monastery. What would you like from my beautiful collection of cards?
Ooh.
5 Peacekeeper, Fey Dragon, Punch First, Fiora, First Mate, and Warmog's Armor. Nothing standing out hugely. Maybe just take the biggest unit. Maybe take the First Mate.
Yeah, look, I mean,
Vi's actually really
Vi's-
good on offense.
yeah, and has been showing particularly well this weekend from all accounts.
Stunned units also don't deal damage, so that would actually be a way to win a combat with Elder Dragon without getting your units traded off. So I think that is probably what you want to take. And yep, 5 Peacekeeper is
There
going to
it
hit the
is.
dust. Would have been pretty good on this turn, but unfortunately, Set having to take a setup turn to try and win back some of this territory meant that another Mind Splitter has magicked out of the deck thanks to Dazzling Aurora. And if we do want to take out this Elder Dragon, or either of the units really of these battlefields, it is possible, but it might be quite costly.
Yeah.
All right,
They
Warmog's
really-
Armor.
They also do need to deal with MF there because the shovel, correct me if I'm wrong, but can just bring back the other Mind Splitter as well.
That is why Rambo did keep the Mind Splitter in the bin instead of put it back in
Yes.
the deck for Aurora. Wanted to have a unit they could play if Last Rites did get the opportunity to. So, we're punching. And we're rolling on over without the Warmogs. We played the Warmogs. I feel like the Warmogs maybe wants to join
Join the
Fey
party?
Dragon. Don't need the buff, I guess, but it is +1 extra might.
Every little bit helps sometimes.
Yeah, I don't know. Played it for fun, perhaps. That's all right. In we go. Over to the Elder Dragon. My unit is quite large. My unit is less large, but my unit will lose its buff.
Well, the issue there, though, is there are now multiple options
That's true.
So now you could, yeah, look, Rambo could bring out the Mind Splitter, could bring out the other Elder Dragon that's just gone in there.
We do have to pay for it.
Yeah.
So, doesn't have enough runes for one of those things.
Yeah.
Here's
Mind
first
Splitter is still a very, very good play there.
All right, that's why the Warmugs was there. Wanted to re-equip it later, try and win the combat, and it's a decent amount of might, but should be some units traded off here. Fey Dragon is only so big; it's 8 might, I believe, and it is 7 each on either of those units. But Punch First is the reason why SW believes he's going to win this combat outright, and I believe it did cost a lot of runes to get there, but the board is finally clear.
Cool.
And now it's simply the Aurora still in play to deal with.
Look, I mean, even that on its own is still very, very capable of turning it back around for Rambo.
Yeah, only 2 runes left at the end of that play. All the body runes recycled as well. So had to use a ton of resources there just to basically get this board back to parity. But surely at some point they'll run out of units. That's, I think, what Set is thinking. Trying to think, how many Elders has Set seen? I think just 1.
Just the one.
But you've seen Mind Splitters and you didn't see Mind Splitters in game 1.
Yes.
So you have to think the unit pool is a bit more diluted than it was before. The Baron could no longer be in the deck, but I don't actually know.
Can't really bank on that one, though.
Feels like Elder is the
Strides
unit you
blue?
don't want to see, but I don't know if Baron is much better, given how big it is. Just doing the do-si-do here. And Aurora's going to get triggered once again. So playing some setup things and flipping cards over. There's Baron.
Oh, there he is.
Big Purple Worm makes yet another appearance, and that should be up to 6 points, I believe. And Baron is actually threatening to win the game next turn. Hold for one, gank over for the other. And 12 might is a big number. So despite the heroics to try and remove all the other units, I don't know if there's any juice left in the tank, as that Sabotage is drawn just a touch too late by Set. You can move there from anywhere, so we will indeed move on to Baron. And something bad is about to happen. Gust. Push your first mate away. Not big enough to take out the Baron. Spend the power, lose the buff. Did have that gold awakened, I imagined. So Warmog's still there. The unit doesn't actually die. It does get saved, so the equipment does stay on. But again, the problem still presents itself. If you cannot remove this Baron, it will remove you from this round of the tournament. I don't know how Baron's allowed to leave the pit. That seems a bit lore inaccurate.
Yeah, but fun.
Fun for someone.
Fun for me. And fun for Rambo's leg if all goes well.
We're going to be one of our potential undefeated MF Aurora players here. Again, there weren't that many undefeateds going into round number 5.
12, I think you said earlier,
it was
right?
12.
12.
So, going to be fewer as the rounds roll on here. Certainly expected to see the deck near the top table, and looks to be continuing that run at least on for one player, unless SW has a way out of this. Still plenty of time left to navigate this game, and a third if we get there, but it is seeming increasingly more challenging. You can see a big smile break out on Rambo's leg's face. I think understanding that the game is well within grasp. There's Fiora, pass it up. And just going to make him do it, make him have it, make him remember that MF Legend does give ganking, but 1 point for holding. Flip over the runes, draw the card. Hope your opponent draws an extra card, maybe? Not a lot of things left, but there's the ganking, there's the last point.
is.
And oh, that isn't enough now because of Baron. So let's just draw a card instead. The same problem that SW had in the last game. Tripped me up in this one. So still have to conquer. Or hold. Maybe Baron can hold.
It's very possible.
That's very funny to me. But unfortunately, not enough to win, because you created this problem for yourself, I might add.
Baron holding somewhere other than Baron Pit, very funny to me.
Game not over yet. 1 point away. But that point must be earned by scoring all the battlefields or by holding. And currently, we've only scored 2 out of now the 3 battlefields that are in this game. And Last Right's digging through the trash. Putting Elder back. And let's put a bullet time back, it looks like.
Looks like.
You approve of
Makes
these
sense.
choices? They work quite well together, so it's
I
nice
think
they're
so.
together on the bottom of the deck, I suppose.
Yeah, good for them.
And again, Baron is very big, even bigger than the Elder as far as might goes.
Mm-hmm.
Currently even bigger thanks to the shovel, which is a very harrowing image.
Oof.
That big worm holding that shovel. Sky's Bloom going to get popped. MF is exhausted because she was used earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe we saw a unit, so that one's going on the board. Looks like I saw something with a big cost on it.
Mm-hmm.
Can't quite tell. They're just barely at the edge of the screen there. Keeps him pretty close. One's immobilized. Leave him there. Draw the movie. Right about that one. Go again. Channel the rune.
Yeah.
Why not? Aurora trigger.
There we go.
Yeah, it's on the top of the deck. Look at that.
It's
Oh, it's another Baron.
Ugh.
Well, now each Baron gives each other Baron +2.
Mm-hmm.
But you do not make another Baron pick because there's already one.
There's already one there. You don't need more of
Don't
that.
need another one. So instead, it's just 26 might to break through or lose to one hold.
More, isn't it?
12 plus 12 is
24.
24. They each get... Oh, it is more.
Yeah.
No. It's even more. So the base is 24. It's two 12s. They
Plus
each get
the-
+2 from each other. That's +4, so 28. Plus the shovel's 30.
Goodness me. Look, I'm trusting your maths on this one. You've done it a lot faster
It
than I did.
says other friendly units have +2. They are each friendly units. Rambo will get the die out and mark them.
Mm-hmm.
So that should be 30, and that should be game.
That's
Rambo's like
it.
undefeated, still
Oh my
6-0
goodness.
now here at RQ Sydney.
Ugh. Look, again, as an Aurora player, I love to see it. I love to see it happen, especially given that there was that moment of maybe not so much doubt, but a little tension for Rambo's leg earlier in that first matchup. But good to see that Baron did come in clutch there. It was interesting to see a second one come
Yes.
in
Now
as
that you
part of that sideboard.
Now that you mention it, there's at least 3 units in that sideboard, because we saw 3 of them, and there might be even more.
Quite possibly.
But definitely changing the composition in Game 2, adding a bunch of extra units in this matchup. Mind Splitter certainly looked very good.
Oh, I'm a big
in that
fan
spot.
of Mind Splitter in this deck.
Obviously have access to Sabotage as well, so ways to kind of deal with the gear hit before you play your Aurora.
Absolutely.
And really thought Ash Focus was going to get it done there, but
Look, I mean,
sometimes, again, they just have it lurking as the next card down.
it is what it is. Luck of the draw sometimes can really just do wonders.
Yeah, turns out the hand is not the top of the deck, basically.
Pretty much. Look, all smiles, which is wonderful to see.
Yeah, look,
Obviously.
X1, certainly a very good spot here at
Oh,
this point.
absolutely.
X2 to make day 2, X1 still live for top 8. So not a lot of tournament left for today. Lots of tournament to play tomorrow, and both these players in prime position to make day 2. In fact, Aurora is going to be locked for day 2. Rambo's leg, if they lose their next 2 rounds, still going to be playing tomorrow.
Love to see it. I'm very excited to see how it shapes up tomorrow as well. But looking very, very pleased with himself there.
Yeah, granted, you definitely don't want to lose the next 2 rounds. That would be
No.
kind of a tragedy to start 6-0 and then lose the last 2
Yeah.
rounds, even if you do make day 2. But Aurora finally on stream, kind of in true fashion, we can say, for the first time. And I think can see why the deck is feared and respected.
As it should be, but again, I know there's all the contention. This is just evidence that sometimes it can go your way and sometimes it's a lot harder to make it go your way.
Felt like quite a lot of counterplay there. I think maybe set needed more. Like, I didn't see any copies of Unyielding Spirit, which would help a lot against Elder Dragons specifically. That being said, not every deck is on all the Elders, so you do kind of have to pick which monster composition you think the decks are going to be playing, which can be kind of a tricky thing to metagame for. So we'll see. You know what? Better way to find out about how Aurora's getting played these days?
Let's find out direct from the
Let's
source.
talk to an Aurora player.
Thank you very much for that one, Julian. I am here with Rambo's leg, the winner of round 6, currently 6-0-0. How does it feel to have locked in that day 2?
It feels great, actually. Yeah, it's super nervous.
Yep.
Didn't want to be on camera, but we had to do it. And yeah, it was real sloppy, but I'll take it.
Yeah.
Take it any way we can get it.
Yeah, that's it. Sometimes the nerves can get the better of us just a little bit here, but you've persevered and you've came out on the other side, the winner of that round 6 matchup into that set. How many sets have you played into so far today?
This is actually the second one, so
Hey.
I was a little bit more prepared this time.
Yep.
The other set is the only one I dropped the game to. So.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it should be a pretty easy matchup, but you never know because the deck can always fall on its own. So
That's it. And we do have a lot of Auroras here today. What made you decide to go with Misfortune instead of, say, Sivir or Poppy or even the hidden Fiora tech?
yeah, I actually sat next to the Fiora Aurora guy last round, so it was really interesting to see that. But I think MF has better end game scenarios with ganking.
Yep.
Multiple times today, and I should have shown on camera that last one. I was supposed to equip the last rites, gank over,
yes,
then play the MF from Graveyard Accelerated to conquer for the last point. That's actually how I beat the other set. So you have a lot more maneuverability and mobility around the battlefields, especially when Baron Pit's there, because no one really understands how to play against the Baron Pit. They just think to go in there, and so you get a lot of opportunities now until people realize what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, so it sounds like you're a very experienced Aurora player. It sounds like you've been playing since Origins maybe, and then you've seen the big Nasher and the Elder as well, and found a way to utilize that. Is that fair to say? Experience?
Not at all. I've been playing this deck for about 3 weeks now.
3 weeks is still
I
good.
started playing after seeing the Vegas stream.
Yep.
So it really inspired me. I hadn't played any TCGs for probably like a year or 2 years.
Wow.
And I saw it and I was just like, this is great. Like
it speaks to you.
Yeah, and so it was just like, let me start playing, and then let me see when's the next RQ I can play for. Oh, Sydney. Okay, well that's far, but it ended up just getting the ticket right then and there, and just have been playing it nonstop since then, and it's been a lot of fun.
Okay, so speaking of far, where have you come from? All the way to Sydney, Australia?
Yeah, Southern California. So
wow.
Yeah, it was. I really wanted to play in an RQ.
You really did.
Yeah, and so made the trip.
Yeah.
I hadn't traveled out of the country for years, so it's just one of those things where, you see the world play a game. Like, yeah, that sounds great.
It worked out. Well, that's so special that you've traveled so far. You're currently 6-0. You've guaranteed your day 2. Are there any matchups that you're less comfortable playing into coming into the last few rounds?
Yellow decks with Cole and basically Victor is always the nightmare.
Yes.
Just because it has a hard time against other things, so that's always the hope is that it doesn't make it as far because it gets caught up by all the other decks that have better matchups into it.
Yeah.
But the Poppy Aurora is frightening.
Yes.
So I don't like that, but at the same time, I really can't complain. I figured that it was going to be a very flat distribution of decks, so playing the second deck at the same time probably won't happen until day 2. So yeah, I think. As long as I just stay away from Victor, so.
That's it. Well, fantastic. Thank you so much for those insights, Rainbow's Leg. Congratulations on 6-0-0 and locking in your day 2 here at the Riftbound Regional Qualifiers Sydney 2026.
Alrighty.
Back to you, casters.
Nice to know there's at least one other person from Southern California that traveled to Sydney that is going to be making day 2, joining me. Qualifying for day 2. I always qualify though. That's one of the nice things about being on the caster desk.
Yeah, we're kind
Never
of just
miss.
here by default.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Good enough for me.
Still counts. We're here for day 2.
Certainly are. We are in round 6, by the way, because we are still playing in day 1, and we have a feature match once again for you all. We're going to be jumping into game number 3 between some pretty fun ones. One of our legends is Kha'Zix, and the other one is everyone's favorite little yordle. It's Teemo.
Is it?
I believe so. Did I get that right? I believe I got that right.
It was on.
Might be on. You're right. It's not Teemo. That's a very funny looking yordle. There's on the left.
Definitely on. All right, let's see where we're at here. We do have the Baron Pit already out.
Oh, goodness.
Ooh.
Really jungling in this set.
Very much so.
Alrighty, so we've got a little Chaos Kha'Zix up in that top battlefield, hanging out at Ornn's Forge. Obviously the battlefield that Ornn wanted to bring to this game. Players have split the first 2 games, by the way, so we are in game 3, right in the middle of it, as you can see, at 5 points to 4. As St. Oz, who I truly hope is Australian.
Although with a Z,
to a point.
you never know.
You never know. Little suspicious.
Either way, maybe just for this weekend we can make him an honorary Australian, just in the name alone.
Kind of an interesting spot to be in. 3 battlefields does mean that the point totals get a little different. You now go from 5 to 8 a little more cleanly from time to time. As last right's going to get raked by Disarming Rake. Certainly a card we expect to see quite a bit more of this weekend out of the Calm deck, especially if they don't have other access to good gear hate. Lonely Porro going to reinforce, and it's quite a lot of little units here in this Ornn deck, so I'm getting the feeling that it's probably more of an aggressive on list, which I think has been kind of the default, maybe best on deck as far as how those players decided to pilot the deck. Certainly not an expert, not hanging out in the on discords, getting all the info, but that is what the little birds tell me.
The little birds?
The little internet birds. They whisper to me, and they tell me about on sometimes.
It's very specific from little internet birds.
All right, well, Baron again still buffing up that Kha'Zix, so it's 7 right now on the Forge. Saint still feeling good about the point lead, but does its call, kind of the classic from Azir, is going to be making even more units, and it looks like we're trying to set up to do perhaps a triple conquer situation on the next turn. But again, Baron is very large, so not sure how easy that's going to be.
I'm also not seeing any XP anywhere.
It's all been spent.
All been spent to get this going.
Well, Baron has successfully made it back to base. Can now go somewhere else. We'll start with the Sabotage. What you got? Is it good? It's all right.
Oh, yeah.
Charm and a Brutalizer. One of those would have been pretty good at trying to set up for the triple conquer. So instead it goes back to the bottom of the deck. Brutalizer goes back to hand. Make that Ornn a little bit bigger, but have a feeling that Ornn's not going to be quite big enough yet.
Not at this
with the Baron. Now, Ornn can certainly get big enough to battle Baron.
Oh, definitely.
You need quite a bit more gear for that.
Look, I mean, Baron's a big boy. What can I say?
Very large and often in charge.
Very large Ornn.
All right, 5 points apiece. Has shuffling. Looks like a Blade Flurry. And another card, which leads me to believe, although there's a Kha'Zix, that would be the chosen champion there. I suspect this is Aurora Kha'Zix, by the way.
Yeah.
Gonna gank on over. I guess you don't even have to gank the Baron, but you're just allowed to move there from anywhere. So ganking, or even if it's not true ganking, good enough to clear that battlefield, get point number 6, as a buff gets granted thanks to Kha'Zix's ability to the Baron. If Baron wasn't big enough, it's now 1 bigger. For a nice unlucky 13 might. Ooh.
Gonna have to get pretty big on for dealing with a lot of this.
Yeah, where to next? Oh, thinking about it. Baron's probably wants to go somewhere. If you want to get stuck at Biomoors. If you want to hang out and maybe join up with your Kha'Zix in the other battlefield. Looking to try and score 2 points if you can.
Right into the Vilemore's lair there.
Going to threaten to hold 2.
2's good, 3's better, but...
All right, so off to 7, I believe. That it's going to matter all too much, because it feels like Baron is still the big problem I have to deal with. And we know it's just a Brutalizer right now in hand, which is a little something, but not a lot of something.
Yeah.
So top of the deck's going to have to be kind here, I think. That Charm would have been real mint. Instead, it is, Lecturing Yorda for the redraw.
Not what you'd be hoping for.
I don't know, quick might calculation. I believe Ornn is is it +1 every gear or +2 every gear for Ornn?
I believe...
I think it's just +1. Kind of makes all your gear, whether you can equip it or not, just a little bit better. Indeed, Ornn Forge God, I have +1 for each friendly gear. Deflect 2 also, which is very funny. Especially if you ever find a Svelsonger on your Ornn. But currently, no gear in play, so Ornn is just a 4. So 4, 8, 12 plus 4 is 16 plus 2 is 18. Sand Soldier going to make that 16 left, but is going to conquer that first point necessary to potentially win this game and also stay undefeated. Whichever player takes it here is going to be sitting pretty for day 2. There's that Brutalizer, paid for by the Ornn. Ornn does have Weapon Master, but I think it looks like the Brutalizer cost just got paid by... Oh no, it did get paid by Ornn.
Yeah.
Ornn Forge making it 1 cheaper because you do control it. I think you just have to pay the power, though. Yeah,
Yep, just the power to play gear or use gear abilities.
Yeah, so I can see the Calm Moon exhausted. That's what I was trying to figure out. So it's 6 total, 3 for the Brutalizer, 4 for the On, and then 1 more on top. So you can think about it as +4 altogether, which is 8. That's what the die is representing. On's total might here. So 8 is bigger than 7, which is currently what that Kha'Zix in the middle is representing. But can we take the Baron out? It's kind of the other question. Baron currently at 13. And if we do a quick maths, that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's not enough. We have to move in with a little bit more here. All right. 4 plus 8 is 12. That's still not 13.
We'll do some quick maths there.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That is enough.
Yeah, with the Sand Soldier on top.
3 2s is 6, 8 is 14. So that is just enough to defeat the Baron in combat. That will shrink the Kha'Zix as well. Kha'Zix all the way down to 5 at the end of this all. But this is all assuming, by the way, the Kha'Zix doesn't have anything relevant in hand. We know what's up. The rest of St. Sanders, I think, face up at this point. Maybe one extra draw from the Yordle that we don't know about, but not a lot left in the tank, we have to assume. All right, so pass it on back. Can you beat this? I have 14. All these little guys swarming into the pit, trying to collect the delicious buff. Oh, no.
Oh, there we go.
Is that Blade Flurry actually enough to tip the scales? One extra damage is all we need? Oh, there's 2. That's even worse.
No.
Now, will the 2s get taken out before it even matters?
It's just it.
That's just On left against the 13 power Baron. On is going to lose that fight many days of the week. I don't think you can get through now. Sand Soldier goes by. Yep, that is a unit out of battlefield that did take 2 damage. In fairness, Baron does take the damage as well, but I don't think that's going to be relevant.
Well, not so much. Very, very unfortunate there for St. Oz.
2 damage marked on the Baron. 2 damage marked on the Kha'Zix as well, for what it's worth, but not sure that's the... Well, I guess you can... If the score totals are correct, and Kha'Zix is only at 6 points, you can at least not lose next turn.
True.
And then threaten to win. Because you should be able to beat the Kha'Zix in combat. Because Ornn's about to lose this combat and at least give up the Brutalizer. So that one happens. Now Drop Border and Lonely Porroh should be able to team up and beat the Kha'Zix.
You would think.
Kha'Zix does get bigger when alone, but should be bringing a friend here, despite the Lonely Porroh being lonely. Does not want to be in this upcoming instance. Have a quick read of Kha'Zix Mutating Horror. Does have Ambush when I attack or defend. If an enemy unit is alone here, give me +2 this turn and gain 2 XP. So already bigger thanks to the Baron, already bigger thanks to the buff. Lonely Porroh moving in, or wants to draw the card instead. Made the Kha'Zix bigger for that.
Well, yeah. That's it.
Okay, and I think maybe the point totals may not have been fully updated because I think Kha'Zix was at 7, which meant it doesn't matter if you can't move the Baron. That extra card draw did not find what it needed, and Kha'Zix is 6-0 here at RQ Sydney.
Love the little cup noodle deck box there as well.
Oh, that's wonderful. I honestly, that would do quite well right now.
Yeah, I think so. It seems about time.
If anybody in the venue wants to fly over,
I wouldn't say no.
Yeah, wouldn't say no. So back-to-back, I believe back-to-back Aurora games in that round. Although again, can't confirm. Can only
speculate.
Speculate, yes.
But yes, seeing Baron there, a little bit of a hint.
A little bit of a hint. Well,
a hint, possibly.
6 round 3, are you having fun?
I'm having so much fun. This is great.
Well, that's good because round 7's coming up. Don't go too far away. We're going to a break, but when we return, more coverage of RQ Sydney.
Hello, Riftbounders. Are you wondering how the game developed with Unleashed? Let me give you a little introduction. The Calm domain has reinvented its defensive capabilities. With powerful pump spells and counter spells, Calm decks were already good at contesting their battlefields, but with Unleashed, holding the fields becomes a whole lot stronger. A standout example for this is Back Off. 3 energy, no power. This card on action speed stuns a unit and draws a card if played from hand. Incredible! But leaving 3 runes open isn't always an option. Luckily, you can also hide this card if your runes are exhausted, or you want to keep them open for another card. Fury, on the other hand, brings plenty of new ways to assert pressure onto your opponent. Emry Jungler's dream is coming true with Smite, finding a new way to remove units. It simply deals 3 damage to a unit at a battlefield for 2 energy and 1 power. While those stats are not too impressive, the unit will also be banished when it would die. This takes powerful death knell effects out of the equation and can also remove follow-up if your opponent relies on resources from their trash, like Fiora Worthy that can't be played through Spectral Matron anymore. Order has been known for its hard removal and kill spells. Now what if I told you that you can remove your opponent's hand as well? Ash Focus gives you full information about your opponent's hand and lets you banish a card of choice for 5 energy and 1 power. They will get it back as soon as they hold a battlefield, but with full information and 1 card less in the opponent's hand, it's now on you to not let that happen. Chaos has been chaotically bouncing cards left and right, pushing them front and center. And now you will also be able to reach the opponent's units in base. Starcross's reaction speed removal is revolutionary, especially when it hits the base as well. For 3 energy and 1 power, you can return a friendly and an opposing unit back to the owner's hand. While this can give you an incredible advantage with play effects, it also disturbs your opponent. It slows them down massively and can sometimes deny powerful effects, like Elder Dragon's passive kill ability. While this domain has already been good at controlling the opponent's units, the mind is now finally greater than the sword. The mind domain receives a fantastic gear removal card. Turn to Dust will turn any gear into a temporary problem for 2 energy and no power cost. While it does not immediately help you remove units that are boosted by equipment gear, you can easily take care of seals, dazzling aurora, or other great gear that stands in your way. Now what's scarier than body units that are standing on your opponent's side of the field just waiting to overwhelm you with their physical prowess? The ones you didn't see coming! Rengar Trophy Hunter has to be on your opponent's mind at all times. Every time your opponent feels secure about the board states, the Apex Predator could be played on a battlefield where they have units for 5 energy and 1 power, either as an ambush or reaction speed to support your other attacking or defending units, or as a lonely attacker straight from hand with its powerful 6 might. What cards do you think are going to see the most play, and which domain do you like the most after Unleashed? Show us at your next tournament.
We are down here at the Sydney RQ. I am joined by the incomparable Dave Guskin. How has it been being in Sydney so far?
Good. I arrived yesterday morning. It was very long flights, and then I had to work all day, but it's been really great. All the people are really friendly. Got to go to a game store last night. It was really fun.
Awesome. And how has the reception been like in Sydney? Obviously, this is a huge event. So many people here.
Yeah, I heard there's maybe 1,600-ish people in the main event. Very exciting. Yeah, everyone seems really excited. A lot of high energy around Riftbound and around Unleashed, so really cool to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And are you going to do a little bit of exploring around Sydney while you are here?
I don't know if I have time this trip. It's kind of a quick turnaround, and I'm here at the event most of the time. But I want to come back, so hopefully we'll do more events in the future here, and I'll be able to come back. So, yeah.
And obviously, we are so close to just having Unleashed release. Yep. How has that changed the game for you guys at the moment?
Yeah, so Unleashed has been really, really good reception. I think set over set, there's like more players, there's more people buying product. It's really great. I think Unleashed is a little bit of a shake-up. You know, there's a lot of new mechanics. We'll see if it kind of like disrupts the metagame in significant ways. Obviously, a lot of power to the Aurora decks. Some interesting kind of new builds with XP. So we'll see. Yeah, it's kind of exciting to see.
So with the main event coming tomorrow, do you have a gut instinct on what we're likely to see a lot of given the release?
I would guess the most prevalent deck are Dazzling Aurora decks. You know, Elder Dragon's really, really strong. I think that there's a lot of interesting kind of like purple X builds. I think a lot of interesting LeBlanc builds. So I'd probably expect those to be lots of people playing them. What will win, I don't know. But that's kind of what I think the field's going to look like.
Awesome. Well, at this point, it is still anyone's game. We'll see how it goes. But thank you so much, and we'll see what happens.
It's amazing hearing what Dave has to say about Riftbound. It's so good to even have him here as well. I believe there's been quite a few signings and meet and greets. And Logan, I know you have got the pleasure of even having some of your cards signed.
Absolutely. I got a set of the Spirit Forged overnumbered seals signed by the man himself, Dave Guskin. It was a pleasure. It was an honor to meet the man. Very, very, heavy contributor to Riftbound.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he's the creator of it.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, so ripper to have him down here in Australia for our first ever regional qualifier in Sydney, right? See?
No, absolutely amazing to have the man himself here and to hear some of the insight as well. Hear his predictions as well. I think he had some pretty good predictions. I mostly agree with what he said, so let's see if it comes to fruition. But right now, we are in round 7, Logan, and let's see who our featured matchup will be.
Yeah, we're getting to the pointy end, and as a reminder, we do have those predictions here. So far, Diana being one of the high represented, but as it's tracking, Pastry Time is definitely on track with the most decks registered for that legend. However, Prismat is fighting his way through the field on that Annie.
I basically chose Annie, I would say, because of Prisman and because of how I think he, with the Chaos domain becoming quite strong, I think in the hands of Prisman, it can do pretty well. So I'm hoping he obviously will be making day, and I can't say obviously. At this rate, he is making day 2. And so my hopes are still alive.
Yeah, absolutely. I did see, I went for a walk around in that main area, and Prismat is at the tippity top tables there, so he is very much in contention for that day 2, but we will see him a little bit later. And as you said, this is round 7. This is the pointy end of the day here, I see.
It is. We're going to be seeing some really, really high level plays coming in now because round 7 means that these players are going to be 6-0. And we want to talk about as well your prediction being Diana. We definitely have quite a few Diana players that are also still 6-0.
Yeah, look, I'm a big fan of Diana, and Diana was definitely my prediction. And we're seeing a lot of the sort of top players on her at the moment. We saw Diwali take out his game against that Leona. We see Alan is also running Diana. They have a lot of belief that this is the strong legend. But what I'm sort of missing here is the LeBlanc, right? I want to see some more LeBlanc games, which I have to believe we're going to be getting tomorrow. Just those temporary Death Knell shenanigans that she kind of brings to the Rift.
She brings a lot of shenanigans, that's for sure. The Death Knell, as well as all the Reflect tokens. They're absolutely so interesting mechanics coming in. I love all the new mechanics that Unleashed has brought onto Riftbound. Of course, we talk about the experience. We talk about these token units. We talk about Baron and of course Ivan with the battlefield changes too. Like so many new mechanics coming in with Unleashed.
Yeah, the hunt mechanic, which is that XP, that ambush as well, so surprise units instead of spells, and the brush, which Ivern creates. We do love to see that. Baron Pit from that Baron Nasher here too. But it's just really good to see the meta shaked up, right? Every set, you like to see a little bit of healthy change coming through. Oh, as we see a Thousand-Tail Watcher there.
Hey, green and blue. It's a mind and calm deck. So what do you think we're watching?
I mean, right now, it could be Nari, it could be
shall be
a Lilia. It could be a Lilia. Ooh, we're also getting to see Azir.
I love seeing Azir. I also love to hate seeing Azir because the way that Azir works is absolutely fantastic with that legend ability. Your Sand Soldiers all have Weapon Master, and you can also use your legend, exhaust it to play, of course, that Sand Soldier. And the way that the interaction between this and Arise, the signature spell, is absolutely, I think, kind of groundbreaking. It's definitely a game-turning moment.
I do love, though, they've added a couple of cards from Unleashed here. We do see that Shadow's Call, which is also very, very popular in LeBlanc. We do see that Scuttle Crab, that Soul Sword as well. But importantly, we have Sacrifice. So obviously Azir with that legend ability is creating Sand Soldiers, the 2 mites with that Weapon Master. So you've already got so many juicy targets to sacrifice and get this card advantage, which is so strong in these decks.
Some people won't even consider poor Sand Soldiers real units anyway. They're just token units. Oh, you're gasping at me.
Justice for Sand Soldiers.
So being able to sacrifice a Sand Soldier who's still mighty, it just feels like a kind of like a no-brainer. It's just such a good use of that sacrifice. Excited to see how this Azir does use it, but of course, we also want to see what this Calm and...
Mind.
Was it Mind? It was Calm and Mind deck will be.
Yeah, that's it. I am interested to see it. I'm glad we got that sort of cheeky little deck tech there on the Azir. And again, as you shouted out so correctly earlier, we do not show those sideboards, that hidden tech for these players to index towards. As we see Lilia, I called it. I said it was a Lilia, so this will be the second Lilia of the day. You've got to be happy with that, Ricey.
I am happy with that. I'm also happy with, I don't know, those matchups is kind of cute and fun. It's the token units versus the token units. It's the sprites versus the sand soldiers. One of them is 2 might, one of them is 3 might, one of them is not temporary, but one of them is.
Yeah, but I do see that unchecked power, and that is going to be an absolute sweeper that cleans up Azir, and that's something that Azir does not have access to because he is not in that mind domain there, Ricey. So that could be the game difference as our gamers do that respectful handshake. The game is upon us.
It really is upon us, Logan. We are heading now into game 1 of round 7. Both of these two players are 6-0. We have Dusk Rose Lab in the hands of Lilia. We have Hall of Legends in the hands of Azir. We have Yellow Casa versus Santism. It's going to be a great matchup.
Definitely looking forward to this matchup, and it's interesting to see different battlefields. I can't say we've actually seen a Hall of Legends today, so it is nice to see those represented. That Hall of Legends, when you conquer here, you may pay 1 energy to ready your legend. So it's bringing in that Aurelia Legend tech over to Azir.
Which means, as we know what Azir's legend does, you get multiple sand soldiers. And remember, they all have a Weapon Master. We don't want to forget that. Of course, first round is going to be Yellow Caster playing, and out comes that Scuttle Crab. I kind of want to say Scuttle Crab is a staple, but I don't know if we can say that just yet. Very, very popular unit in a Calm deck. So, of course, out comes that Scuttle Crab. Santism, on the other hand, is going to be playing a Sand Soldier and, of course, a Eye of the Herald, one of the gears that, of course, Azir loves to run.
I will be brave enough, and I will say it. Scuttle Crab has quickly made itself a staple.
Brave.
Absolutely.
I love it.
In these Calm decks. It's in every single one here, Icy. As we do see that first Sand Soldier has hit the deck and has that gear equipped.
Sanderson also has a Scuttle Crab in hand, so both of these players at the very least are going to be considering, or if not playing, Scuttle Crab quite early. Out comes 2 Ravenbloom students from Yellow Caster, and in the hands of Lilia, with that, a lot of spells, these Ravenbloom students, they can get quite mighty.
Yeah, look, that's a banger of a start if I'm Yellow Caster, sitting on 2 Ravenbloom students. We do see the legends. Oh, he's flexing the graded over number. Azir Legend. Please, Santism, there's only so much I can handle with this awesomeness being presented on this board.
9.5 rating, that's not too bad.
That's
it's not a 10, but my goodness, a signature 9.5 is pretty good indeed.
That means it's a 10-10 and a 9.5 and a 9.5. So not enough to get that sort of, super duper high grade, but you'd love to see it. And that's one of the aspects of Riftbound that I really love, is that you can actually kind of flex your super pretty legends, and they make them pretty here, I see.
They really do. It's great having a legend out on display, and you can put it in a very, very safe case to make sure it stays safe and stays pretty, of course. Now, Santism has gone on to Dusk Rose Lab to get that point. They're currently both on 1 point each. And we can see Azir with that Sand Soldier and a Recruit as well.
Yep, currently just considering their options. Those 5 runes up. They have those 3 Order, 2 Calm, and they all look really, really nice in that old art there. And
BF Sword comes down and is gonna, I'm not sure if he's equipping it just yet. He's definitely considering playing it.
Oh.
His hand has been, of course, revealed to Yellow Caster through that Scuttle Crab, which does mean that, Yellow Caster knows exactly what Santism has. Knows about that BF Sword.
Yeah, and I mean, he just played it out there for free, so it's like, here's some more free information. Here's reaffirmation of the previous information you gained.
You forgot.
You already knew. Ooh, Charm, though.
Charm's going to be pretty exciting. He's going to be charming over that Ravenbloom student to try and get rid of it. We'll actually trade out one of the Sand Soldiers for it, but The recruit still stays there, and of course, the gear has to return to base.
That's it. Both players one conquer point apiece here, so it is an evenly drawn match. As the Duskrose Lab, it seems to be creeping across that playmat here. It's trying to get away from Sandsism. It's like, no, you're conquering me, not today. And that Eye of the Herald will be played.
Eye of Herald will be back, and Scuttlecrab comes into play as well, but of course, Exhausted won't be used just yet. And I mean, Scuttlecrab is such a wonderful card. We alluded to before, it's becoming a staple of Calm because of how versatile and how many different abilities it has for just being only 2.
Yeah, it's an extremely high value card as well, right? So obviously being that 2 energy, it doesn't deramp you because it doesn't cost you any power. It's going to get you that card draw as well. You've got a unit on the battlefield or the base, and as you say, that Death Knell giving that free information over, so you know how to play into your opponent, what answers they could have into anything that you want to put forward. We do see Yellowcaster on the play here, has his 6 runes up and ready to go. Looks to want to exhaust 3 here, I see.
Is exhausting the 3. Let's see what he's going to be playing for. Oh, it's going to be his chosen champion, Lilia Faithorn. And if anyone is unfamiliar with Lilia Faithorn, this fawn will be producing from leaving a trail behind of a lot of sprites. Of course, you want to try and keep that Lilia Faithorn alive as long as possible to produce as many sprites as possible, but everybody wants to target the queen.
That's it. When I move from a location, play a 3 Might Sprite unit token with temporary there. Notably not ready, however. That's what the Lilia Bashful Bloom Legend will do for an exhaust, and that 4 cost reduced per sprite on the base or battlefield of Yellowcaster. Has played that Plundering Poro though, and given the turn back to Santism.
Santism is going to approach Duskrose Lab with that Sand Soldier and Recruit going in, of course, also with the Eye. He's going to be trading out the Sand Soldier once more, but hey, Santism has 1 more conquer. They're currently 2 apiece.
Yeah, these are some early trades happening here. Yellowcaster not having any spells to sling around to boost these Ravenbloom students up. It feels like they haven't seen the value that you would hope for or expect out of Ravenbloom students in these early plays. But this is an Azir deck. It's able to get that early game tempo with these Sand Soldiers, constantly pumping them out, as we see here again, and equipping that BF Sword with that Weapon Master.
Weapon Master exhausting the Azir Legend as well to bring out that Sand Soldier, and then of course Weapon Master equipping it straight away. So that is quite a buff Sand Soldier right now. BF Sword plus 3. It certainly is big.
Yeah, 5 Might presented right there with that 1 Sand Soldier token. That Scuttlecrab has moved forward to conquer that Hall of Legends as well. And Hall of Legends, you conquer it, you pay 1 energy, you can ready your legend, which enables you to pump out another Sand Soldier.
Exactly.
However, Santism now at 3 points, Yellowcaster at 2. It's a close race here, and things are moving quite quickly.
Moving quite quickly, 3 and 2. I mean, it's Yellowcaster's turn right now. Has that Plundering Power you mentioned earlier available to push up, but is going to be using 4 energy right now and going to be exhausting Lilia. Out comes a sprite, and it is in fact ready.
Yeah, we do love a ready sprite, but I just saw a sneaky, cheeky card in Yellowcaster's hand. If Santism is allowed to develop a big board, which it looks like he's wanting to do, Yellowcaster does have an answer, but I won't reveal it just yet.
Okay, so you're leaving me in the dark. Yeah, I should have been paying attention to his hand more than his plays, apparently. But Plundering Poro will go out onto the battlefield Hall of Legends and will take that conquer. Out comes the gold. And now we get to see what you saw here from us.
Triple Defy.
Oh my. Triple Defy. And of course, that unchecked power, is that the one?
That was the one. But the Death Knell from the Scuttlecrab, it gave up the ghost. I was trying to build up the story, trying to build the surprise, and Scuttlecrab said, not today.
Even the judge is laughing, I think, about that
The
triple
triple
defy. Well, we know what the defies are now in Yellowcaster's hand. All in the hand.
Yeah, all in Yellowcaster's hand. You're so right. So the next time Santism goes to do anything, he has to play around those defies. Even if he removed one of them, he knows there's at least 2 more in Yellowcaster's hand here. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the trash is, what his decision to remove was, and yeah, it looks like we've got those sprites.
Yeah, Lots of sprites.
I don't know why I'm talking about removing, because Scuttle Crab only gives the vision of the hand. You don't
Yeah,
actually get to pick any.
I didn't hear that you said that.
Yeah.
So, my bad.
I'm so used to Sabotage and Mind Splitters. I'm like, oh, you see the hand, you rip the card out. But no, that is not the case. Yellowcaster does have all of his cards.
Out go the two sprites, and will force, of course, those Sand Soldiers recruits back away. And now that's 4 points for Yellowcaster, claiming Duskrow's Lab.
Not to be outdone, we are in a Defy race. Santism actually has 2 Defies in his own hand as well. There is currently 5 out of the potential 6 Defies in these players' hands right now. So that is going to have a lot of answers to what they're going to want to do here.
I wonder if Yellowcaster thinks the same has happened to Santism, because he'll defy something, then Santism could defy the defy, then the defy, the defy, the defy.
My head is melting with how much defying could possibly occur here. But obviously, Defy cannot respond to that unchecked power, being 7 and 2 as well. He will be able to wipe that board if he does decide. Those sweepers so powerful here. But Yellowcaster, he's deep in the thought tank here. He's trying to decide how can he move in.
Just an update, Yellowcaster is the Azir, Santism is the Lilia. So we've updated that. I thought I saw that before with the deck list. Yeah, but everything else is correct. It was just the little names up the top. So Azir, Yellow, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, thank you so much for that one. I was definitely calling that one wrong. As yes, Yellowcaster on the Azir, Santism on the Lilia. We have it right from here on out. It doesn't change the fact there's 5 Defiers in hands as that Sand Soldier moves forward.
Moves in with, is that the Vi as well?
That's the new ambush stun Vi.
Alt Art Vi, it looks so good right now. With that ambush and stun, when Vi attacks, they can stun an enemy unit here. And with that ambush, that does, well, he's attacking, he can stun anyone, the one remaining person on the battlefield.
Yep, it can definitely stun, and he will conquer that battlefield going to 4. And he's made an advance on the second battlefield, Ricey. This is a big turn for Yellowcaster, able to conquer 2.
Using guards to do so as well. He gets to play 2 Sand Soldier unit tokens and pay the power to ready it. That may have been what happened there, because those Sand Soldiers are ready and on attacking those battlefields. Now at 5 conquer points.
Yeah, so we go over to Santism here. Santism does have a full hand of runes up. That is all 12 ready and available. That unchecked, that triple defy. It looks like a sprite fountain there too, judging by the art and the energy. Looking to exhaust a little more than 2 here.
That looks like a lot.
That could be the unchecked power.
Oh, you're thinking unchecked?
It could be unchecked power. He doesn't have a board state to slow himself down, Santism. It could clear Yellowcaster before the Arise comes out, but it still doesn't clip the gear.
Yeah, and I mean, unchecked power is quite a costly spell, which means Defy can't defy it.
Exactly. It does get around those Defies, but it's going to be the 2 and 1 instead here coming out from Santism for that Sprite Fountain.
Sprite Fountain, where you get to play a ready Sprite on play, and then the next turn it's temporary, so it will die and trigger that death knell and gets another Sprite. Out comes, was that Sprite Burst as well? So there's more Sprites, they're all ready. And then I'm wondering if that Legend also got exhausted, because 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep.
4.
Around there. The Legend down there, exhausted, cost reduced because of those sprites, and is able to go in and conquer on Hall of Legends and readies up Lilia Bashful Bloom one more time and is able to produce another sprite.
And produce it for cheaper as well, because every sprite that is on the board, Lilia Bashful Bloom, the ability is in fact 1 energy less for each of them.
Yeah, and it doesn't have a threshold either, so if you have 4 sprites, you can reduce it to 3.
Exactly.
Yeah, so 4 sprites means it's reduced by 4 energy, so all you need to do is exhaust Bashful Bloom to play that readied 3 Might Sprite. But enough about sprites, we have a Soul Sword hitting the base of Yellowcaster's Azir side over here, and just look at how shiny those cards are. You can see the surge foiling, the promos. He's definitely blinged this deck out in preparation for appearing on camera here for us at the Riftbound Regional Qualifier in Sydney, right, Sue?
6-0 Azir blinged out, looking quite strong as well. Look at all those gears and equipment on the board. But, I mean, so are the sprites. The sprites are on the board too. This is a token universe, token unit build.
That's the one you do love to see. It is a token race off as Santism on 6 points is potentially one turn, my apologies, away from taking game one here because it's that critical even point score as we've spoken about before. Yellowcaster nipping at his heels, 5 victory points here, so he only needs 3 more himself. And it looks like both battlefields currently clear.
Yeah.
But Yellowcaster, his base is looking a little bit healthy right now.
Quite healthy, and indeed, I don't know what cards he has. Maybe he has that needed Arise. I wouldn't say needed, but, you know, quite a strong card in Azir. I just see Defies. That's all I see in his hand. So many Defies. On the other hand, Sandersm also has lots of Defies and has these sprites going in with one sprite. Has a second sprite as well. Did use the Lilia Bashful Bloom to bring that out, only for 3 energy.
Concede.
Okay, that is game.
That's game.
Yeah, because all Sandersm need to do was conquer.
Yeah, that's it. And then you send the sprite in and you conquer on Hall of Legends. You pay the 1, you ready up your legend, and then you create another sprite readied and conquer the second battlefield.
Yeah, in fact, if there's only need 2 sprites, and that's what Sandersm did have. So first game goes to Sandersm, but this is a best of 3. So what will happen in this next game? You can see the two of them quite happy, quite enjoying themselves, because that's what it's all about here at Riftbound.
Yeah, I definitely think they drew far too many Defies, though. I think they had to wish that maybe, you know, on the side of the Azir there, that they did actually hit that Arise, because we saw 4 pieces of equipment. If that Arise had come down, he would have got 2 Might Sand Soldiers for each one of them, and then readied 2 and had some presence on those battlefields. But unfortunately, they were left wide open, and Santism just took the advantage and he brought it home for game 1.
He did, and I'm very curious to see whether or not we're going to actually see that Arise. I mean, we saw Defies, we didn't actually even get to see the Defies really get play. They knew each other's hands with that Scuttle Crab as well. So it's like these two decks, they're not mirror matches because they're not the same domains, but this Calm domain and this token unit kind of makes them play very, no, I want to say similarly, but they have very similar cards.
Well, they both play the very similar strategy of aggro tokens, right?
Yeah.
So Azir wants to be creating those tokens, getting them on the battlefields nice and early with his equipment. Lilia wants to be creating those tokens and get them onto the battlefields full stop to just conquer. So Azir, typically not a old deck, but in the face of a Lilia, wants to be like conquering, and Lilia wants to be conquering, so it forces Azir to be that more hold style, which is just an uncomfortable place to be if you are on that Azir.
Yeah, so seeing whether or not this Azir has an answer to this Lilia deck. I mean, they're both 6-0, and right now, Lilia has that 1 game under their belt, so has the pressure on the Azir, on Yellowcaster, to try and turn this game around.
That's it. Yellowcaster is behind right now. Santism up that game 1. Yellowcaster has to win this one to stay in contention with this best of 3. However, both of these gamers, they're 6-0. They've both locked their places into day 2 here, I see.
That is a very good point. They will be both heading towards day 2. And as they're both undefeated, and I would like to say Azir and Lilia are they're not the top 3 played. I wonder how they're going to be going for the best of as well.
Yeah, no, definitely. There's always the best of to consider when you're winning these. There's also the seeding to consider when you start to move towards that second day. So even though you've locked in your top spot, these guys, they're here to win. They're here to take it all. They're not just going to go, oh, I'll rest on my laurels. I've made it to day 2. No, they want to position themselves even better, even stronger. Get that mental edge over the competition, because imagine you're a 7-0-1 and you look at 8-0-0 and you're like, oh, actually, that's going to be a tough matchup.
Yeah.
And then it comes down to the legends, but sometimes it's all about that pilot diff as we get that respectful fist bump. GG's. Telling me we're almost ready for this game 2 here, Ricey.
Yeah, I'm wondering what battlefield's going to be chosen. Okay, we don't have to wonder much longer. Santism will be playing with Seat of Power.
We do love a good Seat of Power here. Seat of Power and an Orn's Forge. So these are some really good battlefields. We love to see the variety that has been brought here before us in Unleashed. We're seeing a lot of new Unleashed ones, but that Seat of Power, when you conquer here, draw 1 for each other battlefield you or your allies control. So that tells me that they're going to be looking to hold. They're going to go and conquer the other battlefield, then they'll want to conquer the Seat of Power to draw the 2.
Yeah, and in the hands of Lilia, being able to bring out these ready sprites to try and conquer both at the same time and get that extra draw, it's an option. It's definitely an option. So definitely Sanderson wants to target that Orn's Forge first and then proc that Seat of Power, as you were mentioning. Lilia is going to be the first card played for Sanderson using all 3 runes, while Yellowcaster has already gotten that first conquer point, is going for that Orn's Forge. And with that, of course, that Recruit and that Sand Soldier.
Yeah, Orn's Forge, obviously, while you control this battlefield, the first friendly non-token gear played each turn costs 1 less. So it's all about that gear cost reduction. So that means those BF swords, they're going to be cheaper. So clearly, Azir, being such an equipment-heavy deck, is going to value that quite a lot, which is why the priority has been placed on getting the Sand Soldiers there, getting the Recruit there, that Eye of the Herald. They really want to build that one up and fast, Ricey.
Discipline has also been used, which means Yellowcaster gets to draw and also buff that Sand Soldier a little bit. Lilia, though, is now completely in the trash.
That's it. Lilia trashed nice and early, will not be able to produce those sprites that she desperately wants to do, dare I say needs to do, to bring this early aggression online. However, just pays that full cost there.
Tries to get use that legend, of course, Bashful Bloom to produce that sprite, goes in and does win that fight against that Recruit and does claim that battlefield. Now Sanderson on 1 point, and so is Yellowcaster, but it's back to Yellowcaster's turn. And out comes the Scuttlepeck.
That staple calm unit that we've spoken about many a times. It's a little menace, this one, not to be underestimated. Yes, it doesn't have might, but it's doing a lot of work, because sometimes that private information that is in the hand is critical to how you shape your plays, the timing of your spells, when you decide to conquer or hold. It's all about that information.
I wonder how many Turn to Dust Sanderson has in that deck, because I believe he just picked one up, which is going to be really good against Yellowcaster, who has a lot of gear, a lot of equipment. But which one do you want to use it on? Because some of these gears, some of these equipments are pretty cheap. Some of them are really scary.
Yeah, look, Turn to Dust is a fantastic new card from the Unleashed set. It's only 2 energy, and it gives a gear temporary. So it's not going to get rid of the gear immediately, but it definitely puts it on the clock. It forces your opponent to get some value out of it if and where they can. Now, some equipment that I would imagine that Santism would want to target would be that BF sword. Yep. That is probably one of the biggest pieces of equipment that this Azir would be bringing down. We also have that Soul Sword, which can go to 2, and maybe the Brutalizer. That can be quite the shock piece, but once it's down, it's done.
I think as well that Turn to Dust was not in their main deck. So this is a sideboard tech. A little bit of a sneak peek, because we don't get to see that as casters, but I did check the main deck, not in there. I mean, we all assumed that there was going to be a lot of Auroras, so I think every deck has come prepared with at least something to deal with gears in their sideboard.
Yeah, 100%, but that Scuttlecrab, it's going forward, trying to conquer.
It is going into conquer, and Vi comes out too, ambush, stunning the sprite. That means I think the Scuttlecrab stays alive too.
It absolutely will, because that sprite will have no might to be able to allocate back to either of these units. Scuttlecrab conquers the battlefield.
Oh my goodness, this is so great to see Scuttlecrab with 0 might conquering the battlefield. Out comes, of course, Yellowcaster on to Seat of Power as well. And remember, what is the benefit of Seat of Power?
Yeah, so Seat of Power, when you conquer, draw 1 for each battlefield controlled. So that is why you go for that Orn's Forge first, then the Seat of Power. So I really like, they're forcing you kind of to sequence the way you conquer these battlefields, but he just indicated that Orn's Forge and played out that Door and Shield at that reduced cost.
He did. Remember, Orn's Forge, when you play your first gear for the turn, while you're under control of it, non-token gear, just to specify, just in case, you get to play it for 1 energy less. And out comes, of course, that Weapon Master Sand Soldier, being able to immediately equip, I believe that one was the Eye of Herald.
Yeah, 0 might, that's the Eye of the Herald.
Yes.
Yeah. We do love to see a quick equip here in Riftbound Regional Qualifier Sydney.
Okay.
And that is exactly what we got there, that quick equip there onto that Sand Soldier. And that's just the power of Azir. It's never just going to be a 2 might Sand Soldier. And Yellowcaster, though, is playing around, does have guards, does have Hidden Blade. We've got some cheeky cards in hand.
Would you Hidden Blade your own recruit, or would you try and hidden blade a sprite? I mean, we've got that card there now hidden.
Ooh, double
that
hidden.
It's probably one of those hidden blades.
Yeah, absolutely. One of those will be that hidden blade. We can see that it's now no longer in the hand. And typically, the reason you include that hidden blade is either to get rid of a massive value unit from your opponent, or it's to target one of your own unit tokens and get you that 2-card draw, that massive value to get through there. We do see the Vi and what appears to potentially be a back off.
I think it was a back off,
in the hand of Yellowcaster there.
Which, of course, back off, the way that works is it stuns. You can choose it to stun one of the enemy units. And when you stun, you also get that draw if you play it from hand. But you can also hide it as well. But right now, of course, Sanderson, it's his turn. He's going to recycle 2 runes and pay 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so 7 in total.
Unchecked power.
Could be, in fact, that unchecked power.
He knows, he's smiling. There it is.
And that wipes the entire board clean, Logan, unless Yellowcaster has something in response. And we can see his card, he doesn't have anything. No, not so fast. I mean, does not so fast even...
So the only thing that can really stop this is a wind wall, which is just a straight up hard counter, but it's extremely expensive. This will sweep the battlefields clean here, doing 12 damage and getting rid of those hidden cards, which is a fantastic value. And there it is, the hidden guards and the hidden blade. So Santism has to be happy with the value he just got out of that sweeper.
Yeah, quite a lot. I mean, of course, though, that is a complete board wipe. He does get to see the cards because of that Scuttle Crab. And now we can have a look too. 2 turn to dust, 2 on guards. I was still looking at that, but that's okay. We get to see it, and so does Yellowcaster.
Yeah, and that's the part of it being a pro player, right? These pro players, they've got their notepads, they've got their pens. They get to write down every single card exposed in their opposing player's hands. It's that private information that becomes public information. And hopefully we get another looky-loo, but he's putting that hand back together and passing over. There's a Superfy on top as well. The rest will remain a mystery to us, but Yellowcaster, he knows, and that's the only person that it matters.
Exactly, Yellowcaster has that information and only has 3 cards in hand himself, though. So now that he knows what cards are in hand, he has to try and work around what Sanderson has too.
Quite frankly, I think there's actually 3 turn to dusts. I did see 2 at least.
I saw 2?
Yeah.
You think there's 3?
There could potentially be. I saw another blue card at the back there, but it remains to be seen because this is an exciting matchup here between 2 token-heavy decks. As you said, we haven't really seen Lilia able to come online and do much right now, though, Ricey.
Yeah, having that Faithorn be completely taken out of the game in that second round or so means Sanderson has to try and find spells, has to try and find gear that will be able to bring those sprites back. Otherwise, has to rely on that legend, which does cost 4, but at the moment, it's going to be using a 5 ability. Yeah, I thought it might be Sprite Burst, which does bring out 2 ready Sprite tokens.
Yeah. That's what you want. You're able to present those units, the ready units, so quickly. Yes, they have temporary, but they get you ahead. So he's going to conquer that Orn's Forge, which is what we called at the start. If you're going to go for both at the same time, get Orn's Forge, then go for that Seed of Power to get that cheeky 2-card draw. And we do see Santism's points currently up at 4 to Yellowcaster's 3. So Santism must be happy with that. And that's private information that Santism has that Yellowcaster doesn't now after that hand reveal. There's more unknown, so Yellowcaster has to play that much more carefully.
Exactly. Has to be careful here. Doesn't know what that single card that Sanderson drew is, but we can kind of see what Yellowcaster has here with those 3 gears. And, of course, Azir out in play as well.
Yeah, I've Herald, and Dorian Shield, but that is Azir Sovereign. Azir Sovereign is that champion unit. Does love to move those tokens around. And recently, people were teching the Azir Sovereign into the LeBlanc decks, but they changed up how those sort of token copies work, so will not be seen in the LeBlanc there. But the Azir Sovereign reads 4 energy and has Accelerate, so you may pay 1 extra energy and recycle an Order Rune. When I attack, you may move any number of your token units to this battlefield.
At the moment, though, just going to be equipping that Doran's Shield and going in against this Sprite. Currently 4 might versus 3 in the showdown, but this is, of course, a Common Mind deck. Out comes one. I mean, Yellow Caster knows there's an On Guard. He literally saw it just a round or two ago. I think there were 2 from memory as well. So Yellow Caster, I'm sure, is very well prepared. On Guard, give a friendly unit +1 this turn, then an additional +1 if it is the only unit you control there. And that Sprite is the only one there.
Yeah, we do see a Discipline placed down into the base from Yellow Caster as well. He's exhausted his runes here just to force something more out of Santism's hand. Santism deliberating. He's paid the 1 and 1.
Out comes the Defy. We know Defies are so common amongst these 2 players. Going to be defying that Discipline, which means he doesn't get that card draw as well.
Yeah, it's a really good one to prevent resolving there. No 2 Might, no card draw for you, so no card advantage. Be interesting to see how Yellow Caster plays this one off. He's leaving it on the base. He's checking his runes.
That looks expensive to me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It might be the Vi, which does stun on play. It is an ambush.
Just explaining how he's paid for it all.
Comes in. Will use all those runes, and of course recycling 1. That does stun the Sprite. It might be a bit costly in this turn, but Yellow Caster does win that battlefield, going to 4 points.
Every point matters here, and is going to pass the turn after hiding something on Ornn's Forge here as well. Yellow Caster did conquer that battlefield, and Santism, it's now Santism on the play here. Channels those runes, draws his card. Both players, 4 victory points apiece. It's getting tense here in this game too.
Yeah, it's pretty tense indeed. I mean, Santism does have that 1 game up. It's currently 1-0 in Santism's favor right now. So it definitely is Yellow Caster's game to try and win and stay in this series. But Santism, we know how Lilia works, of course, with those Sprite tokens. At any moment, he can still play those 4, use 4 energy to play that 1 ready Sprite, and could use it to conquer Seat of Power.
Absolutely. Obviously, it's not maximum value, but it is still somewhat nice value there. We do get a look at the trash of Yellow Caster. We can see the Hidden Blade, the Vi. There's a Discipline, 2 Disciplines, the Scuttle Crab, Guards, and Charm. So that obviously reduces the potential responses that Yellow Caster has into what Santism wants to do.
Disarming Rake. When you play me, you may kill a gear. And of course, going to be choosing that Doran's Shield, trying to reduce the might of these defenders on Ornn's Forge. Out comes that Ready Sprite via Lilia's Bashful Bloom, and it's actually going to go for that Seat of Power, not going to contest Ornn's Forge.
I really do like Disarming Rake. This is a Spirit Forge card that a lot of people have started teching into gear-heavy decks, so I would expect to see this into things like Jax, Lucian, also Auroras, but especially Azir's as well, who loves their gear. As we're deliberating our next play, 2 runes up, Santism is tempting fate. He's teasing us all here with that slow play of those 2 mind runes.
I don't know what Yellow Caster was looking at, but if he was comparing legends, I mean, Yellow Caster, yours is impressive, all right? We see that as a signature. We see that as a 9.5 rating as well. Absolute amazing. Azir, Emperor of the Sands, open up?
Yeah, he's probably just looking at the Lilia Bashful Bloom going, you know, you could get this graded, mate. This could be like a 9, 9.5. Great centering there, but just a cheeky little looky-loo here as Yellow Caster playing with the runes, counting them up, making sure he has enough energy, enough power to make the plays that he wants to start trying to close this one out.
Ooh, Ashe gets played. Now, Ashe is such an interesting unit being played, because when you play me, you may choose an opponent, they reveal their hand. So once again, Yellow Caster gets that information. You can choose a card revealed this way and completely banish it, but when your opponent holds, you have to return it to their hand, even if, of course, Ashe has been trashed.
Yeah, what I'm really liking is this one's actually been sideboarded into a lot of order decks in answer to Auroras, because you are literally able to pluck that Aurora out and banish it, just removing it from play entirely and shutting that down. But it looks like Yellow Caster, we see 2 turn to dusts, an On Guard, and a Stupefy.
Looks like it's going to be Discipline that is banished. You can see it on top of the Lilia Bashful Bloom. And so that is sort of what people like to put for the banished zone.
Yeah, it looks like he's actually put it off to the side there, so we don't actually get to see that Discipline banished off the side of this one.
Oh, there
but
it is.
we do. Oh, the judge has heard us and he's made his way back to the battlefield for us.
So yeah, Discipline is the one that they banished. So now Yellowcaster is also quite aware of what Santism has in the hand. They know there's 2 Turn to Dusts, which means that has to be careful of the gear that he has.
Yeah, we're back onto Santism now, though. That Sprite, being temporary, has whisked away. Importantly, that happens before you conquer, before you get those points. So they're good to conquer with, but they're not great to hold with here, I see. There's Disarming Rake on the base for Santism, and that's about all he has right now. If we can get a peek, we do know the Turn to Dusts are there, the On Guard as well.
So I don't know what he drew, though, in this beginning of the turn. Is that another Disarming? No, we saw the dart.
Yeah, no, another Disarming Rake.
Oh, that was the one he drew?
Yeah.
Well, that does get rid of, potentially, he could get rid of 3 gears if he so wanted. But of course, what I think he actually also wants is that Seed of Power. And of course, Orn's Forge.
Yeah, but you see this, right? Disarming Rake, when you play me, kill a gear.
Yeah.
Turn to dust. Turn to dust. All of your gear is gone. In fact, there's not even enough gear on Yellowcaster's side for Santism to have to use it all right now. And Yellowcaster knows Santism has that. But Lilia Bashful Bloom is going to produce another Ready Sprite.
Produces it indeed. With that Legend exhausted, in goes the Sprite, trying to contest the Ashe and the Azir. It's a 3-8 at the moment, but I mean, we all know Santism's card has that Stupefy. Going to be able to get a draw unless Yellowcaster has something to say about it.
There is that hidden card. He's just double checking, making sure if he wants to reveal it now or wait till after.
Thinking, deliberating.
Writing notes.
Writing notes as well. Remember, what did he see with that Ashe in Santism's hand?
That's it. And just like them, I write notes. So I'm basically a professional player, Icy.
Oh, yeah, I believe you.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I totally believe you.
Yeah, I'm the losingest Kaiser in Victoria.
Oh, that is
Yep.
a professional position to be in.
Yep. All right, decisions being made. Stupefy does resolve, puts that -1 might onto Azir Sovereign, gets that card draw.
And there is the hidden card. It is back off. Going to be stunning the Sprite. And now if Santism has nothing to answer to that, that Sprite is just going to not do any damage, either bounce off or be, of course, turned. I was going to say turned to dust, but that is an actual card. Evaporated into the air.
It will absolutely go back into the nether here because Ashe and Azir are not stunned and they will be able to assign their might in combat damage back to that Sprite and they win that sort of fight at that showdown there. The battlefield is certainly well in control of Yellowcaster. However, we do see the Disarming Rake. It's moved in and picked up a conquest point and drawn a card.
Exactly. With Santism now on 6 points, is on that, you know, that amount of points that you want to maybe win the next round. So he starts building up his base once more, has that another Disarming Rank in the base, and will, of course, be destroying one of those gears.
Yeah, so we actually took out one of the Eye of the Heralds. That was the one that was equipped to that Vi, the ambush stun that we did see a little bit earlier. So he's just played it just to develop his board here, get some units down. It is. He's like, I've paid enough. What are we doing?
Oh, he forgot to chat with the But he was so excited about that Ashe. Out comes that Ashe, which means he gets to see Santism's hand once more and can banish another card.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about this is choose a card. So it doesn't worry about gear, unit, spell.
Yeah.
It can banish anything. And I'm really loving that people were kind of sleeping on this Ashe. Except Pastry Time. Pastry Time actually predicted this as one of his cards, and then here it is highly represented in these order decks, banishing away these key pieces from their opponents.
Out comes a Stupefy from Santism, probably wanting that card draw as well, wanting an answer to this Ashe, but I don't really know what's going to happen here because, of course, Yellowcaster has so many units in base too as well. Santism wants to be able to hold on that previous one. Out comes the On Guard as well, and now showing all the cards.
Yeah, tried to play as much out of his hand as he could, get the value, the card draws off that Stupefy, off that On Guard there too, except, sorry, On Guard does not give card draw, that's Discipline.
Yeah.
Trying to avoid banishment here from Yellowcaster, but he does go for that Discipline.
Now there's 2 disciplines being banished, and Yellowcaster goes on to Seat of Power. He wants to contest, he wants to win, and he does in fact win that showdown, and quite quickly too. Which does mean Yellowcaster gets that extra draw because of the Seat of Power.
Yellowcaster now 7 conquest points here. He only needs to hold to win. Santism has to do everything to push Yellowcaster off both of these battlefields here, I see.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a difficult battle, but look at those runes. If I can count correctly, it's around about 11 available to Sanderson right now. And though we know what cards he has to kind of top deck something really strong.
He actually has 12. There were no runes left in the rune deck on the side, so he is at maximum runes here right now.
Let's see what he top decked. See if he has something that could take back this game. Of course, those sprites can be ready at any time. Is that unchecked power? No, it's not. It's actually going to be the Thousand-Tailed Watcher.
You know what? You were also right. It was 11, just to make sure. Yeah. The Thousand Tail will be landing on the base, has recycled 2 runes, will be applying that -3 might to all enemy units. Just such a strong, classic, powerful mind finisher here, I see. And it is good to see it played. He was able to top deck it, so it managed to avoid all of the banishing that he was trying to get done with those Ash Focus.
Pretty lucky top deck there for Sanderson. It is still in the game. Is obviously wanting to as well conquer both battlefields. I believe he may have accelerated it as well because he did use 2 recycled powers to be able to pay for it. So that is a ready Thousand-Tailed Watcher. Can go in and potentially conquer both battlefields. Don't forget as well Lilia, but I don't think he can pay for Lilia with only 3 powers up.
Yeah, he doesn't have any other sprites, so there's no cost reduction in play for that Lilia Bashful Bloom. A sprite out of her would cost 4 energy and in 1 exhaust. As we are doing the math here, seeing how much negative might that the Thousand Tail has applied. So it's 3 on every enemy unit. There's 5 enemy units. That's -15 might that's happened to Yellowcaster right now. And he's just thinking, how best can I answer this Thousand-Tailed Watcher? It's such an effective finisher, I see.
He looks a bit stressed because he didn't expect the Thousand-Tailed Watcher. Remember, that was a top deck card. He knows every other card that's in his hand except that Thousand-Tailed Watcher. Came completely a surprise to Yellowcaster. Now doing that maths, if I do quick maths myself, Vi is on 2. Recruits is still at 1 because it's to a minimum of, maximum of...
to a minimum of 1?
Minimum, not maximum, of 1. So that's still 4 might. Did I math that right? 3 might.
3 might.
3 might on Seat of Power.
Which critically brings it into kill range of the Disarming Rake.
It is. It looks like it's just game. They conceded.
That's game, yeah.
Yellowcaster had no answers to Sanderson. I think that is actually completely GG 2-0.
I have to think that Yellowcaster has won this one here. He was in the better position. I think Santism didn't have the ability to swing in and take both. They are shuffling.
I didn't finish doing my maths in my head, so I'm not able to do the calculation, so...
That is A-okay. Yeah, look at that. Good spirits. It is starting to get late here in Sydney as well. And these guys, this is round 7. They've been at this for a long time. And as I called, Yellowcaster takes game 2 here tonight in our best of 3 match.
That Thousand-Tailed Watcher could have been what Sanderson needed, but it just wasn't enough. Did quite a lot to everybody on the board, but of course was not able to completely take both battlefields, which is what he needed. He needed both battlefields.
Yeah, absolutely. That Thousand-Tailed Watcher wouldn't have been able to move in and clear that battlefield. The Disarming Rake would have been able to trade on the opposite battlefield, but it just, as we said, not enough. Had to prevent holding at least 1 and just could not get it done with the tools in hand, and they knew it. And this is one of the things that you see in the professional play, right? A lot of the times they know when they don't have those lines. A lot of the times they know when they're beat and they're willing to concede. It saves time, it saves mental exhaustion, and it gets you back into the next game where you have a better chance of winning.
Yeah, I mean, this is a long day. We're in round 7. There's one more round after this for today, and then of course tomorrow there's a another 8 or so rounds as well to go through. And with this one here, we also have to keep in mind that timer, that clock, as you mentioned. They want to be able to get through game 3 quickly. They don't want to end on a draw. Neither of them win if it's a draw, so they want to try and win, of course, this third game.
Absolutely. It's in everyone's best interest to take that win here. As we do start to get prepared for our game 3, we do take a look back at the battlefields we've seen already. That Dusk Rose Lab, that seat of power for Santism, Orn's Forge and Hall of Legends for Yellow Caster there. So just a really nice selection of battlefields, ones we're not overly used to seeing here. You know, typically it's that Ravenbloom, that Abandoned Hall. They've definitely increased in popularity now with Unleashed coming out.
Well, there's only one battlefield each they can play. Looks like it's going to be the arena's greatest for Bashful Bloom, theoretically.
And
there's something magical happens.
And Trifarian Warcamp for Santism, I do believe.
Yeah. Going to be quite exciting. Arena's Greatest, as we, I think most of us are familiar with Arena's Greatest. It, of course, gives you that one extra point.
There it is, Arena's Greatest for Santism, as you called. Trifarian Warcamp for Yellow Caster. That was my mistake there, saying Santism, and that is expected. The Arena's Greatest obviously giving them that extra conquer point in their beginning of their first turn. So this will be potentially a much quicker, a much more explosive game 3 to decide who wins this round 7.
Round 7. A game 3, 1-0 between these two calm and token decks. Not a mirror match, but it's a mirror, I would say, emotions between the two of them as well. They want to go in with their wonderfully buffed, stacked, geared up tokens. And well, Lilia is going to be, I believe, starting out, has those 2 runes up, and is going to be using both of those 2 runes to bring out a Scuttle Crab.
Turn 1 play, always good. He's like, I'm not even ready yet. What are you doing? But the play has been made by Santism. He is going second. He's got those 3 gorgeous order runes. We also got a quick peek there, a Defy in hand. But he gets that Sand Soldier and equips it immediately.
He does equip it immediately with that Doran's shield, sorry. +1 is a tank as well, so that's a little bit of a chunky Sand Soldier at 3 might. And of course, the Scuttle Crab has 0, but will be able to conquer the Arena's Greatest.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Scuttle Crab just proving that he is indeed the Arena's Greatest there with that conquer. But Rice, you said Doran's shield a little earlier, and as we know, there's Doran's blade in the game too. But did you know in League of Legends they've added Doran's helm and Doran's bow? And it makes me wonder, are they going to bring that to Riftbound as well?
Surely, surely. We have all the Doran's gear.
Yeah.
It would be great to have the variety. I mean, maybe they'll go into every single domain.
Yeah.
But we don't want to miss this Mask of Foresight just got played. When a friendly unit attacks or defends alone, give it +1 this turn. Very strong gear in the hands of a Lilia who loves those sprites.
Yeah, definitely a nice piece of tech that we also see in those Ari decks.
Yeah.
There is also a Ravenbloom out there now, so it's going to be able to swing on its own as a 3 might, and then any spells that come through, any spell slinging that Santism is able to offer it, is just going to bolster it up even further. We've seen it all before. We know and love that Ravenbloom student, as Yellowcaster is considering his options.
I mean, one option is that Trifarian Warcamp. It's tempting. I can see Yellowcaster thinking about it. Looking, of course, at the other cards in hand right now, but easy conquer point for them. And looking at it, units here have +1 on Trifarian Warcamp, and instead, no, he's actually going to contest the Arena's Greatest and going to have to, of course, reveal the hand due to that Scuttle Crab.
I actually think that was why he decided to go into the Scuttle Crab, to give the reveal over early before he's developed a hand, a plan with it, and then he'll go into the Trifarian Warcamp a little bit later. I actually like this. I think this is quite heads up from Yellowcaster, just to be like, look, I know you're going to get to see my hand, but I'm going to time when you get to see my hand. You get as little information as I can possibly give you. And there's that Vi one more time, that assault, stun, powerhouse that just turns combat showdowns around.
Thinking about Doran's shield. But lots of options here for Yellowcaster. Trifarian Warcamp is probably not going to be able to be conquered this turn. So Yellow Caster thinking about what to do for the next turn.
Definitely has 5 runes up and is looking to develop that board state, right? You want to make sure that you've got some plays to be able to respond to, has that door and shield, creates that Sand Soldier, and plays guards.
Guards!
Guards!
Well, when you do play guards, I like, because this is the way you can conquer it. You may pay an extra power to ready it. You get to play that Sand Soldier and ready one, and that does mean that Yellow Caster does, in fact, get that Trifarian Warcamp. And we've got to remember, Trifarian Warcamp, they do have that +1.
Yeah, units here have +1 might. This also includes attackers in those brackets. It cannot be forgotten. Typically, we see this in decks that care about being mighty. Fiora Victorious, for example, when she moves on to that, she becomes mighty, gets those triggers, and buffs up quite a lot. So in this situation, it'll be quite interesting because the Sprite will swing in as a 4 might into a Sand Soldier, which natively is a 3 might, but because of all the equipment, will then also be a 4. So we're just trading bigger tokens, right here.
Yeah, bigger tokens. And of course, the other thing with Santism playing Lilia, those sprites will have temporary, so it's hard for him to build up a little army. On the other hand, Yellow Caster could have more and more units, and each of those units will also have +1. So it could be quite a hard battlefield for Sanderson to take back control of if Yellow Caster builds a base there.
Yeah, as this Sprite Burst does come out, I just want to call out, we got some cheers from the crowd here, and Yellow Caster flexed to his fans in the audience, which you do love to see. Good spirits here from both of these players and the audience. But Santism is on that 4-point break point here, halfway to that 8-point victory condition, and Yellow Caster currently sitting on 3.
Yeah, using that Sprite Burst to, of course, win those, take down that Sand Soldier. As you said, they were both on 4, so one of them gets sacrificed, but the other one will, in fact, conquer it. So Sanderson now on 4 points, while Yellow Caster on 3, but still thinking, what do we do next?
Yeah, Yellow Caster is on the play, has that BF Sword, has that Vi in hand, still holding on to the Defy and what looks like a Discipline as well. So we'll be able to pump some units up and over Santism. Importantly, Santism, though, only 1 rune available to play with right now.
Yeah, I mean, 1 rune, though, in the hands of a Calm deck. We can think of quite a few options there. You know, Defy, On Guard is 1.
Stupefy as well.
Stupefy is 1.
Yeah,
oh, we see the On Guard. We see 2 On Guards, in fact. He's thinking, which one do I want to play?
Which one looks less pretty? I'll hold that and I'll get the good one out here as we do, like, see the thought process going on, these lines that are developing. That's a singularity in Santism's hand. That is
I did see that.
Big removal piece.
Well, the one On Guard did get played by Santism, and so Yellow Caster responds with Defy. So that On Guard doesn't come through, so it is going to be Yellow Caster's battlefield still.
I still like that play. He forced Yellow Caster to have it. That Defy is now 1 less tool that Yellow Caster has to be able to respond to Santism's plays next turn. Yellow Caster, though, with that Conquer, does go up to 4 on that Trifarian Warcamp.
But you did mention being forced to use that Defy. He's now at 4 exhausted runes right now. Compared with Santism, I don't want to do counting, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can kind of count 8 there, just loosely.
Yeah, there's 8.
I believe you.
No, you're right this time. I'm not going to correct you because you're right. That's 8.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I believe you. Of course, Ravenbloom student is in the base and ready. Maybe wants to go up and get that Arena's Greatest.
Yeah, that's true, actually. That Ravenbloom student has been sitting there for a hot second.
Yeah.
I really do think Santism's trying to find those Stupefies, that other tech that he has, the cheaper sort of mind spells to be able to get that Ravenbloom bolstered up. But if it goes in alone, that Mask of Foresight gives that extra might as well. But Lilia Bashful Bloom just going to produce one of those sprites.
He's thinking, do I go in with both? Do I go in with 1? As you said, that Mask of Foresight does get that little buff. He's going to go in with just the Sprite, see how he can deal against this Sand Soldier. Remember, Yellow Caster completely exhausted. Out comes Discipline. Of course, with that Discipline, Sanderson does, in fact, win that conquer.
Yeah, no, he absolutely conquered that battlefield. That Mask of Foresight is proving to be a thorn in the side of Yellow Caster. Where that would have traditionally been an even trade, that extra 1 might pushes it over the top in combination with that Discipline. So excellent play there from Santism and set up with that Mask of Foresight. 4 runes exhausted from Santism there. And Yellowcaster just thinking on the play. What can he do? 2 more runes have been exhausted. That was for that discipline, as you called. And the 2-1 here, sorry.
It's going to be a Sprite Fountain. Out comes one Ready Sprite immediately, going on to that Arena's Greatest. And of course, it's a temporary gear. It's a very interesting gear because it is temporary. And so when he plays it, you get to play 1 Ready Sprite unit. When the Death Knell triggers, out comes another Sprite unit.
You gotta love sprites in Lilia. That is what she wants, and that is what this deck is built around. And it was interesting, Yellowcaster actually started to prepare to remove that BF sword, fully expecting, I think, a turn to dust for that Sprite Fountain taking him. And I dare say all of us by surprise. Currently does have, I think it's around 6 runes up. They are very beautiful runes as well. These alt arts up. Chef's kiss here, but can we get a little insight? That Vi is still in Yellowcaster's hand as he goes to take a look at the trash of Santism. As a reminder, you can check your opponent's trash at any time. It is public information, so that is totally fine.
Of course, if I remember correctly, I think Yellowcaster... No, it was Yellowcaster that had to reveal his deck to Santism. I don't think Yellowcaster has been able to see Santism's deck just yet with an Ash or with a Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen one of those come out just yet. We do see that Soul Sword, we do see that Vi, and we do see that Discipline. So a few options available to Yellowcaster here as he has exhausted and recycled 1 here.
Equipping both the Doran's shield and the BF sword. Going to be taking down that little Sprite. I mean, it is a little bit of a buff Sprite with that Mask of Foresight, but not that buff.
Yeah, no, I don't think it can contest a 2-might Sand Soldier with that Doran shield, that BF sword, and the extra might from the Trifarian War Camp on that battlefield. So Yellowcaster doing the minimum he needs to do here to still conquer and get these points. However, the play has gone back to Santism.
Santism, very importantly, is on 6 points as well. If he conquers both here, he wins the game. Look how many ranges got up. I don't want to count that again, but look at also the units he has in base. He has 1 Ready Sprite, and of course that Ravenbloom student also, of course, has the option to bring another Ready Sprite with that Lilia Bashful Bloom, and I don't know what else he has in his cards, but in his hands, but he may have something else to play.
Yeah, look, Ricey, 9 runes is a lot of runes to have in, ready on your side of the board. Santism considering his options deeply. That Lilting Lullaby, that signature spell for Lilia, able to counter a spell, and then your opponent can't cast spells for the rest of their turn. It's very, very strong, and at reaction speed. So, quite the answer if Yellowcaster has a spell to play, and we do know he does have that Discipline.
It's going to be potentially Singularity. Looking at it, paying the cost of it. Out it comes Singularity. Such a heavy hitting spell. It deals 6 to each of up to 2 units. And there's only 1 unit on the board.
Yep, that's okay. He's just going to put the 6 into the Sand Soldier here. Oh, I think he forgot about the Trifarian War Camp.
Is that not enough? That Sand Soldier has +3 from the BF, has 1 from the Doran's Blade. It is 6 in the total, and you're right, with that Trifarian War Cap, it's not strong enough.
It takes it over the top to 7 might. Singularity, dare I say, unfortunately wasted. Does have 6 points of damage on it.
Does have 6 points, so maybe it's not completely over just yet. That Sprite still does 3 damage in and of itself. Technically 4 at Trifarian War Camp.
There's still options available. Like you said, send the Sprite in, force the Discipline out, Lilting Lullaby, counter and shut down the rest of his turn, but it's going to get so little value with the rest of the turn.
Don't forget also that Ravenbloom student, because then just conquer the other battlefield too. There is still a chance that Santism can take this second game.
Here and now. It's the third game. If Sprite goes in and trades, he removes the Sand Soldier from this battlefield. However, the Sprite will not live. The Lilting Lullaby will counter the Discipline. The Ravenbloom will go into the Arena's Greatest, so this will take Santism to 7 if that's how it plays out, but he still has to win next turn.
Oh, we forgot about the Vi. The Vi comes out, stuns the Sprite, and, well, at that point, Well, I mean, Sandersm still can just, I believe, oh no, because he has no damage, he's stunned.
Yeah, so Vi is a fantastic response. Sprite now has 0 might to be able to allocate to anybody on that battlefield. So this is a great heads-up play here from Yellowcaster. He did hold up all of those runes to have that as an option available to him. Those 6 points marked on that Sand Soldier token, if this combat showdown ends as it stands currently, it'll just heal back up to full. And Santism won't get another chance like this.
Sandersm has 3 runes up. Has to do other calculations. How do I do this? I mean, yes, the Sand Soldier has 6 damage, but he's still 7 mighty. How comes that discipline able to get that draw? Are you going to be able to get something good from that card? Draw.
Digging for answers here, but with a stunned Sprite, it effectively reduces your might to 0. You can't deal combat damage.
Yeah. Oh.
As the trade has occurred. Trifarian Warcamp with the might increase sends in the Ravenbloom student for the 7-point conquer. Santism wins the battlefield.
He does. Now on 7, but he's not able to win this entire game just yet. And I don't think actually Yellowcast has an answer to that, so he wins off the hold. That's it. It looks like Santism does take the entire game.
There it is. They're both going, that was game 3. Santism wins round 7, 2-1 against Yellowcaster on the Azir. Santism on that Lilia Bashful Bloom, that new set 3 Unleashed legend, and one of your favorites, Ricey.
It is. Lilia is such a fun joy to play. I mean, you produce so many sprites, just absolutely everywhere, and it's really fun to play in general.
Yeah, as we're still going through the motions there, obviously the judges having a chat with the players, just discussing that last play and how it happened. So that'll be a learning lesson. But we're getting these panoramic, sweeping camera shots, which I am a fan of. And I think that was a great matchup, Ricey. The only other sort of unit token that I can think of is that Victor. So we did get to see 2 out of 3 here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, those token units are so fun to play. I mean, being able to produce as many as you want, really, if you have the resources, out they come, out they come. You don't need the number of cards. You just need to have those resources.
Yeah, resources make sprites, sprites make conquer points, and sprites with conquer points win games, and that is exactly what we saw here. He didn't even need that lilting lullaby here tonight, Ricey, as he's now 7-0, already guaranteed into day 2, but he's just making himself look that much better is Santism.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Santism is a contender for that best of Lilia. 7-0 is a pretty good score to go in. Well, I mean, to potentially, maybe we've got one more round left, could end 8-0, could end 7-1, and that is a really good score to end day 1.
And one thing I like is he's wearing a Australia shirt here too, just absolutely repping right now, getting prepped for that interview. And one of my favorite parts about these interviews is actually getting these insights into the minds of these players, right? Why did you pick that card when you were building that deck? Yeah. Why did you choose that particular line to conquer that battlefield or to prevent it being conquered? And yeah, it's in these decks, there's so many tools, there's so many answers, and it's why do you play that then? That Singularity still proved useful, putting those 6 points of damage onto that Sand Soldier.
Exactly, you know, so many useful cards, I mean, in both of their decks, but it's so fun to see the thought process behind them, because these are kind of the, I want to say, not kind of, these are the best of the best here in Australia, and it's great to see their insights. Why did they pick those decks? And what do they choose, and how do they come to the conclusion that this is potentially the best of decks?
Yeah, look, I'd be so bad at these interviews, right? If someone said to me, why did you pick that legend? I'd be like, the art was absolutely sick. But let's hear from Santism, the winner of round 7.
Thank you very much, Logan. That was quite this series. I'm here with Santiago.
Santiago, yeah.
From Argentina, originally.
Originally from Argentina, but I live here in Sydney.
How long have you lived in Sydney for?
Around 8 years.
How do you like it?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, it's my favorite. I'm from here, so it's my favorite city.
Yeah, nice.
So how long have you played Riftbound for?
I started playing like a few weeks ago.
Yeah?
Yeah, I played Lorcana, which is a different card game. And yeah, since the regional was here in Sydney, we said like, it would be fun to go play. We picked it up, practiced a little bit online, and here we are. yeah, having.
So how did you settle on Lilia as your legend?
So we wanted to go for a side quest, like try to get the best of card.
Yep.
So because we picked it up not long ago, we decided to go for one of the new legends. Lilia was the one that, we enjoyed the most, and we decided to go for that one.
Yeah. So far, it's working quite well. You're still undefeated after 6 rounds, guaranteed to make there too.
Yeah.
How have you found the deck?
Yeah, very good, very good. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. The playstyle is very good, having fun, which is the important thing. Yeah. So yeah.
So you definitely had a couple of moments in that series that were tricky.
Yeah,
How was the end of that
a few
last
misplays as well. But it was my first time on stream, so I was quite nervous. But yeah, luckily I could make it.
Yeah, found the line in the last game. And at game 2, I believe you had a line as well.
Yeah.
To win at the end of game 2.
Yeah, no, I actually miscounted, and I thought that I could take the ball, but I couldn't. So, but it was very good, very good games.
When Ash looked at your hand,
you
played the on guard. Pump the...
Yes. I didn't realize that it was when she attacks that it stuns.
Yeah.
That was one of the misplays.
I mean, the set has not been out for very long, right? It got released a little over a week ago. What has it been like testing for such a wide field, so many different decks?
Yeah, well, for me, it was all new. So I started with set 3, so every single deck was new. So it was a lot of information to take, a lot of legends, a lot of different cards. So we're still learning.
Yeah,
every game I'm learning.
Well, you've learned enough to still be undefeated.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about your chances in day 2 moving forward, maybe winning that best of?
Look, I'm very happy with the results I've accomplished so far. So just one game at a time, and we'll see how it goes.
All right, well, best of luck. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Pastry. What a wonderful insight we're hearing from this 3-week-old player.
Yeah, you love to see it. So many new players coming to Riftbound, but a point of clarification from that previous game as well. That Vi only stuns when she's an attacker, which is how Santism was able to take over that battlefield there. So really good piece of information to have. But as you say, only 3 weeks in Riftbound. So many new players here coming from previous other TCGs as well, and so many from League of Legends.
Exactly, League of Legends players, and right now we are in the middle of Game 3 of our other featured match. It's going to be quite exciting, as these are also kind of neck and neck as well. 5 points to 4 points. Stigit, the Master Yi, 6-0. Current, I think the only Master Yi that's currently 6-0 in this, in the regional qualifier so far.
It is good to see a Yi here, currently 6-0 with 3 XP up as well. So that is that sort of XP variant that cares about it. However, we do see the Legend. That is the one when I defend alone, I get that 2 might. We do see Aurelia Fervent here. They are in the midst of a showdown. Aurelia with that +5 is currently 9 with the gear 10 might.
Very, very strong Aurelia, of course. Every time you target her or choose her, Aurelia, she gets +1. So now Raw Dogs is able to get themselves onto 5 points each. This may end in a draw because looks like time is over.
Yeah, we do see the time, so that it looks like they will be going into that overtime here. And we see that Trinity Force on the base for Stigit. The Wuju sort of Bladesman Yi there, while the friendly unit defends alone, he gets +2 might, which can be forgotten about quite easily. But we see that XP tracker down the bottom there being used very, very well, showing that 3 XP, which is that new mechanic from Unleashed here, I see.
Clockwork Keeper is going to be used here, and when you play Clockwork Keeper, you may pay a power to draw 1. I feel like he did use that. It looks like Stigit is trying to find the cards that he's wanted. I may have missed that recycle happening, but lots of cards in hand, lots of options, but the time is over. So in overtime right now, both of them are 5 each, which they definitely want to get that 2-point lead.
Yeah, you definitely want to get ahead here in the next couple of turns. Otherwise, it will be that draw. And obviously, you don't want to lose, but you also don't want to draw. A win is always worth so much more. And we do see that Zonya's Hourglass as well for our dogs on the Aurelia. So has that protection. And I have to believe that's a Guardian Angel. Oh, that's a good card to be playing.
It is indeed. Don't forget also that Trinity Force as well. When I hold, score 1 point. That could be what you need to get as many points as possible. It's going to be equipped onto Rengar, the Trophy Hunter, who does have ambush. Not going to be using it as ambush, but he also can be played to an open battlefield if he chooses to do so at the moment, though he is trying to make him as strong as possible and, of course, the double points.
Yeah, this Rengar Trophy Hunter is definitely a superstar in this Wuju Bladesman legend. When it defends alone, it gets that extra 2 might, and typically, because you can ambush it onto that enemy battlefield, even if you don't have units, suddenly you present an 8 might unit that they have to overcome here. However, not ambushed, gets that +2 from the Trinity Force onto the 6 might Rengar for a total of 8 presenting here, Icy, as we're taking it all in. We're looking at our options. Is Stidget has a few cards, a few tricks up his hand, but we don't know what they are.
No, we just jumped into this game, this next match, so we have no idea what has been happening so far. But Raw Dogs, it's his turn right now. He wants, of course, to get to at least 7, maybe 8 as quickly as possible in this overtime round right now. Has quite a few runes up, and we can't see his cards. He's kind of off to the side a little bit, but what is he wanting to play here? What would you think would be the best card?
Yeah, I mean, it's an Aurelia deck. There's not much that you play that isn't going to be the best card to pump that Aurelia up. She's been readied, so she has that +1 might, as Raw Dogs is looking for some options here. Currently at that 6 conquer points, has that Abandoned Hall. So when a player plays a spell, they may give a unit they control here +1 might this turn. So if a Defiant Dance is to be played, it's not going to be that 4 might swing. It's going to be much, much bigger in the realm of at least 6, +4 for the Aurelia, -2 for the opponent. However, currently sitting on that Grove of the Godwillow, when you hold, you may draw 1 card. But right now, we're not worried about holding, and Raw Dogs taking a lot of time to consider his options. This is critical.
Thinking about putting more units onto the Grove, including the Lonely Poro. Lonely Poro, though, isn't lonely today. It is joined by Irelia. So the Death Note, I lie. No, wait, Irelia has been considered to be moved back. We'll move back, and maybe he has a unit ability to bring them over to the Abandoned Hole.
Yep, is indicating Aurelia Fervent and Rengar Trophy Hunter for that switch with the Defiant Dance. Interestingly, having chosen, and yeah, there it is, the Blade Dancer Legend effect will pay to ready that Aurelia Fervent as well, leaving that Lonely Poro on that battlefield and then contesting, holding even that Abandoned Hall, making Stidget work for it here.
Indeed, that is a very mighty Irelia Fervent that is going onto Abandoned Hole, getting that second conquer point, but Stidget has no answers to that. Doesn't have that Rengar on hand to ambush, is in fact on the board now, and is going to be charming. I was wondering if Raw Dogs is going to use this charm to try and contest this Rengar. Goes in, of course, -2 might.
Now is the time to do all or nothing. Still has 2 runes up, so has that energy, can also commit 3 power if needs be, but is just going to straight up win that combat, Rice here.
Yeah, that is in fact Stidget losing out that Rengar, and Raw Dogs, a very mighty Irelia, is going to now be another +6 on top. Let's see if Stidget has any answers. Only has 1 rune up here.
Yeah, that definitely compounded that Abandoned Hall, getting that extra value for Aurelia Fervent. Raw Dogs in a spectacular position here right now. 7 points to 5 over to Stidget. It is up to Wuju Bladesman Pilot here to make something happen. That Lonely Poro is obviously the easiest target, the juiciest target, but it's going to give Raw Dogs a card. So it's like, oh god, I'm going to be punished this way. Aurelia Fervent, though, is going to be a tall order to overcome. Does have that Guardian Angel equipped, is just naturally 5 might with that combination, and Raw Dogs with 2 in hand could have 1 Defiant Dance, could have 1 on guard. We just don't know, and neither does Stidget.
Not entirely sure what Raw Dogs has in hand to counter whatever Stidget does here, but Stidget has to try and, I would say, wants to conquer both battlefields, to try and turn this into a 7-all situation, because it's going to be hard, though, with only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 runes.
Yeah, obviously having the hands over there, it looks like there is those 7 runes. You are once again right there, Icy. Is exhausting 1 rune so far. I was expecting to see more.
Yeah, there's
the
second
second one. Okay. What are we going to see here, Icy?
Cycling both of them as
2 and
well.
2.
Charm.
Okay.
Away.
That's 1 and 1.
That gets rid of that very mighty Irelia, means that Sigit will be able to potentially move that Clockwork Keeper up, or maybe just contest that Lonely Paro.
Yeah, had to cop that deflect cost for that Aurelia Fervent as well, which is why those 2 runes were recycled to the bottom. A very costly charm here. Taking a look at the trash of Stigit. Again, that publicly available information. Raw Dogs just seeing how many pump spells have been used. Could I fight this one out? Because Stigit still has 5 runes up.
Does have 5 runes up versus Raw Dogs only 2. Considering a card, what do you want to use here? And the Clockwork Keeper, 1 unit could go in and contest that Lonely Paro later or get that open free battlefield, but it's going to be a hard bargain. The way a hard bargain works is they're forced to repay that cost one more time if they want to use it.
Yeah, hard bargain obviously is also a repeatable one. They pay an extra 2 if they want to prevent that countering occurring. If you repeat it, then they have to pay that 4. So it is an effective counterspell, especially when your opponent is low on runes. However, Stigit has 5 up, so he is deliberating. Do I pay that 2 extra here to make that charm land? And he's thinking about possibly putting this one in the trash, letting that hard bargain resolve. Because it doesn't look like Stigit has a Defy in hand. Because that would arguably be cheaper than paying the 2 energy.
Yeah.
You pay the 1 energy and the power.
He did, in fact, pay that 2 energy to counter the hard bargain. And in goes the Clockwork Keeper, giving Stigit 6 points and giving control of a Bandit Hole to Stigit.
There it is. There's the GGs. There is the fist bump. I do believe Raw Dogs is going to take this one 2-1 here in the overtime of our featured table matchup in round 7. An undefeated Aurelia here. Raw Dogs, congratulations.
Congratulations, Raw Dogs. 2-1. It felt like such a close game. I mean, we only got to see that little sneak peek at the end there. But it was such a close matchup between these two. They're discussing the game. I love seeing them discuss the game afterwards because we're all here also not just to have fun, not just to win, but also sometimes to learn, to better ourselves at Riftbound.
I love that idea of bettering yourself at Riftbound, right? Because there is so much to learn. I personally feel like it has a low barrier of entry, but a really high skill ceiling here too. And this is how you do it. You come to these high OPL events and you compete against the best of the best and you learn from them when you lose as well. Because right now, 6-1 for Stigit and 7-0 for our winner here today, Raw Dogs.
Exactly. These are some of the best players in Australia or even worldwide, and we are here to learn from them as well. I mean, in this sort of, I want to say, arena with 1,600 players, with so many different types of play styles, so many different legends. I mean, all 40 are presented here, and we at your local Nexus nights. I don't really have 1,600 people showing up to mine. I don't know about you, but...
No, neither. I do not have 1,600. I think my LGSs do between 20 and 40.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if everyone played one legend and we maxed it at 40, we could get one of every single legend.
Yeah.
You know, it's quite possible. But unfortunately, not the reality of those Nexus nights, which is why Summoner Skirmishes are fantastic too.
Yeah.
Because that's typically where you'll get a few more legends played and a few more attendees.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe you get to play some of those other legends with so many legends in the game and so many more coming out too. Excited about the next set, but that's still so far away to think about. I'm still head in the game for Unleashed. I mean, it only came out a week ago.
I mean, yeah, it only came out a week ago, but Vendetta's going to be spicy and Radiance even spicier. We could potentially, hopefully, see KDA brought together because we have seen Seraphine tease in that one. But as you say, we are here now at the Riftbound Regional Qualifiers in Sydney for 2026, and it is the first Unleashed Riftbound Qualifier as well. But that is enough from us here. Round 7 is wrapped up, and we'll be right back after this break.
Have you been feeling moody lately? Are you also tired of conquering for your points all the time? Do you not want to play a normie deck like the others? Then we got the deck just for you. Vex Gloomist appears in Unleashed, a legend that massively profits from holding battlefields. Stop your opponent from ambushing or accelerating consistently as early as turn 2 with Vex Apathetic as your chosen champion unit. Tell your opponents to back off by stunning their units when they try to conquer. Play your Shadow ready into battlefields to immediately use its ability on the opposing turn. Vex can rely on so many different defensive tools that the Calm and Chaos domain already have. Use Guardian Angel and Zonia's Hourglass to protect your units from dying. Not So Fast and Defy to counter opposing spells and deny their tempo. But also new defensive cards can be found in Unleashed, like Existential Dread or the mutated Mouser. But in the Shadow Isles, a monster lurks supporting Vex, giving her near unlimited defensive and offensive possibilities. Enter Vilemaw. The Spider God has Ambush, meaning it can be played offensive and defensively. With this powerful 8 might, it jumps into a battlefield that you are attacking and crushes any unit smaller than it without taking a single hit. If your opponent doesn't manage to push it out of a battlefield, an additional draw for holding is a free bonus. With these cards in your deck, you're going to be able to keep all the others away from your battlefields. Keep holding, Riftbounders.
Welcome to the Riftbound Regional Qualifiers Sydney 2026. I am joined by Mercat, who is cosplaying as Jinx. And Mercat, have you been having a good time this weekend so far?
Yes, I love it. It's so big and exciting, and I love all the pictures on the walls.
There's a lot of really good pictures. Now, we have a lot of events happening this weekend. Do you have any that you are looking forward to partaking in?
Oh, I'm going to play the full box sealed tomorrow. I'm excited to make a pile and lose every game.
That's my favourite as well. I really want to hit an overnumbered in the full box. Now, do you have a favourite set 3 legend from Unleashed?
Oh, I'm going to give away what I play in League, but I really want that Yuumi. It's so cute.
We do love a good Yuumi. Yuumi is in Unleashed. And for the audience out there, who are you cosplaying?
Jinx? Me?
Yeah.
Jinx!
Excellent. This is Jinx. That has been Mercat, and this is the Riftbound Regional Qualifiers 2026. I'm here at the Riftbound Regional Qualifiers 2026, and I'm joined by Valerius. We have some questions for you today. Are you having a good time so far?
Yes, I am. I am having a good time annoying everyone playing card games.
We've seen you being sort of a menace, twirling the staff, as Lux would do. Now, do you have any events that you're looking forward to? Are you going to be playing anything this weekend?
I'm going to try to learn Riftbound. Maybe the Lux or Ari deck. Those are my favorite characters.
Yep, Lux is from the Proving Ground set and is quite a popular champion, is in the Order and Mind domain, so we do love to see a bit of a Lux. Now, do you know the set 3 Unleashed champions at all? The legends, sorry.
No, I don't think so. But
Okay.
I've heard that there is a Baron, and he's very expensive.
Baron is one of the new units coming in set 3. Now, for those at home who may not be aware, who are you cosplaying and why are you cosplaying her?
I'm cosplaying Lux from League of Legends. Well, from Riftbound League of Legends series, right? I'm cosplaying Lux because I love Lux. I've played her for so many years now.
Well, fantastic. It looks excellent. And thank you so much for joining us here at the Riftbound Regional Qualifiers Sydney 2026. I'm here at the Riftbound Regional Qualifiers Sydney 2026, and I'm joined by Vera Chimera, looking amazing in LeBlanc.
Thank you very much. Made her in a day.
Oh my goodness, one day for this excellent cosplay. And so you put it together for the Riftbound Qualifiers. What inspired you to go with LeBlanc?
Well, her redesign is quite stunning, and I didn't see a lot of cosplays made for it yet, and I thought I'm going to take up the challenge and make it for today.
Fantastic. I think it looks really, really good. I'm sure we can all agree here. Now, I know you're new to Riftbound, but do you have any Unleashed legends that you're inspired or excited by that you've kind of seen?
Look, I'm very much of the sense if it's a holographic and shiny card, my eyes go towards it. I was looking through some of the decks, and I think it was Diana. Some of her cards look beautiful, but of course I'm going to go for yours truly, and I'm going to hunt down some LeBlanc cards.
Good luck getting your LeBlanc cards. Thank you so much for your time here today, Vera Chimera. And that is LeBlanc.
Welcome back to coverage of Regional Qualifier City here. We've been playing Riftbound all day long, and there is one more round of Swiss left. There are still 9 undefeated players coming into this round.
Crazy that there are that many.
Also, I'm pretty sure the round hasn't finished yet. So
Yeah.
maybe more I don't know about. There are still a few matches remaining. So round 8 is on the way. We'll be bringing you coverage as soon as games are ready, but we do have to wait a little bit until then.
I can be patient. That's fine.
That's good.
I can do it.
I believe we have a little mini game that we can play.
Okay.
Production has challenged us to guess the flavor text of a few cards. Can't wait for us to mess this up royally. So production, whenever you're ready, give it a go. All right. That's a lot of eyes. Common last words. Is the
that?
Okay, I'm trying to think if the color of the text gives us any clues at all. I don't think it does.
That would be too much of a hint, I think.
Oh. No, that's tails. I was like, Thousand Tail Watcher, that's not eyes. That is a lot. That would have a lot of tails.
Lot of eyes.
Baron?
Maybe? No.
Common last words. I'm going to say, I think this is Baron Nashor.
I think Vilemore, maybe?
Okay. We've locked it in production. Well, who is it? How wrong are we?
This is bad.
Very wrong.
Very
this
wrong?
is what's happening. Okay. There's absolutely no way. Evershed Stalker from... Oh, it is from Unleashed.
It
Never
is.
mind.
It is. Nah.
All right. Here this again. I'm assuming these are all from Unleashed. I guess I can at least...
That would make sense.
I can at least get there. But Baron was from Unleashed. I was trying. All right. Well, load it up. What do we got? I believe production is currently 3-0. So now 4-0. Commentator's doing not so great. What good is having a plank if nobody ever walks it?
I got nothing.
Well, it's probably a pirate.
You'd think.
So could be MF. Could be Cannon Barrage. It's a pirate, a card with Gangplank on it.
Well, if it's going to be unleashed.
Could be as the Buccaneer Mans with oranges. It's probably not that. Is it? Ooh, is it Cold a Week? That is someone on a plank on it, doesn't it?
I don't know if that's it.
I'm going to say this is Cold a Week. That's what I think.
Look, I have no idea, so I'm going to side with you and hope that your better judgment can get us over.
Let's go!
Yes!
This is what I play too much of this card. This is how I know. Because I've seen this art so many times. All right. 1-1.
All right.
One more to go. Surely we'll get this right. Also, it did not fall into my own trap of thinking these are all Unleashed cards. Good boy. Now, where's the rest of them? So this has got to be one of the dogs.
Absolutely. Whoa. I mean, we did see a lot of them earlier today in that Ivan match.
I'm pretty sure it's not Trusty Ramhound.
No?
I don't think so. Because I think I read the Trusty Ramhound flavor text like in my mind's eye when we were looking at the card in that Ivan game.
Maybe.
But I feel like this suggests that there's more than one. I guess there could be more than one Trusty Ramhound. So Starhound, that's another dog. I might be able to name hang on. Might be able to name all the dogs.
Can you do it? Can you? All right. No, this is a mini game inside of a mini game at this point. All right.
No
pressure.
What other dogs are there? Oh no, there's dogs in. So Moss Stomper. So there's dogs in colors that aren't. Oh, it's Cemetery Attendant. I was gonna get there.
Ah, it's so cute.
It's very cute. That's a good card. I play that one sometimes.
Big fan.
In Heedless Resurrection, whatever pile I'm playing with that card in it, because you can pick up. I don't know, Bewitching Spirit's pretty sweet.
All I'm saying is, thanks to your great intellect, we have broken production streak.
That's true. We did get one scoreboard.
And I say we very loosely, so I'll take the win anyway.
That was 2 Origins cards, I'm pretty sure. That's kind of crazy.
Tricky.
All right, let's have a look at the meta stats, because we've had a lot of Riftbound so far, and we've been looking at what has been happening here for all of the decks. So we've talked a lot about these decks. We'll talk about them again, and especially tomorrow, depending on how they convert, which I am very excited to find out. But if you are maybe just joining us or haven't tuned in for a little bit, this is kind of where the metagame looks coming into today on day number 1. So LeBlanc, 7%. That is the highest meta share that any deck has. No one is breaking double digits, which kind of makes sense when you consider there's 40 legends to choose from. But 83, certainly the most popular deck in the room, which we did expect.
Yeah, it's not a surprise to see LeBlanc up the top. It will be interesting, as you said, to see how well it converts tomorrow. We shall see. But having Master Yi up there, Aurelia up there, and Diana all reasonably close together, that makes a lot of sense as well. I think what I've been really enjoying is how much Vex we've been seeing, not just on her own, but also in a bunch of other decks.
Yeah, I mean, Vex Empathetic certainly being one of the best cards in the format, it feels like. I think in general, Aurelia and Diana are going to convert relatively well. I think LeBlanc and Master Yi probably won't, which makes sense because they're the 2 most popular decks. Do not have particularly good conversion rates when you have a lot of players playing them. MF is interesting because we know it's all Aurora. So I'm curious how many of those decks do well. And when we look at eventually the other Aurora archetypes, we can see maybe if there was another one that did better, even with fewer numbers. Victor is like always massively high in the meta for some reason. People just love to register this legend, which is wild, given that there's one in the same domain that's doing, I mean, at least has more represented. And I would probably hazard a guess at doing quite a bit better. But Vex and how Vex converts is interesting to me, because I think more players than I maybe expected gravitated to this deck. Turns out it's just quite good.
I mean, it's great, actually, and I say that as a Vex enjoyer. But yes, it is very interesting to see LeBlanc, essentially twice as many LeBlanc as Victor.
Yes, and that's still only 7 versus 4%. And this is like, this is 8 legends on the screen. It's 32 legends we're not showing you.
Exactly.
That also have some number of numbers. I'm actually curious. I wonder what the lowest one is. Maybe we'll find out tomorrow.
Yes.
Let's have a look at the battlefields, because we have seen quite a few of these today. I will point out, we have seen very little Star Spring for how many Star Springs are in the room.
I really thought there would be more.
At least on stream.
Well, yes, we have seen a lot of Abandoned Hall,
Yes,
though.
a lot of
Much
Abandoned
more
Hall.
than I was expecting. I don't think we've seen that much Zon Warrens either.
No, Zone Warren's kind of one of the most represented battlefields for quite a while, from Origins through Spiritforged. There was some little bit of rumbling from certain voices online that Zone Warrens after the bans might be actually one of the best, maybe a little too good in some cases. And I think that's probably maybe not true, but it's certainly a very good battleground that a lot of different decks are happy to play, helps you filter through your draws, can enable some strategies. There aren't that many like trash-centric decks in Riftbound right now, but you can get a bit of additional value that way as well. But yeah, at least on stream, we have seen a huge amount of Abandoned Hall relative to everything else. And I think the other one that's not who we've seen quite a bit of is Rockwell Puff.
Yeah. We have also seen a couple Aspirants Climb and the Arena's Greatest as well here and there, which is good to see. I don't think we've seen that much Sunken Temple, though.
Seen a little bit. It's kind of like most of the Sunken Temple, I feel like, is maybe some Aurora and like a lot of Aurelia. And maybe some set. There's a decent number of sets in the room, at least based on conversion rate. Set's doing very well this this event. Because there was, I think, multiple undefeated sets going into the last round. So
wild.
Certainly something we might be seeing more of, maybe, honestly, depending on how the pairings shake out, maybe this upcoming round in round 8. I have to tell you, I've had a pretty big peek at the standings, kind of in the last few rounds, checking on the undefeated players. And the potential matchups we have in this last round, if you're someone that watches a lot of Riftbound, a lot of the US events especially, you will be very happy to see some of the players that are still undefeated.
Definitely.
Here towards the end of day one. There are some killer matchups coming up, potentially, depending on how the pairings shake out.
Whether it's today, it almost certainly will be tomorrow as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, someone has to lose eventually, right? The undefeated players eventually.
You can't stay undefeated forever.
Well,
I mean, one can.
Yes. Famously, Azir did and will.
Yeah.
But so it's certainly possible. But I think players will be rocketing towards the top 8 depending on how the standings shake out. And there's a lot of there's a Teemo that's still undefeated at the end of this round.
Impressive.
So very impressive. Especially a legend I think has probably changed quite a bit. With Unleashed, seems like a lot of different Chaos cards you can potentially work with. So excited to see how all these things shake out when we finally get our matchups. Because I say at this point, I've had a pretty good idea of what we are going to get. This round, I am completely in the dark. And there's a lot of fun we could have. So let's have a look at, this is our Unleashed meta MVPs.
Look, I will explain myself,
Okay.
I want to explain myself. I think Baron, as divisive as it can be, because I am an Aurora player, I don't actually have that many in my deck, but I still love that it does make such a difference having that Baron pit. And I will stand by that it can be very, very useful depending on how your play is. And I will say, Wei, it's just so versatile.
That's so good.
It's so good. Big, big fan.
I do think a number of decks that we've seen in terms of representation, I think one of the reasons Diana is seeing as much play as she is because Hui is just such a good unit. I think many players have described Hui as like kind of like another Stellacorn.
Yeah.
And that is relatively accurate. Even in decks that like Diana that don't have that much ability to make Hui be mobile, unlike Aurelia, which obviously does a ton of that with Stellacorn. Often Hui just says discard discard 1 card, draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
Some extra steps to get through there. Some other things you can do as well, but for the most part, Hui's versatility, but also his raw power, even as a more expensive unit, is really sweet. For me, I guess I'll say I did pick one card that I personally really love that I thought we'd see more of in Heedless Resurrection, and one card I think is actually legitimately good. So we'll start with Heedless Resurrection. Look, I like brewing, okay? And I think this card's really sweet. We haven't seen Ezreal today at all. Don't know how Ezreal's doing, but there are certainly some slower Chaos Shells that I think can make pretty good use of this card. I know the anti-Aurora players have been really yelling for a reaction speed solution to Aurora, and I have to tell you, you can do it. You have a Heedless Resurrection, a Disarming Rake, and another unit that you can potentially sacrifice. It is possible. I don't know if it's good, but it is possible, and certainly a card that I think we'll see a bit more of, but we certainly haven't seen much of today. But Ash focused, I think this is one of the reasons Order might be good. This card is, so in this metagame especially, this card is so good.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, it is no surprise that both Logan and Ricey have both gone Vex. I mean, we've seen how popular Vex has been, and it's undeniable at this point. So many decks are running Apathetic, and having Elder Dragon makes a lot of sense. Starcrossed, again, in a lot of decks as well. All of these, I think, are very fair picks, actually.
I feel like Starcrossed, incredibly good card. Not a card... And we haven't seen that much Chaos today, I suppose. I'm curious how well the Chaos decks do, because Chaos has been a very successful domain in the early history of Riftbound. If you go and look through all of the RQs between Origins and Spirit Forge, you'll see quite a few Chaos decks rummaging around. Starcross does feel like another tool that is just very good for these decks, but I feel like maybe it's just with how many different decks and Legends we've tried to show today on stream, we haven't seen that much Chaos. But I have a feeling as we get towards the later rounds, maybe late in day 2 tomorrow, that we'll see one of the reasons why this card is such a prized meta card, because it is real powerful.
Absolutely. Look, I think hopefully, fingers crossed, we will see a lot of these cards tomorrow, to be honest with you. We will certainly see some Vex in one deck or another.
I think it's been, at least for Chaos, I think easily the most popular unit. I think of the units in the metagame, I think it's been in the top 5, if not higher.
I honestly think it represented so much more than expected.
Yeah, I think Ambush being such a prolific keyword in Unleashed meant that players did want an answer that felt good to it. I think it's also one of the reasons why Vex is one of the more represented decks, because as we heard even from Boland in his interview after his win on Feature, I just wanted to play the deck that had access to this card.
Exactly. Understandable. I love Vex, so it automatically was a, I want this kind of situation for me. But it's really, really satisfying to see how well it has played across a bunch of different decks, across a bunch of different playstyles.
Yeah, card's really good. Turns out jamming something on turn 2 that doesn't cost you power, that has an effect you want and a bunch of good stats, seems pretty good. As we're going to have a look at something else that we've had poking around.
Make a deck that's going to be all around the deep.
We are here at the RQ in Sydney. I am joined by Prismat, fresh off a win in Atlanta. How are you feeling about Sydney?
I really enjoy it here. The weather's been really nice. I like the wildlife. And so far it's been going all right. I think maybe a bit jet-lagged. I think I'm not playing amazingly. 3-1 so far in the pre-RQ. But it's all right. Got to get the losses out of the way today and then do well in the main event.
As long as you get them over and done with now, and you do still have the jet lag to contend with. So how recently did you get in?
I got in yesterday morning. So Thursday morning, today's Friday, and it hasn't been, I haven't felt bad, but gameplay has felt bad, so.
Well, there's a whole weekend ahead, and there's plenty to see how it's going. How are you feeling with everybody here?
Oh, it's nice, yeah. Everyone traveling out from different parts of the world. Alan coming from Europe. Randy, I mean, he's kind of living in China at this point, so it's a bit easier of a trip for him. But yeah, seeing everyone again, and then we'll see each other all in Vancouver as well.
And obviously, we've just had Unleashed release. How does that change how you're approaching Sydney compared to how your decks have been in the past?
Honestly, it feels, for me, similar to Lille, where I settled on Annie. I feel like the deck is good. I know that I'm not going to have any really bad matchups, so I can always play my way out of any match to be able to win. But it's not like I'm super confident. I think when I was going into Atlanta, I was thinking, okay, my deck's the best deck. And Alan's saying, yeah, your deck's still the best deck. And maybe starting to believe him over time. I think Diana's also really strong. But it is really interesting because there's a limit to how much you can prepare for each matchup. Like you can say, okay, we expect these decks to be the top percentage, top meta decks coming in, like Aurora is a big one. I think today there's a lot of Master Yi and Aurelia, which is a bit surprising because they don't have very good Aurora matchups. But, you know, prepare against the expected matchups, and then the rest of them you just have to go on the fly.
Well, we will see what happens. We'll see whether it comes down to Annie and Diana. Who knows? Maybe. We'll see how it goes. We've got a whole weekend ahead of us. Thank you so much, and good luck.
I'm here at the Sydney Riftbound Regional Qualifier. Right before the weekend kicks off, I have the one and only Alan TQ. Alan, how are you doing in the pre-queue?
Wonderful. Lack of sleep doesn't stop me from just winning back-to-back so far the runs, and hopefully it follows up until tomorrow.
So how are you feeling about your deck? You have changed Legends but not Domains, and we kind of knew this was coming. How's Diana treating you?
Very good deck. Is so good. I think it's like the second best deck in the format right now.
What's the best deck then?
Ani.
I know an Annie player on your team maybe that we'll be seeing around.
Most certainly you will. He will swap eventually to the same domains in different champion, but for this event there was a bit short of time for the practice because we just finished Atlanta and then we had to travel, and we had literally 1 week to practice, and we just stick to what we know. But for the next events, we'll definitely be mixing up.
How have you been feeling about Unleashed then? Obviously set very close to release kind of with this event. How have you been feeling about the shifts as Set 3 joins Riftbound?
Oh, it's amazing. There is such a widespread meta. You get to play around so many things, against so many things, and like it's just so many different playstyles. It makes hard with the current sideboard side to make a deck that's gonna be all around decent into everything. You have to sacrifice some matchups because how low on the cards you have in just the sideboard slots.
Of course, expecting a pretty diverse metagame over the weekend. There are 40 Legends now, and obviously you're chasing Diana. You went pretty well on the Ezreal hunt. How's Diana going to go in this season?
I like the deck to the extent where I think I could go for 4 out of 4 on Diana. We'll see how it goes on the event. I might get humbled and the deck might actually fall apart and like it might run out of just the value in general and maybe too much tempo. We'll see. But Ezreal is solid this set as well, so worst case, it's a fallback.
Best of luck. Have a great tournament.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to Riftbound Basics, featuring actions and reactions. There are 3 different types of spells in Riftbounds. Normal spells, which you can use to start a chain during your own turn from a neutral game state. Actions, which can be used in exactly the same way, but can also be used in combat to start a chain. And reactions, which have all the advantages of the other 2, but can also be used to react to triggered abilities or spells. Reactions are super fast and can lead to lots of exciting interactions, as they resolve before all other spells. For example, if you have a Stupefy in your hand and your opponent activates a spell that really bothers you, you can use Stupefy as a reaction and draw a card before your opponent's spell is resolved. This might allow you to draw another reaction that saves you from the situation, like a Defy. Another exciting example is dealing damage to a unit with a spell before combat. If you go into combat with a unit that's already damaged, you should make sure you win the fight, otherwise the units will heal after the combat. Let's say you have dealt 6 damage to your opponent's Mind Splitter with Falling Star, and you go into combat against it with your Watchful Sentry. Your opponent might want to activate an action in response, such as Grim Resolve to generate extra might and win the combat. You can still respond to that with a Stupefy. You reduce the Mind Splitter's might to 6, and because it still has 6 damage counters on it, it will die before the Grim Resolve can save it. Which one is your favorite reaction card in Riftbound? Let us know.
Welcome back, folks, to coverage of Regional Qualifier Sydney. I'm Patriot Home. That is still Steph Panicasio, and I believe round 8 is all paired up.
It's time.
Last round assist for day 1. It has been quite the day here in Sydney, but it's been a fun one so far, and there are still many matchups to resolve and still many records to leave unblemished as we move into day 2.
We shall see how it goes. But yeah, a lot of unconventional matchups, a lot of things that we saw that were maybe not exactly how we thought they'd play out.
Look, I'll level with you all. We've tried, especially in the early stages of this tournament, to show things off, right? To show things like Ivan that we maybe don't expect to see coming up later. Apparently, we don't have to do that much work to show off some diverse matchups, because even our final one here that we have on feature is going to be a fun one. It is Teemo versus Fiora, the exact matchup we expected rolling into the weekend.
Let's see how this goes. I am very curious to see if we are going to see another Vex in here somewhere, given that Vex has been in pretty much every deck that can run it.
Well, one of the decks is playing Chaos, so I have to suspect there's probably Teemo hiding around. Fiora also shockingly popular choice for this event, and there's still some doing well deep into the tournament. I wonder what they know that I don't, because I did not expect Fiora to have that much representation.
I wonder how many of them are running Hook.
I think that are still in the tournament, probably 0. Well, once we have deck lists, we'll get them up for you on screen and have a little peek of what's going on. But on the right, you can see our Fiora player shuffling away, which means our Teemo enjoyer is on the left. And Teemo is a deck that I don't know. I'm not going to say it's Teemo's time, but Teemo has certainly gotten better with each set, which kind of makes sense when the deck is all about hidden cards. The more hidden cards they add to his domains, the better generally Teemo is going to perform.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Look, if you had told me earlier today that we would be seeing a Teemo with this record, I don't know whether I would have necessarily been 100% believing that, but it is really, really great to see.
Yeah, I don't know if players are X1 or XO, but I do know, again, coming into this round, there was an undefeated Teemo player, so I have to think if we're putting him on stream, it's probably the undefeated Teemo player.
One would think.
But I don't think I saw any other Teemos with an X and 1 record. Like, can't imagine the Legend is doing all that well. So let's have a squid, shall we? Let's kick things off with Ashen OCE on Teemo.
No Vex to be seen.
Interesting.
There we go.
There's a Baron in this deck.
I mean, running 3 Nocturnes makes sense.
Yeah.
I think this all tracks aside from that.
Yeah, there's definitely some... I mean, depending on where you want to put Teemo, you can certainly play a slower build. But I do think if you want to play kind of a more aggressive, more mid-range deck, I think you do want to be on Nocturne. Kind of wild to see 3 Nocturnes and 0 stacked decks, given that stacked deck is one of Chaos's best cards in general. But a bunch of new hidden cards and some old favorites, I suppose, as well. 3 Switcheroo, 3 Windsinger, that's Gust on a stick, basically, upping that count. Only 2 Teemo Strategists, down from the 3 that we had in a bunch of decks before. 3 Sprite Fountain has kind of become one of the best early drops for these colors in general. 2 Bone Skewer, it's a fun hidden card you can play every now and then. And 1 Evelyn.
Also, the
Rounding
2
it out.
Existential Dreads are in there as well.
Yep, very cool card.
Interesting to see.
Haven't seen that one too often today. Kind of expected to see it more from the Vexes we've seen, honestly.
Yeah.
But 2 is a relatively high number for a card that you cannot hide, although it is quite efficient. It's kind of like Chaos's Thwonk, if you will, but if you stun the unit, you also get to return it to their hand. Also noted 3 purple Teemos in that deck.
Yep.
So not just the one you usually have in your champ zone, but the rest as well. As Rez is going to be our Fiora player here.
Look, again, a lot of things that we'd be expecting to see here. Obviously got the Lucian in there, Doran's Blade, Punch First. A lot of stuff that realistically I would have expected to see.
Yeah, I think the things that make people interested in Fiora again, and Set as well to some extent, right? A Sacrifice, a new card that got added in Unleashed that is kind of adding card draw that you didn't really get in these decks. Interesting to see only 1 in this list. Definitely seeing, I think, every number of copies from 1 to 3. Also, 2 Akshan in the main. Kind of is like I am expecting to see certain things, and I would like to punish them when I see them. So not a unit that I think we'd see that often in the main, certainly in those numbers, although we did start seeing it creep up a little bit in the end of Spirit Forge, especially with Azir kind of coming to the forefront. But otherwise, just a lot of really good numbers on these cards.
Absolutely. 3 Challenge, 2 Sabotage, 1 Hidden Blade. Interesting. Not really that surprising.
Gotta hide it somewhere, I suppose.
Yeah.
As I am very curious to see how this matchup plays. I have no idea how much of this matchup these players have played. I think we're definitely at the point where, like, I don't think players that familiar with this matchup, and I just saw something that I am very surprised by.
Oh, what did you...
Our Teemo player has Teemo Strategist as their chosen champion. That is the Mind Teemo. So one of the great things about Teemo is that when you play Chaos Teemo, I call it's BMO because that's the alt art. It's beautiful. I don't know. I think it's Teemo Scout is the actual name of the card. Anyway, that one is when you play it, it gets +3 might that turn. So when you play it from Hidden, it's pretty big. We actually see a number of Chaos decks just use it as a hidden card in their arsenal because it's something that's really tough to think about when you just flip over a 4 might Teemo when you're trying to think of what other 5 hidden cards could this Chaos deck have.
Exactly.
But the great thing about that Teemo is that it's a 2 energy unit that doesn't cost you any power. So you can just play it on curve every single game as one of your opening plays and you'll be good to go. Teemo Strategist does cost a power and kind of needs to be defending or hidden in order to get stuff done. So very curious to see Teemo player lean on that one from the Chosen Champ soon. So curious to see how the play patterns change there because you don't really have the same kind of free 2-drop you might get in a bunch of other games. So we are going to kick ourselves on into the final round. 6-0-1. So 2 undefeated players do have a draw in their record. Not a loss. Still technically undefeated.
It still counts.
It certainly does. As players are going to mulligan, it is start to peak for our Teemo player when you hold I don't know if you. I think you have to do it actually. When you hold Channel A Rune
No,
Exhausted,
says you may.
you may.
You may.
Don't miss
Channel
it.
one.
Don't miss it at home, friends. And then Monastery of Harana, kind of the set battlefield, but makes sense in Fiora as well. He has some buffing in her deck, also obviously in Set's domain. When you conquer here, you may spend a buff if you do draw a card. So quick pass back. Neither player having an early drop right now. This Fiora kind of surprisingly not finding a 2. But Teemo is going to just play Teemo. Nope, it's Sprite Fountain. Oh, that's such a cute sprite.
Oh, I love that.
Off to the peak.
Adorable.
Unfortunately, Sprite, as a temporary unit, cannot hold onto the peak. So even though, for the same reason you can't score points, you cannot do anything else. And we're just hiding Teemo's strategist. Just, it's face up.
Hiding.
We're
in
hiding
air
it.
quotes.
It's
hidden.
It's hidden. I did not know you could hide Teemo from the chat.
It feels like a little bit, superfluous to hide from there. But you know what?
I mean, you do want a unit there.
You do.
Because the sprite, as we noted, is temporary. And Fiora going to come out. Fiora Victoria's very good unit. Obviously a chosen champion for this deck as well. See this in a bunch of other decks, though. Seen it in Leona recently. Seen it in Set recently as well. But Teemo Strategist going to flip on up and kind of make camp with the star tip peak. Get that extra rune.
Not hidden for very
Get
long.
the point, and not hidden for very long at all. Even using Teemo's Legend special ability to get in there without losing extra power. One of the advantages of going second and actually getting an extra rune, which is kind of a very convenient confluence of things that's happened here for Ashen OC.
Absolutely.
Teemo Strategist, a very good defender.
Oh, I can't stop looking at that sprite.
Oh, it's so cute. It's going to be even better because it's going to the monastery in just a moment. As looks like players may be just chatting to the judging staff at the table. Peak trigger was not missed, I don't think, although maybe it was. Because started with 3, recycled 1 for the fountain, paid for everything else. Yep, did miss the start to peak trigger. I think that's where we are.
As we said, it's May. So
That's true. When you hold here, you may channel 1 and exhausted, so may be past the point where it matters. Oh. Oh, no, never mind. You could react. Sorry, I was also going to say that something funny that I think could have happened is I don't remember if you get I guess you would when the sprite goes away, but if Rez didn't play oh, wait, no, that's not a reaction window either. Okay, so timings in Riftbound, as players sort out whatever they have to sort out, is kind of an interesting thing. So reactions generally can be played at any time. That's the most unfettered speed you can play something at in Riftbound. But you do need a place to play it. Something needs to be on the chain.
You
needs
need
to be
to
something you
react
can actually react to.
Something.
And playing a unit is not something that opens the chain. You actually can't react to that. So I believe what happened is that because the sprite, the temporary trigger, I believe, is an actual trigger that does go on the chain. And that, I believe, is how what Teemo unhid against. But I think we might be past the beginning phase. So I don't think it's possible for Teemo to hold this point, which means you couldn't trigger peak anyway.
Fair enough.
I don't know why I have to figure this out on the fly at round 8, but here we are, learning new things together on air.
There we go. You worked it out, maybe?
I think so.
Question mark?
I think so.
Who's to say?
Looks like the judging staff is also, I think, relaying information to the players. I believe I have that right, and the point totals as they stand should be 2-1, but not 3. Sorry, 2-0, but not 3-0, because a point for conquering on the first turn, no point for holding this turn, and then 1 for the sprite. As he whisked on over out of the lanterns. Oh no! We've been replaced with the vanilla sprite token. It's a tragedy.
Aw. It's fine, I guess.
Well, I'm glad we saw it for at least a little bit. That's a very cute token, Ashen.
There's a little joy for the end of the night.
All right, well, hiding more cards on battlefield, that's kind of Teemo's whole thing. But the sprite does at least take control for a little bit, as Teemo's strategist is camping on over, and I think a little bit of fun there being had by Ash, just saying, "Hey, where do you want to go? Which hidden card do you want to deal with?" Could be anything. Could even be Edge of Night. Not actually, because we know it's not in his deck, but it could be.
So
It could be.
that would be tricky.
Rez doesn't know, and said it's going to equip the Doran's Blade and say maybe it doesn't matter if my Fiora is gigantic and very good at combat. is made mighty, so Fiora's legend ability is going to trigger, basically getting a rebuy on the power used to equip that Doran's Blade. And where do we go next? Because there's a lot of keywords on this Fiora now that she's mighty. Ganking, deflect, and something else. Tank? There's a lot of words on the card. There we go. Deflect, ganking, and shield.
There we go.
A different defensive keyword. So pretty good at just about anything you can do in a combat situation.
Kind of an all-rounder.
Makes sense for Fiora the Duelist. So Rez deciding which hidden card do I want to go in. I think phase tanking the Teemo Strategist trigger as well probably doesn't feel all that fun. I believe that will force Teemo to play deflect. Might find out in a second. Here we go. Fiora's rotating
Let's
in.
see.
The Teemo Strategist says, when I defend, reveal the top 5 cards of your deck. Deal 1 to an enemy unit for each card with hidden, then recycle them. So because Fiora is currently a 6 thanks to the Doran's Blade, Fiora cannot be felled by this trigger, but could still take quite a bit of damage. That's 4 hidden cards, by the way, and there's a Nocturne. So 4 hidden cards in a Nocturne, not too bad. And this Nocturne, of course, now that's been revealed when you're looking through the top of your deck, can be played by recycling a power. So that is what's going to happen, and it can just be played to somewhere you're allowed to play a unit to, and you're allowed to play a unit to a battlefield you control. Currently controlling that battlefield where Fiora is trying to do some damage.
It's going to put her in a position.
Also controlling the one with a sprite added if you'd rather have something a bit more permanent. But Teemo, at least right now, is currently set to win, at least trade in combat with Fiora, not something that often happens in League of Legends.
Again, if you had said that sentence to me earlier today, I'd be like, okay, sure, why not? Here we are.
Fun things happen in
Anything
Riftbound.
can happen.
Right, so where's Nocturne going? Have paid the cost, so Nocturne is going to be played somewhere. Little format unit with ganking. Pretty nice one. Deflect also paid as well. Did have to pay for choosing the Fiora. That was the unit at the battlefield here for the Teemo Strategist trigger. So running out of runes, but not running out of options with 2 hidden cards that are the battlefield and a Nocturne ready to be deployed somewhere. Looks like it is going to be over that way.
Right to the peak.
So it can just now win the combat. We'll lose a unit, but doesn't have to reveal the hidden card if it didn't want to. And also the matter of what is happening in the bottom battlefield. Have to think it's probably another unit.
You would imagine so.
Kind of funny to think when you want to pick your window to flip it over, if that's the case. Because again, you don't get infinite windows.
Both players keeping their cards very close to their chest there. No sneaky peeks this time around.
Kind of nice against a deck that hides a bunch of cards.
Yeah.
To be very good at keeping them from our very...
Feels right.
It does feel
But
more
also,
accurate.
I want a little sticky beak.
Well,
so
one of them was a Teemo on the north side. So that is a 4-might unit. This is Teemo Scout. This is the unit that not only is Ashen OC not playing in their champ zone, but is playing 3 off in the main. So Nocturne going to be felt. Fiora going to lose the fight to 2 different Teemos. Spirit Blossom Teemo and BMO teaming up to take out Fiora and keep control of Star Tipped Peak. And now a little manner of the sprite in the bottom lane. As Fiora worthy, going to be committed.
Ooh.
Doesn't cost a power, makes your mighty units ready or can ready them. So once again, we're going to do the thing. Get a point for holding here. I thought Ash should be at 3 points, but not yet. There's GG Easy Teemo. Little old tart action, clearly collecting all of the bling. But again, same old thing, able to hold onto that battlefield where there was temporary control. Again, shouldn't get the point with how this all works out, but should have, I think, 3 points. 2 for conquering and 1 for holding.
Yep.
Over the first few turns. So actually at 4. Maybe I cannot figure out how
there you
Teemo
go.
holding works.
5?
5, all right.
Goodness me.
All right, so it turns out I was wrong. Teemo will get the point there when you flip him over, even with the temporary unit chilling at the battlefield.
There you go. All of a sudden, that point score looks very different.
Makes sense why Ash is pretty aggressively defending the spots as well.
Absolutely.
And they're going to have to play the guessing game again, you have to think.
At this point, I just want to see.
I think this is a good thing to do if you're a Teemo player. Just put your hand on the table.
Yeah.
As a force of habit. I don't know what it is. If I don't know what it is, you don't know what it is. It could be anything. Looks like 3 hidden cards in the middle of the battlefield.
It does. It does indeed.
Very intimidating.
It's ominous. What it could be.
So it looks like we're just, again, maybe conferring with the table. I did see the word 5 mouthed over, so that should be the point total, and looks like players are just correcting it, and Timo is indeed racking up the points at a rapid rate here. Can see why maybe this player's undefeated.
Yeah, look, as I said, I was surprised, but given how well this is going so far, you know what? Credit to them.
So not sure what else Rez is up to, but still don't believe Ash has drawn their card for the turn. So I think still some conferring with the judges just to make sure that points are where they should be and the interactions are adequately explained to the players. Because again, I don't know if we mentioned it already, but there's 40 legends you can play currently in Riftbound. And turns out not every player has seen every legend. Not even the best players have had time to test against every possible deck you could maybe play against.
Well,
so there's some questions sometimes about what does this do? Because they all play in a different way.
Especially with Unleashed only having released basically a week ago.
Oh yeah,
at
did we
this
mention
point. Yeah. Not a huge amount of time to prep for everything. Obviously, some additional cards coming in from that. It's going to make a big difference for people who aren't necessarily aligned with the newer playstyles of those cards coming in, especially against some of those newer champions as well.
Certainly not, as looks like we still have a bit of discussion at the table as the players explain everything to them, but judges are conferring with both our players at the table and at the judging staff working behind the scenes as well. Don't worry, there's judges everywhere if you've never been to a card game event, and they do a great job. Certainly given the length of today, they've been doing quite a lot of work.
Absolutely. I would like to see the step counters on some
Oh,
of them.
goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
Terrified. Truly terrifying. All right, so looks like last little bit's being explained back and forth. And we should be good to go in short order. I will say the vibe's pretty immaculate. What we can see in the player cams.
Look, sometimes you'd think last one of the day might be seeing a little fatigue, but everybody seems to be in pretty good spirits.
Don't want to alarm anyone, but I did just see a judge run rapidly out of our production area, which is right near the feature match area.
Interesting.
So perhaps some more deliberation
More discussion, perhaps.
needs to happen.
Again, those step counts, I'm telling you.
They move quick.
They do. They do. They zip.
The rounds are timed. So the judges do get to the tables as swiftly as they can.
All right.
A little bit of chatter still. Headset off as players are just, I think, clarifying. Oh, we've rolled back to this.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay, maybe just explaining the specific interactions. So I know Deflect was played, I know Nocturne was seen. You are allowed to play Nocturne when you see him on top of your deck. That includes being revealed off of Teemo Strategist. So that is all above board. Fiora did take 4 damage. But Fiora, of course, got to take out a unit or two. And that Teemo was 4 might. And Nocturne was only 4. I believe maybe Teemo Strategist was also something that could have... Actually, I think by the rules of the game, you have to kill a unit with damage if you can.
Yeah. Interesting.
So it looks like maybe we rolled back to that point. Maybe we realized there was a unit there that shouldn't have been there any longer. So that Teemo was there, and that Teemo was mighty big. Not quite mighty big.
Well, not
quite big.
yeah. Large.
Large. For a Teemo especially.
A big old Teemo.
A Teemo of unusual size.
Larger than average, let's say.
I did see the shirt of the head judge just behind the table, so I think making sure everything's A-okay. We got some sights and sounds of the tournament hall. There's a lot going on. I did once again spy a bunch of players playing 2v2 this afternoon.
Yes. Eventually you're going to convert everybody, I think, at this point.
Look, if you're out there and you've been playing some Riftbound or not, first of all, welcome. I highly encourage you to give the game a go. It's an absolute blast. Whether you were a League of Legends player, still are a League of Legends player, or have never heard of League of Legends, Riftbound is a great game for all. But let's get a couple friends together, jam some decks, and just try some 2v2. You know, break free of your 1v1 testing for an afternoon. Move that scrim game to the next day, and just give it a go. It's so fun.
That's beautiful.
It's great. 2v2 is great. Don't worry, we'll play later.
I was going to say, I haven't had a go.
That's the first thing we're doing when we get back to the hotel.
I'm intrigued to see how it goes. We'll go for it.
It's good fun. Number of players still in the main. Curious to see how many players we'll have left at the end of today. I do know that the field has shrunk
Oh, yeah.
significantly as players' records have dwindled perhaps towards the lower half of what they wanted out of their event. Tables haven't needed quite so many tables for the main event as the day has gone on, which is pretty common. I will say, depending on where your legend sits, and I know players do track this as the tournament goes on, there could be some scraps in later in the round for a best of, depending on how the records of certain legends look.
I mean, every legend is represented.
Oh, yes.
So,
All 40.
Oh, yeah.
Did anyone strike gold? Did anyone get to be the only deck in the room? I very much doubt
I
it.
would be very surprised. I think at minimum there'll still be at least 4 or 5.
Yeah. I think the smallest number is typically something like 3, and that's really rare. So I think probably 5 is about what you'd expect, no matter which legend you choose. I know Jin was kind of one that I think a lot of players maybe thought, oh, like probably not that many Jins. Deck doesn't seem. Deck's kind of tough to build. Newer legend. There's like 15 Jins in the room still, starting day one. So got to be careful.
I mean, there's probably a lot of people who are going Teemo that now are thinking, okay, maybe the best of is a little bit tricky.
It must be heartbreaking to be someone on a deck with, I actually don't know how many teamers in the room, but if you're playing a deck that has I don't know, somewhere between 10 and 15 copies, not that many. I guess 15 is kind of a lot for the field, maybe 10 or less.
Sure.
And you're you're enjoying your games, you're having a good time, maybe you're X1, X2 kind of feeling it, and you look up, you're like, oh, there's a deck, so Leona still after 5 rounds.
Exactly.
Oh no.
Look, sometimes it's just not your day, sometimes it is.
Well, we are having a holding court in the feature match area for now. Looks like we are backing up to where we did, I think, miss some combat action. And by the looks of things have been resolved. I believe we had to unwind to a point where the game state was fixed. And yes, Team of Strategist is now in the bin.
Yep, there we go.
Honestly, given how much might I've added up today, I'm surprised I didn't figure that one out. But everything is all good. Now there are simply 2 different Teemo Scouts on 2 different battlefields, still racking up points for Ash and OCE.
Look, you've done a lot of math today.
Too much.
You've done so much math today. You can give your brain a little break soon.
In 47 minutes, I'll do just that. For now, and then I'll do it all again tomorrow. Can't wait.
You'll be refreshed by then.
I'll probably count to 9 a lot tomorrow, I think. If that'll happen. Yeah. Alrighty.
Back in.
Back in business. 5 points to 0. Pretty nice lead. Just about any matchup in Riftbound. See a couple cards there, poking forward just briefly. Finally getting a peek. Consult the Past, Bright Fountain.
Not so hidden after all.
Yeah, Switcheroo and one more. That one I know is Consult the Past. Because I saw it with thine own eyes. And of course, Teemo lets you hide things by paying 1 energy for them instead of paying a power. And that's not a once per turn thing. That is just all the time when you're hiding stuff. So typically, Teemo wants to control both battlefields because the more battlefields you control, the more cards you can hide.
Exactly
You
right.
can only hide each battlefield once unless you're at Teemo's little home ground of the Bandle Tree. Back we go to Rez's turn. Fiora Awakening. Doran's Blade, Fiora worthy, ready to maybe get in there, maybe make a different unit, get in there. Something's going to happen this turn because Rez can't really afford to keep falling behind on points like this.
No, not at this point. Look, we'll see. I think at this point of the day, especially after a long discussion, getting back into the zone can be a little bit tricky. So it is going to take a little moment to get the head straight again, but right back into it.
A little mental reset. Breathe in, breathe out, and look at the cards in your hand. See if they're any good.
Here's hoping.
I think I spied an Akshan.
Ooh.
Thinking about cards like Set Brawler. Pretty good unit that makes itself mighty nice and easily. Something we see quite a lot in this Fiora list. It's generally one of their better units. Rez, considering all the options, going to pay 2 for something. So a Sabotage as well. There's another Doran's Blade. Very shiny Doran's Blades, I would
Very
say.
shiny.
Believe the
Pristine.
Nexus Knight promo Doran's Blades, I believe. Pay a power, equip my Fiora. She's become mighty. Go ahead, exhaust my legend. Channel a rune exhausted. Got to make sure you channel those runes so you can pay for punch first sometimes. But that Fiora looks big enough for this teamer. Only one might now after being played. Surely nothing can go wrong.
Famous last words.
Well, I think Rez is understandably a little bit cautious, so going to challenge. I would like to challenge your teamer. That one, up
makes
the
sense.
top. I would like to draw 2 cards. So a bit of a bluff, but the 2 cards are still worthwhile.
Just spotted a bone skewer there, was that?
That was a Bone Skewer. Haven't seen that one happen just yet, but certainly a card that can do some pretty nasty things.
Yes, most definitely.
Fiora does get the first point on the board for Rez. Rolling on up to the star-tipped peak. But still the manner of the bottom lane. As Teemo is threatening to hold for point number 6, first mate. Getting ready, Fiora. This one does not have Genki, but we will move her back to base where it's nice and safe. And leave GG easy Teemo for another day. Is Ash gonna awaken? Go ahead and collect point number 6. And look to try and navigate to an endgame state in the next turn or 2. Can't win this turn, but can certainly set up to try and win on the next.
Closer and closer. I mean, 6-1, you'd be happy to be in that position any day.
It's going to be 7-1 now.
7-1 with that Sprite.
Sprite Fountain, the second and the third, as we can see in hand. Getting some work done. Wonder how often the Just Do It Bone Skewer has worked. We may be about to find out. Does stun the unit when you pick it, as long as there's a unit to pick. But if that unit's bigger than you want it to be, might not work out so hot for you.
Ooh, is it coming?
Yeah.
It's coming?
Ooh.
Ooh, interesting.
It's coming later.
It's on its way.
All right, well,
See it.
off you go. Kind of, again, bluffing that it's a unit, because you are threatening to hold for a win here from 6, although I do believe Ash should be at 7 points. That Sprite did conquer off of that fountain, so GG Easy Teemo is threatening a win, and potentially so is the Startip Peak Battlefield, depending on what is under that Sprite.
You got to be very, very cautious if you are Rez in terms of suspicion, I suppose. You would think that the hidden card would be something a little bit, you know, more well, not necessarily more threatening. The Bone Skewer, plenty threatening in its own way. But I don't know. I feel like I would be very, very mindful of which one. I mean, you have to go for both, but still.
Yeah. Well, it's an interesting bluff, because the temporary unit can't actually hold the battlefield. But if there's a unit under there, and you don't go there, well, then you lose.
Exactly.
Set Brawler, though, the unit I was pointing out earlier, pretty good one, and Bone Skewer getting outplayed.
Oh, there we go.
So that's, I believe,
there.
I think that's... I don't know exactly where we are. I think we might be at the point where Set is buffing. Akshan, the only unit that can be picked. You don't have to choose a unit. I do want to remind you all.
For those of you who have not seen it yet, Bone Skewer reads, choose a battlefield, an opponent reveals their hand. You may choose a unit from it. They play that unit to that battlefield, ignoring any and all costs. When they do, stun it.
So that Akshan, if Ash wants to take it, can only go to that battlefield where the Sprite is. Obviously, Akshan is bigger than the Sprite. But given that it would be stunned and wouldn't deal combat damage this turn, all that would happen is Akshan would get played and then basically have to go back to base because it's not a combat Akshan can win. Whether you want to do that or not, I have no idea.
Look.
Because you kind of just play a unit for your opponent for free otherwise. And Akshan can, or at least I believe should be able to use his own playability. So I think Akshan's going to stay in the hand. At least make Rez pay for it if it's going to come out. So that was in response to the Set Brawler gets a buff trigger, using a very interesting, not often used reaction window. And then Fiora going to trigger because Set's now become mighty. Recycle an order power to ready Set, and we've seen this many times in Fiora at this point. But one of the reasons Set Brawler is such a powerful unit in this deck. I have to say, I appreciate the giant box that Ash has got his Teemo legend in.
Yes.
It's very pretty.
It is pretty. It's a good vibe.
We've definitely seen players, for the most part in the feature match area, have a lot of love for their decks, it seems like.
Yeah, absolutely. Whether they are representing it with their own accessories, whether they are taking good care with good deck boxes, whether they're rocking some interesting hats. Who's to say?
Hats are 2-0 in the feature match area. I do want to point that out.
Maybe that's what we've been missing.
Maybe that's
Yeah, surely we can rock a hat over these headsets. Why not?
both the Teemo hat and the bucket hat.
Mm.
Currently undefeated on day one.
That's the secret.
First mate going to go ahead and roll on into the monastery though. And currently 3-mate is bigger than 1, so the hidden card may make a difference. But of course depends on what it is. Little card from hand action here.
Ooh.
This is still an action even though it is a card you can hide. Sprite's Call. Going to make that fight a little less fair. So an extra 3-mate you maybe weren't expecting now occupying that battlefield. And now you get to make a choice. Do you want to kill the temporary unit that's smaller, that's bigger, or the real unit that's much smaller? Because one or another, your first mate's going to lose this combat.
Not ideal, but see what happens.
And again, kind of the same situation. You figured out what the card on the top battlefield is.
Mm-hmm.
But again, if you don't, and it's a unit, you can lose. So instead, deciding that you're going to have to kind of do it all and roll back in with at least one more of these units. Don't have to worry about the Startup Peak right now, because that Sprite cannot hold to win that battlefield, but it will get you a point if you go there. So there's some attraction to it still.
But what is going to happen with that monastery?
If it is a unit, it kind of depends how big it is.
Yeah.
Ooh, Existential Dread.
Ho, ho, ho.
Another little trick. This one says stun an attacking unit. If it's already stunned, when you do it, instead return it to hand. Does have repeat, does cost 2 to repeat that here. So just the stun mode, you can think about it like Thwonk, basically, from Calm.
Such cute art as well.
It's good. It's a real good one. I don't know what the little guy in there is going through, but it's a lot.
Look, when hasn't Existential Dread stunned some people, you know?
It's fair. All right, so Set's spending his buff. Goes back in. Is that unit not still stunned? I believe it is.
Yeah.
Because Rez was like, oh, never mind.
I'm going to walk that one back.
Looks like Fiora, I think, re-readied it when it became mighty again. Again, very convenient numbers on this set.
Absolutely.
Where it gets a buff when you play it, goes from 4 to 5, becomes mighty, take the buff off, all of a sudden it's a 4 again, temporarily, until it becomes +4. Once again gets mighty, as Fiora's going to rumble on in and switcheroo. I think he's going to seal game number 1. That Fiora is a lot smaller than she's supposed to be. And that is it. Teemo still rolling on strong here, taking the first game.
Hey. Can't say I saw it coming, but I'm impressed.
I honestly should have, because switcheroo is the one that it's always switcheroo.
Yeah.
It's so much value in Teemo because you so often have a 1-mite unit there just chilling out. So anything that rolls on in, if it's a single unit, is going to lose that fight.
Exactly right.
Even if it's just, unless it's another 1-mite unit, I suppose.
I mean, sure.
I think you just trade, it's fine.
But especially when there is that risk, then do you wonder which unit it could possibly be? You can't not take the risk, and you have to go for it. So realistically, it's going to work out well.
Certainly did in that game for our resident Teemo player. So far, so good, but certainly more games to be played. See what Rez has in store as both players have a look at their sideboards, shuffle up their decks, and figure out what they want to do in games 2 and 3.
Ooh, a little sneaky peek, seeing that there was a sabotage there.
Saw a riposte in that board. Love having a peek.
Yeah.
Just a little gander.
Just a little look.
So, did mention riposte, Fiora's signature spell, very powerful. Would have been good enough to at least not lose the game on the spot to switcheroo, but was not there. I believe the runes were available, so Ash's Gambit works out. Blitz to 5 points in that game, it felt like. with the very tricksy sprites plus hidden units combination. And from there, able to navigate to a point where finding one more point in the game wasn't too tricky. And Teemo can be decent at holding, because again, you kind of build a little bluff for your opponent every single game, turn after turn.
Absolutely.
When they're under points pressure, never feels good.
You put them in a position where they cannot not take the risk. Look, you got to do it.
Well, may not want to, but you certainly have to at times as players are getting shuffled up. So Battlefield's here for game number 2. As we flipped over one. Oh, unflipped it, I believe. Making sure the operations stay clean.
All smiles over there. It's good to see.
That is honestly impressive. It is late. The players started at 10 a.m. this morning.
Yep.
It is currently
almost
9:35 local time.
Oh, it has almost been 12 hours. So to still see smiles on faces, that's, I mean,
Yeah.
testament to these people to how much they are enjoying themselves.
Yeah, vibes certainly are immaculate. And again, card game tournaments are long, grueling affairs. Your brain is not nearly as good at the end of the day as it was when you started playing in the morning. I can tell you that much. So to continue to make good decisions, pilot your deck well, navigate through Teemo, making a little virtual mental minefield for you to deal with in the battlefields and stuff.
Look, you cannot underestimate the value in making sure you are hydrated, making sure you are fed, making sure that you have little rest breaks whenever you can, just to mentally reset, just to get back in the zone for a very long day.
Yep, and potentially, if you do well tomorrow, it's going to be even longer. Remember, we have 8 rounds of Swiss today. Cut to day 2, all the X2s should make it. So at least be battling for perhaps the best of, perhaps top 8 if breakers get a little bit spicy for you. But X1 should feel pretty good depending on where you lost as well. And a bunch of the players, again, they're coming into this round undefeated. We'll have some undefeated players to kick off tomorrow, so they'll be feeling pretty good about their chances after 5 more rounds of this. 13 total. 8 plus 5 is 13.
You're doing so well.
8 rounds each day, 3 of them are top 8 tomorrow.
Math.
So yes, if you've enjoyed it so far, we'll have basically the same amount of Riftbound tomorrow, but maybe even more. This top 8 is untimed, so it can go a little bit longer as the battlefields are up for round number 2. Sunken Temple for Fiora, something we probably could have figured out when we were looking at battlefields earlier on the meta breakdown.
Yeah, tracks, and then Grove of the God Willow. It's the first one I've seen today.
Haven't seen too many of this one. See it in set every now and then. Obviously, Ari doesn't mind this one, but I'm actually surprised I haven't seen Vex on this battlefield.
Yeah.
Like something I thought she might have liked. Basically, is her legend text, but a little bit different. But no. In Teemo, of course, is the first time we see Grove of the Godwill, at least on the stream.
Very interesting.
All right, players are drawing up for game number 2. So let's go down to the feature match area and have a look, shall we? See what players are considering. I spy a BMO. Tide Turner, Consult, and Switcheroo. The 4
Switcheroo
cards
in there still as well.
All right, 2 cards mulligan for Fiora.
We see a Sabotage over here.
Ruin Runner, Fiora, and a Pit Rookie. So I was going to say there was no early unit for Fiora in the last game. That is going to be rectified here in game number 2.
Let's see how this changes the pace. Obviously, as we said earlier, Teemo going up to 5 very quickly. See how that plays out this time around.
So 2 back for both. Throwing a couple more. A little Windsinger and a Guerrilla Warfare. Teemo's signature spell, excuse me. As Pit Rookie. Not going to be able to buff anyone, but just fine here as an early play for Teemo. Want to get on the battlefields and try and hold on to them as Teemo going to channel 3 runes. And
Right fountain in there.
same card he liked in the last game is going to be back on deck.
Are we going to see the same thing again?
I have a feeling we might.
Yeah, looks like it.
Sprite Fountain makes a Sprite.
Which one? Nah, not
Off to Grove. And are we hiding again?
Look, it worked once.
Could work again.
Again, hiding with air quotes, given that not so hidden before.
I appreciate that Ash just laughs every time he does it. He's like, yeah, I'm hiding the thing. You definitely know what it is. What are you going to do about it? And all of a sudden, 5 might alone at that top battlefield. And that isn't even considering the trigger Teemo strategist gets when defending. So This went from looking like a really easy way to take a battlefield early for Fiora, and now that looks impossible to take that battlefield. So you're going to have to take the other one instead, perhaps.
Look, I mean, you would gravitate towards Sunken Temple anyway, so not the end of the world, but...
Well, the problem is Sunken Temple is a battlefield you want to conquer.
Exactly.
And if you take it and sit there, can't conquer it again.
Ideal.
And Pit Rookie might be a great unit, but it is not mighty.
Not.
Oh, could be now, actually.
Yeah.
But no extra resources to pay the temple's tax. Might still be worth it, though. Fiora is going to get you a rune channel, thanks to making a mighty unit. Again, give you basically a rebate on the BF Sword equip you just did. And that may well be enough to contend with the might in that top battlefield. You can already do the math and know that it is 5. A 3 plus the 2 for Teemo. I guess you have to worry, how good is my opponent? Will they flip exactly 5 hidden cards off the top of their deck? And do you even want to trade? That's the other thing, right? Do I actually want to trade here? Or do I just want to take the point? I don't think you want to lose your temple value. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Take the point. Can't pay for temple, so just heads it on back. Teemo Strategist, once again, going to do the thing. Flip on over as the temporary unit says goodbye, gets the point, and should get the card draw, I believe.
Yeah.
Up to 2 points. Draws a card for Grove, channels 2 runes. Believe did miss the peak trigger in the last game, which is why they're so carefully sequencing these next few beginning of turn steps. Now a pretty big grip as Ash moves into turn number 2, if you can believe it. I feel like going second has been very advantageous for Teemo.
Absolutely. Interesting to see what we've got in hand here. A little bit of chatter at the table.
All right, so Sprite moving back in. Fountain obviously made a second one thanks to the death knell. Didn't consider trying to contend with the Pit Rookie. Was some possible options, but that Sprite at least will represent 3 more might at that battlefield. I think it would have taken a little too much to try and fight the Pit Rookie. You could have switcherooed with that Sprite and at least won a combat for now, but
Sure.
I mean, get even more complicated with something like Wind Singer, if you can make the might small enough. But I think instead, Ash just saying, even though I went second, I kind of have the point lead, so I'm just going to try and sit here and keep it.
You know, I can't blame them, honestly.
I think the other thing is, if you vacate the temple for your opponent by making it conquerable, then they get to draw more cards.
Yeah.
And you're already drawing cards. You're just chilling on the Grove. You're having a great time. You're relaxed, moisturizing your lane. Just let Fiora have a visit, you know?
Have it. It's fine.
I got 6 cards in my hand and one. I got 5 cards in my hand and 1 hidden. What do you want?
That math.
It was 6 before. All right, here's 6 runes being
Yes.
exhausted. There's a Ruin Runner. Pretty good unit.
Where is it going to go?
Well, it's going to chill out in the base for now. But I think it's going to head towards that very cluttered battlefield up in the top in just a moment. But for now, it is point number 3, and it is card number 2 just from this Grove of the Godwillow alone. Channel 2 runes and draw a fresh card for the turn.
Oh, to be happy.
Huge
with that.
swath of cards in hand here for this Teemo. See a Rebuke, see a Nocturne, I see a Tide Turner, Switcheroo, Windsinger, Guerrilla Warfare, Sprite's Call.
Oh,
The options here.
a lot of options. Meanwhile, Rez holding cards very close. Kind of get a little peek there.
Pretty sure I caught a Sabotage.
Hmm.
I think starting to think about what you want to do about the Ruin Runner. And whether you want to try and do anything about the Pit Rookie if you can. Because Teemo Strategist, I've said it a few times, but it's such an excellent defender with that defense trigger. Like doing, I think the average is what, like 2.5 damage or so?
Something like that.
You know, and that's enough to at least trade with a bunch of different units, even though Teemo himself is not all that big. But Ruin Runner doesn't care about any of that because you can't choose it with enemy spells or abilities. And Teemo for Fiora is very much the enemy.
Just having a little read of Fiora there. Again, as we were saying earlier, not everybody will have prepared for every matchup.
Oh, no.
So, understandable to have a little peek and refamiliarize yourself with what you're up against.
I think the re part of that word is important, because even if you do know, even if you have actually tested or played this matchup a bunch, you might not remember exactly halfway through the final round of the day after 11 hours of Riftbound. As Tide Turner gonna let Teemo exchange places. The Teemo strategist is gonna roll on over to the other side, because we're switching it up here at the Sunken Temple.
Doing a little switcheroo again there.
I would like to be the mighty unit, which hilariously also lets Teemo trigger Hidden Temple, Sunken Temple. So now 5-2, except for the Teemo side. Switcheroo very aptly named.
I feel like at the end of the day, a lot of people will be making the face of switcheroo, just from purely just being so exhausted. You gotta respect it.
So I think considering the temple trigger, he's going to use it. No, he's going to hide something.
Yeah.
And again, no, we can't hide. Oh, no. That's not allowed.
Oh.
You cannot hide more than one card at a battlefield that is not named the Bandle Tree.
I think having it to the side there, got a little off guard.
All right, so order restored. Noticed it immediately, and just, leave the rune open. See what happens. I'm pretty sure Teemo was big enough to get the Sunken Temple conquer.
I would imagine so.
I think so. Anyway, think about it another day perhaps. As back to Res we go, 4-2 in points. If you're trailing by a couple, as Ash is on pace to win in 2 turns. If he's able to get both points every single time. But I do suspect that Ruin Runner is going to cause a bunch of problems, because all of the tricks that Teemo has basically just don't work on this card.
It does put a little spanner in the works there. But, I mean, for Teemo going this well, who's to say what can happen?
I was trying to think what you could possibly have here, because Switcheroo doesn't work, can't target the camel. Teemo Strategist doesn't even get to do anything. Doesn't even get to deal some damage. So you could have a unit, right? But you all know that the size of the unit is going to be 3.
Yeah.
Even if it was Pike, which is another option this deck could play. If it's a Sprite's Call, that's about as big. I guess, sorry, it could be Teemo Scout. That's a 4.
Sure, it could.
But then it'll be 6 might versus 5, which looks good, but then you realize the BF Sword's on the table, and it's never not getting equipped to this Ruin Runner.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So he's trying to play around it? Like, go where it can only go to one battlefield at a time.
That's true.
So perhaps you just take the other one every turn and hope that 1 point a turn is enough with a 2-point lead. Nocturne, I suppose?
Nocturne, maybe.
Because you do still get to use the Teemo Strategist trigger, I believe. You just can't choose Ruin Runner, so it just doesn't do anything. Mercifully, you can only choose enemy units, so you don't have to kill your own units.
Yes.
That would be a bad time.
Oh, rough.
All right, where's the camel going? And as picking up the sword, I have to assume so. A lot of runes awake here for Res, so can't imagine one of them isn't going to get used to power up this Ruin Runner to be a little bit better in the upcoming combats. Right.
Oh. What's happening? We got
Kinku Initiate. You have it's a new card actually from Unleashed. When you play this, if you draw one, if your other units have total might 5 or more, kind of an interesting little 3 might, 3 energy unit from the set. Ruin Runner is going to indeed pick up the sword, and Tide Turner is going to be paid a visit.
2v7 there.
Love the little graphic, but don't think you needed either that or me to tell you that this is bad news.
Yes.
For the Tide Turner. So it was a Teemo.
Yep.
And it's going to get shown, but yep, not big enough. 6 is not as big as 8. So Ruin Runner, as expected, wins that first combat. Going to go to 3 points now for Res.
Going to be very tricky to contend with that one now.
I'm like racking my brain trying to think, like Thousand Tail Watcher, I guess, would be a way to deal with that card, because that doesn't actually choose. But not that many outs.
Not really, no.
That Teemo has. As Fiora going to get played again for your Victorious. Seen this one already. When it gets mighty, it gets a bunch of extra keywords, which is good in the deck. It wants to make everything mighty.
Absolutely.
This is Ash going to go ahead, awaken those permanents, and have a look at 5 points at what we can do here. Even that Rebuke that I can see in the far left of Teemo's hand is not good against Ruiner. And seriously, it is all the tricks that you would normally use just do not work. You have to beat it, let's say, fairly, with enough might in combat for real. And against a deck like Fiora, that opportunity does not come very often because you might not be able to target it, but she can target it as much as she wants.
Absolutely, and you're not necessarily seeing a lot of big Teemo cards there.
Nocturne's the biggest unit we've seen so far at 4 might, and that's Teemo Scout sometimes. As a little yawn escapes the mouth of Ashinosi again.
Speaking of Nocturne.
Long day is Nocturne. Gonna just be played the regular way by paying its actual cost instead of finding it miraculously on the top of the deck, and point for holding and a card draw thanks to Grover the Godwheeler here as Raz awakens to a very pleasant surprise. Still down in points, but not by much, and could get to parity this turn if that Teemo Strategist is upended from the bottom battlefield. I don't like Teemo's chances.
No, not looking great.
4 and a 3. That 4 is going to usually get quite a bit bigger. And Teemo Strategist, again, very good at picking up some units of size. So again, we're going to... Ooh, this one you have to be a little bit careful with.
Ooh.
When you send the units in one by one, Teemo Strategist triggers every time he defends. So that's 2, 3. That's already enough to kill it. Baron, oh, the Baron.
Oh my goodness.
And Teemo Strategist, that's 4. So that's enough damage to kill the Kinko Initiate. Goodbye. So Teemo Strategist holds strong. Oh, looks like Ash is writing down the cards that recycles to the bottom of his deck. That is very diligent.
Interesting. Look, at this time of day, it makes sense to keep track of what's going on a little bit more than you might normally.
I'm allowed to take notes. This is something that some decks do relatively often. I know Alan did it a lot. I think he did it in his head, but he did it a lot playing Ezreal.
Yes.
That deck was so good at churning through all its cards with Cold Shot in particular. But especially with decks that see a lot of cards in chunks, Aurora sometimes does this. Beta Hook decks often do this. Teemo kind of makes sense. You're seeing cards in increments of 5 that you can maybe reasonably keep track of.
Exactly.
So it's interesting to see Ash writing it down, but I think it makes sense as you are going to churn through your deck with some regularity. As Fiora threatening to pick up the sword that's been played, which would maybe be helpful, not only for all the keywords it gets access to. Oh, never mind. Ruin Runner going to ruin the party, as it were.
Yep.
I didn't like that little Teemo Strategist trigger, so I'm just going to plow through it.
Yeah. How do you like that?
If I'm the Teemo player, I don't like it at all. On the Fiora player, I'm very happy with how the second game is going. Oh, all the BF swords.
Oh my goodness.
We're all in on the Ruin Runner.
Makes a lot of sense. So that is going up to... Ooh.
Big number.
That is a 9?
11.
11. There you go. Math.
Winsinger, that one is good to gust the Teemo. Nifty little play, but not enough to save the battlefield. Sunken Temple trigger. I certainly have a mighty unit here. I would like to draw a card. And point parity has been achieved.
5-5. Definitely a much stronger game this time for Rez.
Might not last, with Nocturne threatening to score yet again at the Grover the Godwheeler, but feels like Fiora's units are a little too big.
Yeah, look, it is going to be difficult to match up here, especially with those swords on.
Yeah, I mean, even if the Ruin Runner doesn't make its way back in a hurry, First Mint and Fiora are 7 might on their own. So, and Fiora, again, gets even scarier very quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Whenever you make her mighty, which is kind of the whole thing Fiora wants to do as a deck. You do want mighty units, but you don't want them to start as mighty units. You want to train them in the way of the blade.
We're going to see the journey, you know?
Yeah. And for their journey, you get runes.
Exactly.
Rune.
A just reward.
A just All right, so we know about the Teemo Strategist, because of course it bounced back with that Windsinger.
Is there another Sprite Fountain coming in here?
Certainly looks like it.
There we go.
That suspiciously looks like the cost for Sprite Fountain. Not technically how that works, but a little bit of shortcutting seems fine. Not too long left in the round. 60 minutes for these two players, and could be a third game to play. So point number 6 comes through for Ash and OCE, hiding a card, passing it back, and saying, what do you got? Maybe just considering if there's anything else that wants to happen here. Kind of terrifying with a 4-might unit ready in base to just be leaving it there, but I think Ash just considering the rest of this turn.
Still got a lot of options there.
Yeah, holding up Rebuke makes sense. Holding up Sprite's Call is a card we've seen you can play at action speed still. Obviously, again, one of the benefits of hiding cards is that when you get to play them, you didn't pay very much for them. So if Sprite's Call costs 3, but you hit it for 1 power or 1 energy if you're Teemo, get a pretty good discount on that card.
Still, though, dealing with that Ruin Runner.
Well, Ruin Runner's over there, right?
Yeah, but still.
That's the next turn's problem.
Patience is a virtue.
Nocturne did move over. Oh, Sabotage. All right, Jigs up. What do you got? Show me your spells.
All right.
So, 3 hits of this 4-card hand. Tide Turner, not one you can take, but Guerrilla Warfare, Sprite's Call, and Rebuke.
Now, if you were Rez, what are you picking?
Rebuke.
Oh, yeah.
I think all of the... in general, Body does not like to see Rebuke. Given that card kind of makes combat feel a bit impossible at times. When you spend all this time and effort to make your units all big and strong and train at the French barracks or whatever Fiora's up to.
Still having to think about it, though.
I think it's important to, even late in the day, even when you're going to have to play a third game, if you do want to keep your record relatively unblemished, take the time when you can. Can't take too much time, but you do want to take time when it's important, and does indeed recycle that Rebuke.
Makes a lot of sense.
Knows about the Sprite's Call, though. It's the only other card that could affect the upcoming combat this turn. Obviously has to think about the hidden card as well. Death Grip, Fiora. Yep, just a brief one.
Yeah.
Pit Rookie, Spectral Matron, always a fun one. Pretty good with First Mate, honestly. Could be a way to actually reset the Ruin Runner. Retreat to base. Run the First Mate into its untimely demise. Maybe trade off with a unit and then play the Matron to reset it from your yard. Does currently have enough resources to do that. Gonna equip this sword, make Fiora mighty, channel a rune exhausted. Also Death Grip, just a pretty good card right now in general.
Yeah.
Not sure Pit Rookie's where we want to be, but I think the math is mathing, and I think Rez is starting to realize that my units are quite a bit bigger than yours. Starting to play catch up here in this game.
There you go.
Okay.
Rookie indeed.
So turning off the Matron First Mate line here, but buffing up the Fiora, making her even bigger. Seems just fine. It's an 8-might unit right now with ganking, deflect, and shield. 7 might in that top battlefield, so 8 is a slightly larger number. Again, if it's another switcheroo, you might feel a bit silly. But gotta do something. Rolling on in. And the First Mate's coming in
There you
too.
go. A decisive play. I love to see it. See what happens.
Look at the Chosen Champion units in the way of progress here. There's too many things on this Fiora. You got a buff, you got equipment. She's loaded up.
Boy, is she mighty.
Certainly is. Wasn't when the turn started. Certainly is now. Currently at 11, plays 7. Ruin Runner holding down the fort at the Sunken Temple. It doesn't seem all that easy for Teemo to break through. So you have a little peek at the hidden card. We're going to see it one way or the other. It is Teemo Strategist. And you do get the trigger points at the First Mate. So that would be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. -3 would be 8. That would mean Teemo would win the day on combat if there's nothing else behind this for Rez. assuming we flip at least 3 hidden cards up.
You would think. But who's to say at this point? All right, we got.
Ooh, had a Death Grip, didn't want to use it. Those are not hidden cards.
No.
That one is.
There we go.
That one is.
Ooh.
That one is not.
No.
Says the word hidden on it. Is not a hidden card.
Not a hidden card.
All right, so 2 damage dealt to the first mate, but that is not enough to fell it. That will mean that Fiora is going to be happy with how this all plays out. Not going to have much left, but going to have enough. Again, writing down the cards in the stack.
I respect it.
Seeing what's there, what's potentially coming up later. Giving him a little shuffle and put him on the bottom. And now, are we just going to combat or are we playing something else?
There's a little bit of discussion.
Yep, 1 player passes.
Yep.
Looks like Ash may be passing as well.
Some quick counting.
I believe there's enough might for a trade to happen here, thanks to that 2 damage. So
yeah,
doesn't get to win the combat, but does at least maybe get to equalize it here. Still the same problem on the bottom battlefield, but again, something I have to think about later.
Exactly. That's next turn's problem.
Next turn's coming up pretty quick, unfortunately. So that is 9 on one side, that is 11 on the other, but 2 damage marked on that first mate means that should be 9 altogether.
Equalize there. Yep.
Right, everyone goes away. So no one left at the Grove of the Godwiller. No readied units available. So not sure Rez can sneak on in for point number 7, at least this turn.
But still holding at the Sunken Temple there.
So that happens for 2 more turns. Feel pretty good about your chances.
Yeah.
I guess at this point, the Pit Rookies are also threatening to just roll on in with the BF Sword next turn as well. They're going to play Fiora worthy and passive act, just try and get as much presence as possible in the base and just say, I'm pretty sure I can figure it out next turn. Equips the sword right now, why not? Makes it mighty.
Yeah.
Doesn't get Fiora activated though. Oh, readying it, that's why. I like that a lot.
I would do it.
So using Fiora worthy, when a unit you control becomes mighty, you may pay an order power to ready it.
I like
Had to recycle a few runes, but got the 7th point, and now we're threatening to win on either battlefield by holding.
Goodness me.
And again, we've already talked about how this Ruin Runner feels basically impenetrable.
Yeah.
So at 7 points, when you just need to hold to 8, seems like we're going to game 3.
Looking pretty likely. With only 8 minutes left in the round here, it's going to be very interesting.
Sprites ahoy in the top battlefield, but again, don't think that's the one that Ash needs to deal with.
Not so much. I feel like there's really not much that can be done here.
We've got to scoop it up and play game 3 because we do not have very long left in the round.
Yep. Still going for it though.
Consult the pass. What else do we have? I don't even what outie boss we have.
Yeah.
Not those.
Nope.
All right. Shuffle them up.
There we go.
Got 7.5 minutes, boys.
2 rounds.
Get playing.
3.
Now, if we do get to extra turns, I believe, if memory serves, the overtime rules are the active player gets to play a turn, their turn 0, and there's 3 additional turns. So 1, 2 each, if you want to think about it like that way. You will win if you are ahead by 2 or more points, or if you somehow get to 8 in those remaining turns, depending on where the game is at.
Amount of time?
I have to say, if I'm looking at a deck to get 2 points and maybe stay ahead, this Teemo deck kind of seems like it might do it.
Look, I would be, you know what? I would be kind of thrilled if Teemo continued the streak here. It would be very impressive.
I mean, Fiora can also get on base, as it were, relatively quickly. But players are going to have to play real quickly here.
Yeah.
Because I don't think either of these players want another draw.
Oh, no. Not so much.
Even though it would mean they're still both undefeated. If we have a look at the deck list once again, this is just the main deck. Again, we don't know what the sideboards look like. But some options here for the early drops here.
Well, we do know that the Ruin Ripper came in and sideboard.
It certainly did. That card looked very good
that
that game.
did make a considerable difference there.
Yes, 3 pit rookies, 3 unsung heroes.
Didn't see any Lucian that time around.
Lucian's pretty good. Also very good at getting points, so
Mm.
maybe something that would be work to great effect in this particular game, which is under, I guess, some slightly different, not yet, but potentially going to be playing under slightly different rules, given how much time is left in the round. So,
Judging by that, it looks like we're going with Treferian Warcamp for the last battlefield there.
where you got to go. Pretty good at making your units mighty, by making them just one bigger. Something the baited hook players know a lot about. Your might values are very important to you.
I feel like we need a tally count for how many times you've said baited hook this weekend.
I think it's only up to, I think I have less than 5 so far just
That's
for today.
a lie.
I'll have a look at Ashton and see his deck as well. One Baron, very curious addition to this deck. I guess maybe just really wanted a third battlefield to hide stuff at.
Look, fair enough, but also I don't imagine that it sees a lot of play.
I also noted, and I did clock this when we first saw this deck list, but Sneaky Deckhand is the card in the main of this deck. And again, looking at cards that are good at getting points early in a game that is not going to be played for that many turns unless the players play at light speed. Feels like there are some things here that might look good, but the players are ready because, again, they need to play quickly. There's going to be about 6 minutes left in this round.
Also, if I clocked that right, we've got Arena's Greatest.
Well, well, well. Perhaps we will get all the way to the end of the game. Wouldn't it-
Anything to speed it up a little? Yep, there we go. The Arena's Greatest is coming in third for Ashen.
The battlefield choices of this Teemo deck got, like, kind of wild and wilder, I feel like, as the game rolled
that's
on.
fair
I
to
don't think
say.
I would have predicted that one
No.
if
no,
you
not
asked
so
me to
much.
predict them blind, but seems good. Again, a very aggressive slanted Teemo list by the looks of things, wanting to get points early and hold on to them for dear life. See if that works out here in our final game. And again, players have 4 minutes left.
Oh, goodness me.
So there's the 2. It is a hidden card, but don't worry about that. We're not hiding anything right now. It is time to get points ASAP.
Little Evelyn moment.
I think we've seen one face-up Evelyn trigger today. It was pretty sweet. Hoping to see more tomorrow. Very cool hidden card added to the roster.
See that switcheroo in hand. Oh,
Put him away.
yeah. Hidden. No one needs to see.
Still hidden. There's Fiora.
Right.
Couple more runes, one card. Slide on in. If there was ever a time to get points, it's right now.
Gotta go for it.
Sprite's Call also here. It looks like probably Sprite's Call hide after conquering
Evelyn straight in there.
2 points to 1. Gonna be 3 soon if that Sprite's Call has anything to do with it, and I think Ash knows the drill.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think the deck would play this way regardless, given the kind of the game plan and the strategy presented. But certainly, again, with less than 3 minutes left in this round, I think this is...
Gotta go for it.
Yeah. Not even just the way he wants to play, probably the best way to play right
Yes,
now.
exactly right. Exactly. And then we have, again, the so-called hidden Teemo.
I do appreciate how much joy it brings out.
A
when he
little eyebrow raise every time, a little
hides.
smirk.
I mean, honestly, if this is going to be how you want to play the game, it does make sense that that is the Teemo in your champ zone.
Absolutely. Some very decisive play there with only 2.5 minutes to go.
But threatening to get to 5 points next turn. And I don't know how easy it is for Fiora to walk into either of these battlefields.
No, not so much.
Right now, not Mighty. Only good at readying Mighty units, and she's already ready. She got played on turn 2.
Truly don't have a lot of time to think.
So even something like... So, okay, you know it's Teemo strategist on Treferian Warcamp. That also actually is kind of problematic because that Warcamp represents 1 extra might that wouldn't be there normally. Usually Warcamp is pretty easy. It's just you take the base numbers for both of the units and you add 1 more, and it's like, well, it's basically the same, right? If it's 2 3s, that's kind of like 2 4s, and that's the same. Well, that math gets different when you have more than 1 unit at the battlefield.
Exactly.
So all of a sudden, your opponent is benefiting a little bit more than you are. So currently, that sprite is 4 with the Warcamp, and we know that there's a team and that's 3 more. That's 7. Fiora's currently at 3.
Yeah, look.
So even a BF sword, not enough
gonna
to win
get
the
there.
combat straight up. But you don't really want to go to the other places. You don't know what's there.
Yeah.
Little smile on Ash's face. Certainly someone that is little Teemo coded in their mannerisms, I will say.
Getting down to the wire here. It's got to be difficult to have the last game of the day come down to the wire like
Oh, yeah.
that. You've already got a lot going on.
Unsung hero. Not the unit you really want to see right now. Would have been great on the first turn of the game.
Oh, absolutely. But it is what it is.
Another one.
Another one coming out.
Go. So 2 points. Same old trick. Flew over the hidden Teemo.
Yep.
Wasn't so hidden. Came straight from the champ zone up to 5 points. 4-point lead
Ooh.
with 30 seconds left in the
left.
round.
Look at this point.
Channel draw, hide, pass back. Can't imagine there's too much more to think about here.
There's 3, 2, 1 there.
All right, so who is the active player? It is still Ash, from what I can see on my screen. He's going to pass back, so I wonder if that was turn 0. If that is true, and let's just use that as our working assumption,
Yep.
because I have no other way to know right now. Rez is on turn 1. There are 3 more turns to be played from this point. 0, 1, 2, 3. So Rez should be the last player. Ash should get 1 more turn after this pass back. Currently ahead with enough points to win by. Need to win by 2 if you can't win the game outright.
Yeah, 5 to 1 at this point. You've got to be feeling pretty good. And judging by the look on Ashen's face, not feeling too dissatisfied there. All smiles still the whole game, regardless of what's been going on.
Yep. Very mischievous. Again, very much aligned with the Teemo brand.
Definitely Teemo energy.
All right, so let's have a quick think, shall we? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Might looks like Judge is explaining the extra turns procedure, I imagine, to the table. And the judge did indicate 1 over on Rez's side of the table. So I believe, based on everything we know, I believe our current working assumption is correct, as Unsung Hero is going to try and face check this Evelyn. Going to say, what is your hidden card? I'm happy to trade my unit. I just want to see what's up. Checks both of them. Can play either. They are playable as reactions. We know one of them is Consult the Past, which is not a combat card, we can say.
In hand there.
Switcheroo wouldn't do anything here, actually, because
You'd just go 2 for 2.
yeah, both units are the same might value. It's probably not Teemo strategist, because I don't think you'd think this long. The battlefield itself is the arena's greatest. There's nothing special happening there we have to keep track of. It's Tide Turner.
Ooh.
This,
Interesting.
now this does work.
Yes.
Swap on over and you still get your defend trigger. There's a hidden card. There's not a hidden card. There's a hidden card. And that is a felled Unsung Hero.
Yep.
Gonna take 3 damage after that flip. So first attempt, unsuccessful. Does potentially open the floodgates for the war camp, though.
Noticeably not writing this one down, given the amount of time that we've got left.
Yeah, I think at this point, you're not going to make it to the bottom of your deck again at this point.
No.
Unsung Hero again. This time offering yet another 2 for 2 trade. I think this is somewhat smartly checking for Switcheroo.
Yep.
So but Consult the Past going to be shown instead. Going to draw 2 more cards. Could still have a window here to play something like a Sprite's Call.
Looks like we've got, is that Abandon?
See a Ride the Wind. That is a very good card. Yeah, Abandon, Consult the Past, Switcheroo, Tide Turner, number 2, I believe, and Ride the Wind. Here's Fiora. Fiora victorious. We shall see. Trailing very badly in points. He's only been able to trade at one of the battlefields. Sabotage.
Sabotage.
Do you just abandon it? I guess they
Yes.
play it again.
Yeah.
Probably not then. I guess
No?
if you lose a switcheroo, it might be hard to beat the Fiora.
Ooh, true.
Is that even? I mean, the Teemo trigger can also get it done for you, so.
Mm.
I feel like it's kind of clear that your opponent doesn't have a way to, like, a piece of equipment for their Fiora.
Yeah.
I think they would have played it already. Could have a punch first, right? Which obviously you'd only see in combat. But I don't
a
think
little sneak peek there.
I don't think you have to
through
be
the hands.
too worried. First mate, Fiora. Pit rookie, I think. A lot of units at a glance. Again, not great in the combat situation you currently find yourself in.
Particularly.
Could also score off Ride the Wind as well, which would, I'm trying to think, 5 to 6, that would actually threaten a win. If you were able to find a way to get on the other battlefield.
Yeah,
Which
there
are
you
going to get
go.
taken. Seems like the most powerful card of the bunch.
Makes a lot of sense.
So, here's the interesting thing. Oh, never mind. Fiora's not even going there. You can't... Oh, it's doing it now? Ride the Wind Teemo? Oh, goodness.
it is.
We're at it again.
Oh, there we go.
I'm still defending. Trigger.
Yep. Let's see what happens.
Wait, there's actually wins. If he just if he kills the Fiora, it actually wins. There's one.
Oh my goodness.
There's two.
Two.
That's enough.
There it
It's
is.
only a 3-mite unit. One more, 4 damage
There
dealt.
it is.
Is there another spell? So we're going to take the point on this turn, take out the Fiora, and then just hold for 2 points.
That's all
and
it's
actually
gonna
get to 8 thanks to the arena's
Oh
greatest.
my goodness.
Is there anything else that Raz has to not literally lose in extra turns?
I really don't think so at this point, but
That's Pit Rookie.
Rookie out.
There's the buff. You're going to get your rune from the legend, but the 2 points Ash needs are literally on the table. Didn't have many turns left. Actually, with the maximum number of turns available to him, has found a way to win this game.
my
GG!
goodness, what a finish. Wow, you've got to be pretty happy with that. You can, I mean, look, Ash looks very, very pleased. Oh,
2 extra turns, basically, right? Turn
Yeah.
0, turn 2. That
Yep.
was the turn. And turn 0 was very short. That was basically the end of Ash's regular turn already. And I think about 2 minutes of gameplay. So 2 minutes and 1.5 extra turns was enough to win Teemo an actual regulation game of Riftbound.
incredible. I mean, the arena's greatest did come in clutch.
Yeah, that helped
well,
a bit.
Definitely. Again, not something that I would expect to see, but hey, it got him there in the end.
Well, I guess we do need to have a dramatic finish
Yeah.
to the round 8, and that was a pretty dramatic finish. About as close as you can get as far as games of Riftbound go.
Look, great way to finish out the day. I'm very, very excited to be able to see now how these decks will go tomorrow. I'm curious to see how Teemo runs now going through.
I'm curious to see where our standings are up to.
Yes.
I don't know how far through round 8 we are, but I have a feeling we can't have too many matches left. Obviously, time has been called. The feature match almost always has extra time. So if they're going to extra turns, likely the round timer has run out. How many matches left to play? We do not know, as they're actually going to move over for an interview. And hopefully when we come back with that very jolly looking man, still undefeated technically on Teemo, in today 2 at 7-0-1. Only a draw. The only stumble in the record. Not even a loss, just a draw.
Yeah, just a draw. Still counts as undefeated.
I wonder if we'll have the standings ready at that point. We'll have to find out in just a moment. But when the interview's ready, we'll get down there. Because I don't know about you, I would love to hear more about this
Oh,
team. Okay?
absolutely. I want to hear more. I'm very, very curious. And obviously, I feel like we're going to have a very jovial Ash on the other side there. So very keen to hear what they've got to say.
I feel like that would have been true regardless of the results.
Yeah, I mean, as we said, Teemo energy, right?
Yes, very much Teemo energy, which, again,
energy.
a deck that I have started to enjoy more and more. This is Charmer's fault, if anyone's wondering. It happened in Atlanta, where we just happened to put Teemo on stream for Charmer. And this is what happens. I'm waiting to hear what Ash has to say. Let's go down with an interview with our winner.
Thank you so much, Pastry. I am here with the winner, Ashen OCE. And I'm pretty excited to see you win because, Ashen, you and I, we know so much about each other from other esports. And I do want to ask you, how did your esports experience in other games transfer over here to Riftbound?
Look, it helped me cope under pressure. A little higher. It helped me cope under the pressure. End of the day, I feel like in that matchup just then specifically, I made less mistakes because, albeit I did make a big one at the start, I made less mistakes because I'm more used to the high pressure environment and, well, my opponent unfortunately was not.
Yeah, the long day as well. I mean, this was the 8th round of the day. Did you get a bye at the start?
I did. I managed to get a couple of skirmish wins on Teemo.
Nice.
And we took him in, you know. I didn't cheat with another legend. No, Teemo got the skirmish win. I got the Teemo here.
That's good to hear. You have, of course, drawn one game previously. That was against the Ezreal. How did you feel about that matchup? And would you say that Ezreal is one of the legends you want to look out for, or is there something else?
Look, it depends on the pilot, right? Ezreal... and it depends how he's built it, right? If it's a hand-tate Ezreal, they're usually right. It's the more control Ezreals. They're a little tougher, but end of the day, it's a high skill deck. I did play Ezreal for a brief period to test it out, and it's up to the pilot, right? Like I'd say if he pilots it perfectly, they've got the edge over me 100%. But if they make some mistakes, I'll sweep them.
So, I mean, you are making day 2. That is absolutely guaranteed. How are you feeling going into day 2 with this 7-0-1 score?
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. It would be great if it was 8-0.
Yeah.
Alas, you know, the Ezreal that I tied to, he was really good, a really great pilot. It was really tight. If we didn't go to time, he probably would have won if we had infinite time with how the game was going. So, you know, kudos to him. But if he played faster, he probably could have taken the win off me. So, you know, but, you know, we got here and I'm quite happy. I was expecting 5 wins at best. So
nice.
I'm excited to get 7 and not drop a single game. So
yeah,
you know, I'm really happy about that.
Well, having your score being 7-0-1 means there is a possibility of getting best of. There was another Teemo. I'm not entirely sure what the scoreline is for that, but they were currently 7-0. Are you currently vying now for this best of Teemo? Was that your plan coming in, or has plans changed?
Yeah, I wasn't trying to get top 64. I wasn't trying to get top cut. I wasn't trying to make day 2. I just wanted best of Teemo.
Yep.
In the past, best of Teemo hasn't even made it to day 2. I was thinking I've cooked up a really nice deck with the help of a guy named Noah from America. He did a lot of work on this deck, so big shout out Noah. You're the best. So realistically, it was. I thought I would have it on lock, but the other Teemo player who was 7-0, I don't know if he's gone 8-0, if he lost or if he tied, but he's got a really cool deck, completely different to mine, completely different. We've gone 2 different directions, which is really cool to see that one legend can go so many different directions. And I'm not sure who's going to take it. It's very tight, and he's a really good pilot, that's for sure.
Well, I mean, there are only 30 Teemos in the regional qualifier Sydney right now, which is only 2.4%, 19th at the moment. And the fact that 2 Teemos minimum are making it to day 2 is pretty exciting. So what other matchups are you scared of tomorrow? Who are you scared of in particular? And who do you think is going to be taking the qualifiers all up?
The scariest for me is a perfect opening hand Aurora. You know, like not much to do if there's a gust with a mobilize into a catalyst into Aurora. Not much I can do. That's just a loss, right? But if that doesn't happen, it's fine. So that is obviously always scary if that ever happens. Outside of that, it's those general control matches. They are very high skill, as I said earlier. The Diana, the Ezreal, those type of people, they're very hard to pilot correctly to the best. But if they do, as I said, they do have the edge over me 100%. And if they don't make any mistakes, and I can't bait them with some cheeky hiddens here and there, they'll probably take the win. But you never know, right? Like I've absolutely cheesed a couple games with insane off the top. I had like 3 damage and 2 nocturnes revealed. That was cooked. And then I immediately followed that up with 5 damage and with another reveal, and it was really rough for the opponent that I versed early in the tournament. Poor guy. And I genuinely feel bad for him.
Yeah, I feel like the deck that you're playing with Teemo, one way of putting it is it's kind of a gamble deck with your, of course, revealing the top, see how many hiddens are, how much damage you can deal, but also, of course, putting those hidden cards underneath, you're forcing the opponent to also gamble like what kind of hidden card it is.
Yeah.
Well, how else would you describe your deck?
Look, it's very adaptive. You can't just, do what Aurora does. You walk in with a set game plan, you do it, you win, or you lose, right? It's very, I'd say, it's very changing based on what's happening, right? So based on every single matchup, I'm putting a different battlefield first. Based on every single possible opponent, what they play, it changes how I hide things. So there's even times when I sideboard completely differently. Of course, as everyone would, but I even sideboard the champion in times as well differently, which most decks don't do, because that's how much variance that I've built in. And if the enemy plays one card, it changes everything, and I have to rethink about what I'm hiding and how I'm doing this to make sure that I don't mess up. Because if I make a mistake, I've lost the game. I need to 100% lock in on this deck. It's very, very high risk, and I have to make sure I don't mess it up.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier maybe your experience from other esports has transferred into Riftbound here, especially in this highly competitive environment. You're able to lock in, as you said, and play under pressure, and also play for this really, really long day as well. I mean, it's 10 p.m. here in Australia. But thank you so much for your insight, Ashen. We'll throw back to our casters and see what else they have to say.
What I have to say is, show me the other Teemo deck, right, Games?
I'm
I
fascinated.
can't believe there's two different
Right?
Teemo decks.
Oh, I want to get my eyes on that. I'm very, very keen to see how that goes tomorrow. But it has been a really surprising day, I think it's safe to say.
It has been. We've played, I think, a little over 12 hours of Riftbound today. Started at 10 a.m. local time. It's a little past 10 p.m. local time. I don't know if the round is done. I believe, again, it has to be closed if it's not finished already. But we have had some incredible matches of Riftbound, and it's just the first day. We have 5 more rounds of Swiss tomorrow, 3 rounds of top 8, and another regional qualifier champion to crown. So a lot on the line here. What are we looking forward to tomorrow then? We saw a lot of different things today. What else do we want to see?
I mean, look, a lot of diversity today. We did see a lot of the Unleashed Legends. I'm looking forward to seeing them in tomorrow's matchups as well, seeing how they go under a little bit more pressure. I'm excited to see more Vex, to be honest. It really came out of nowhere for me, but I'm so excited to see more.
Well, we'll see what we have in store for tomorrow. We're going to throw it over to the casters in the lounge to close out our day.
Thank you so much, Pastry. Really excited how this day has turned out. It has been absolutely amazing. We've gone through 8 rounds, Logan, and I mean, we're only halfway through. We've got a whole day tomorrow as well.
It has absolutely been an exhausting day here, Icy, but I'm such a fan of everything that we have seen. We've seen some best ofs already awarded, but a quick look at the standings here with CTCG Daniel at the top with that LeBlanc.
Yeah, Dan is at the top with that LeBlanc. We did think that LeBlanc was going to be up there. We also see the Irelia. Prismat as well, which was my prediction, by the way, pointing that out, is up there with that Annie 8-0. Interestingly, Irelia, there are 3 8-0s right now, and Diana is not 8-0.
Yeah, and that's not surprising, I would have to say. Some of us predicted that Diana, but right now, with only one in that sort of top 10 presented, it is an interesting dynamic. A notable name that's currently missing is Alan ZQ here. We would love to see some more representation of that Diana, but the results are, as they speak, Ghosted Driver actually also undefeated on that Aurelia 8-0. I still think she's so strong.
I definitely want to point out Ashen, who we just saw on broadcasts. Also top 8 at the moment, 7-0-1. And yeah, very interested to see where Alan is. He is a name that we all want to look out for. I do believe he has dropped a game, but let's have a look at our talent predictions. Let's see how we're doing with this, Logan. I'm pretty happy with my Annie so far. I mean, Prismat is still in that undefeated zone. Unfortunately, Diana, not quite there, but Pastry Time with the LeBlanc, looking pretty.
He's up, Diana's up there. She's in the top, she's in the top 10. She's competing with the best of them. Me and Steph, we're still in with a chance here. But Pastry Time, absolutely nailing it. That LeBlanc prediction proving very, very accurate right now, Ricey.
Yeah, very accurate with that LeBlanc, and maybe it's because he's been attending lots of Nexus nights and Summoner skirmishes, which you guys can attend as well. If you guys attend your Nexus nights, you'll be able to meet fellow Riftbound enjoyers or learn how to play the game. It's a fun way to get into it.
Yeah, this is where the community starts. This is where the community is built at your local Nexus nights. You can scan that QR code and find an event near you now. And then when you're practicing, you're feeling comfortable and confident with that deck, you can step up to those summoner skirmishes where the competition starts to ramp up.
Yeah, and at those summoner skirmishes, if you win, you do get that buy into the regional qualifiers, which is very important because today was such a long day. Already 10 p.m. 8 rounds will turn into 7. And as you can see the schedule here, Saturday, 8 rounds of Swiss starting at 10 a.m. And well, now it's
Championship Sunday.
That's 12 hours. And
Yep.
tomorrow, Championship Sunday.
Championship Sunday has 5 rounds of Swiss with a top 8 single elim. Really, really exciting, where we get to see the best of the best compete for that regional championship and that Poppy exclusive and the $6,000 prize.
A lot of good prizes are on the line for tomorrow. I mean, as you were saying, top 60, top 128, get that playmat, top 64, get more prizes. I don't see the pricing in front of me, but you go know it. And we also love those 40 prize bowl tickets as well. But that is going to be tomorrow. It's going to be starting at 10 a.m., so don't miss it.
Don't miss it for the world. We have more games of phenomenal Riftbound to play here at the Regional Qualifier Sydney 2026, Ricey.
Well, I'm ready for the tomorrow. I know you are as well. I'm also ready to sleep as well. I'm sure all our players are as well to come refreshed and ready for Sunday. So we'll see you guys all tomorrow for the Championship Sunday.
We'll see you there.